Competition. And drugs, the whole bit. And go and look on the website. What is the Cardiomyopathy Association? Look it up. It's serious. It says in 5 years, percent of those that have it will be dead, and in 10 years, 80%. And so life grinds on. They got me on the drugs, which arrested this sudden progression, but it's not going away by any stretch. So I tried amalgam removal, the mercury thing, and it had no effect. And then I see a book review of this Aajonus Vonderplanitz at Dr. Weston Price website, and they're saying it has some remarkable results, but a lot of people are squeamish about his regimen, raw foods and particularly raw meat. And I said, hey, I'm looking for radical ideas. And so at about the 1.5 year mark, I started on it, particularly the raw meat. And somewhere 2 to 3 weeks later, most of the symptoms are gone, just like that. And and I had just been to my regular cardiologist. This was up in the west side, and he said. He said it would be lifelong, and then I went to a super expert up at Arlington Hospital, and I said, so is this, do people heal from this? He had to think about it a while. And I could hear him saying, well, if I said no, that's pretty negative. So, yeah. I said, like how often? Oh, 10%. I think you made that up. So then all of a sudden, in fact, it was the 2-week mark when I left that appointment. And so anyway, it was gone, and I told my regular cardiologist what had transpired, and he couldn't get it done. And a lot of people are squeamish about raw meat. And as I've told people, I would say 3 out of 4 raw meat. And but anyway, that's my testimony. Is just dramatic healing.
How long ago was this?
Well, it was 13 years ago. I was
been on the diet that long?
No, I find staying on the raw meat is it's kind of a drag. It's not really a fun habit. At that time, I was just warming it up in the microwave too, just warm to the touch. And later, so anyway, I stayed on it for 6 months, 4, 5, 6 months, something. And I go off, I get back on, off, and finally I was off maybe after 8 months. And it didn't come back, but I had this kind of weird, this used to be a bright red and itch like crazy. And as soon as I started taking that, instantly I could feel that inflammation start to go down along with this heart thing that came along in a couple of weeks. And so anyway, I found since that an easy way to take raw meat is just green salad. You break it into little dabs, throw it in there, some Italian dressing, and it's gone. You don't even taste it. It's just gone. So it's real easy to take in the stuff, but just eating it straight, I try salsa, all these things, and it's always kind of a drag. Have any of you been on the raw meat part of it?
Oh.
Yeah? Are you on it now?
10 years.
Really?
Yes, come to my house, I'll make you some nice food.
Thank you. Well, that was a good end for I got a new DVD recipe out. So I only brought, I think, 9 DVDs, so they'll be here later if anybody wants one. And it shows you how to, in 5 minutes, make a garlic butter, sauces that I show people how to make on this DVD. plus a cheesecake, how to juice easily, quickly, how to make coconut cream. So to make these recipes delicious, how to prepare the meat, how to make it look good and taste good. So that's all available. I spent, let's see, the recipe book came out in 2002, so it took me 10 years to get the DVD out. So it makes it very easy. I thought the recipe book was going to be enough for people, but people just don't know how to make it, prepare. So this makes it very easy. It needs a blender and a food processor to make sauces, and mostly just a blender for the sauces, but to chop meats into varying different textures, it's easy. You stand there and slice it. It takes time. You put it in a food processor, 3 seconds, it's done. So there'll be a DVD that you can get later on today if you stick around for the workshop. Now, I got into health because I was a very sickly person, born into a violent household. I had a brother who was 18 months older than I and still in diapers when I came home from the hospital. He was very unhappy about me taking Mom's attention away in the flash. So he tortured me every time he could. He pushed me on rusty rakes and nails, anything that would harm me. My mother was an RN. She just passed away in February at 91 years old, almost 92. And she was paranoid. She accepted all of the medical terrorism. So she was paranoid of lockjaw. She'd only seen one case of supposed lockjaw where a kid couldn't eat, a 12-year-old boy. And they put a tube in him and everything, and he died on their formulas. So it wasn't necessarily that he died from lockjaw. He died because he couldn't digest the crap that they were giving him, which wasn't real food. So she was terrified of one of her sons getting lockjaw. So every time I got a cut or a scrape that was related to rust, I got another tetanus shot. So by the time I was 18 months old, I'd had my third tetanus shot. And I don't know how many people in here are aware what's in a vaccine. The basic 5 ingredients are liquid mercury, liquid aluminum, formaldehyde, detergent, and ether. You've got 43 to 62 other toxic ingredients in them, all toxic on their own. Then as a soup, you've got a whole amalgam of toxicity that you have no idea how it's going to react in a body. So I had my third one, tetanus, at 18 months old, and it turned me autistic. I was unable to fathom communication, making letters into a word, words in concepts. It was like being blind. It was impossible to see, impossible for me to communicate. So by the time I hit 8 years old, just throwback sounds. Of course, memory was damaged, so it took me a full 8 years to get consistent by hearing the same words over. Most of those I heard, my house, sit down, you're an idiot, things like this. On at school to other kids, and of course I got beat up all the time because I don't say to strangers in your own home, but they were said in my own. So I learned to pick the smartest, most sensitive girl in the class to sit next to, and then I copied her work straight off the paper. So every year, that's how I got by. I got C's and D's all the way through school. Never read a book until I was 22 years old. Couldn't read till I was 22. When I hit about, and at that time, I was chronically fatigued from about the age of probably 2 years old, probably 6 months after that third tetanus shot. And it lingered and lingered. By the time I was 8 years old, It was to the point where my father was using the buckle on the belt to get me out of bed in the morning. I had no energy. Just to move my arm like this was excruciatingly painful. My knees, my back, my hips, everything. Walking was difficult. So one morning I saw how my parents got a buzz from coffee, and it just dawned on me that's what I needed, coffee. So I poured a cup of coffee and got the hell beat out of me. Didn't make any sense again. Medical parents doing things that they don't want you to do, and yet they do it to give them energy. It didn't make any sense to me. So it was just more not trusting them in life. So what I would do is go in at nighttime, and there was always like a half a cup left that would just be cold, and I'd pour it into a jar, put it under my bed. When I heard the rise and shine, it wasn't rise and shine, it was rise and shine. So I'd reach under the bed, grab the coffee, and drink it, and get enough buzz to get going. It didn't take away the pain, not all of it, but some, and I was able to be mobile. Then to stay awake in class and not to be too painful, I would go after each class every hour in the woods at this Catholic school and smoke a cigarette. And that nicotine would give me high every hour. And at lunchtime, that's what I ate, cigarettes, for my high, for my fat, the tar. And it did carry me through. I was sick anywhere from 2 to 3 months a year, bedridden for a lot of that. And then when I hit 12 years old, I had a case of peritonitis. It was after my first polio vaccine. And it was 1958, so I was not quite 12 years old. Actually, it was the week of my 12th birthday. So I had got the polio shot, went right into a peritonitis within a few days. And the peritonitis, the doctors mistook as appendicitis. They went in and removed my appendix, even though they found it in great condition. Probably the only thing that was in good condition in my body. And in the report it said, we've removed it in case there's anything that causes problems in the future. That's medical stupidity. And these are great minds. Doctors have great minds, but they're trained to be stupid. Period. So they went and took out the. I had still had a fever. I said really had peritonitis, which was a perforated and bleeding intestine, where my body wasn't forming mucus. After the tetanus shot, the poisons had gone into my intestinal tract and damaged it. So they were packing me in ice, freezing me to death to bring the temperature down, and injecting me with all kinds of solutions for 4 days. And I was swollen, huge, just swollen, black and blue and yellow all over my body. And then I just refused anything. They brought the tray in. I just knock it out of their hands and hit the wall, the floor, the ceilings, or whatever. And they stopped for 20 hours, and that was well enough for me to get out of the hospital. Then at 15 and a half, I had my third polio vaccine. And that gave me diabetes, juvenile diabetes, stopped my pancreas from working almost completely, and gave me angina pectoris. Now, angina pectoris are muscle spasms in and around the heart. So I was having heart attacks 2 a week. Between the age of 15 and a half and 22, I had over 300 heart attacks. 50 of them made me unconscious. But because I was autistic and wasn't easily brainwashed, except by habit, I learned that since I was always in a lot of pain, discomfort, I would just go into a state, like a sleeping state, that would remove my consciousness from the pain. So I was able to get through it. And of course, when you have a heart attack, it's a Charlie horse. And a Charlie horse, when you try to move a Charlie horse out of the body, the more you force it, the worse it gets. So I just learned to relax during the heart attacks and never died, even though I went unconscious 50 times. And people would just do that if they ever have a heart sensation and the pain. And it isn't just a discomfort going down the arm. Your blood stops, and the blood starts to coagulate in the arm and shoulder. First place down here, and then it starts slowly the rest of the body. Usually people are unconscious when it hits about the pancreas. If you learn not to panic, breathe slowly, not deeply, shallowly, slowly, hold it for a little bit, release it slowly, you're not likely to have, your heart will usually react and become very operative within seconds. And your thyroid controls that. Now, the medical profession says, oh, it controls growth through the pituitary, it affects weight, it affects hair, and all. That is all bull. That is not true. That is to get all these women and men who value their hair and have a lot of pride and think they won't lose their hair if they take the hormone, the thyroxine. They take it. Medical profession makes a huge amount of money because of that. But the thyroid takes care of the lungs and the heart. So your thyroid will get to working again. As soon as the thyroxines are in the blood, your heart will beat again, even if it's coagulated all the way up your arm and back into your chest. Your body can get it moving very quickly. And I'll explain that when I get into explaining how the body works in the workshop portion. So I was in really bad shape. I was getting sick 3 to 4 months yearly, sometimes 5 months yearly, being bedridden, sometimes 3 months yearly. Colds and flus, I would fill a whole beach towel with mucus in a 24-hour period, sometimes more. And still, I learned to parrot language. Of course, I had no comprehension. So when I was responding to a sound bite that I thought belonged to what I was responding to, it was always incoherence. Then when I hit the high school age, I had heard enough that I could say coherent phrases, not knowing what I was talking about, basically most of the time. And people leaving me alone, and that was good for me. Also, to survive in my 7th grade, I learned to pick the biggest kid in the school, the first week of school, and beat the hell out of him. I would sucker punch him because I was primal, because I was basically autistic and an animal. I knew where the deadly parts were because my brother hit me in every part in my body, and I knew it incapacitated me. The throat, the temples, the diaphragm. So when I sucker punched somebody, there was one time I picked a Jolly Green Giant, my sophomore year of high school, and this guy was 6'3". I was about 5'3" at the time, and I'm now 5'8", and I beat the hell out of him. Because when I sucker punch somebody, it's usually in the throat. When you hit somebody's throat, they're not breathing for a minute, and then the diaphragm second, then they're immobile, and you just beat them till they don't move. So everybody thought I was crazy, and then they left me alone no matter what I said. So I was able to get along. I didn't look autistic because my parents didn't allow me to be autistic. When I would go into my stare. Now, a stare isn't something that you say, oh, he's stupid, he's going into a stupor. We go into a sleep state from the anxiety that we're always getting because we can't communicate like other people. So it's like a sleep state where we can rest and the whole body will heal itself and relax, and then we come out of it. My parents didn't let me go into those states. I could only do it at night or in my room with a closed door, because my parents would slap me. My mother would slap me on my back. My father would slap me on the back of the head. Say, don't look like that. You look like an idiot. Well, I was an idiot, So I learned to strike poses of the 3 idols at the time. They were James Dean, Elvis Presley, and Paul Newman. So I learned to strike cool poses and cool thing, like that. So people would think I was normal and leave me. So the whole problem seriously because they couldn't grasp. And school and we had a communication that was beyond verbal, that was all physical and spiritual or emotional, whatever you want to call it, and we didn't have to talk. We just laughed together, we could just look at each other and giggle and laugh. And it was a good relationship. We lived together. Then she realized she was living with an idiot, and then everything started falling apart. So by the time I was married at 16, had a son. The first week of my senior year in high school, she, of course, had graduated before I did. And I would have to go to school in the morning, take care of the baby in the afternoon, and go to work at night. So I got very little sleep, and the baby was always crying. So I was getting even less sleep because I'd stay up with him at night. My wife went through quite a time because he was quite large as a baby. He was 22 and a half inches, and that's a big baby. She was only 5'4". So even though they gave her episiotomy, it ripped her all the way beyond the rectum. And she didn't recover from that easily. Of course, she didn't want to be touched either, so I felt rejected in every way then because there was no tenderness, there was no sexuality, there was nothing anymore. There was absolutely nothing between us anymore. We didn't look at each other and have joy. So I'd stay out at night. If I just didn't want to go home to a crying baby, I'd stay out and drink with the guys at work. And, you know, I was frying chicken and French fries at a fast food place, Parkmore Restaurants. And, of course, with the guys, when you're drinking, you just have to know the words shit, damn, and hell. You know, and it's those are the only words you have to know while you're drinking. So I got along with them fine, and then I graduated from high school, ended up separated by that time. And my mother took me to a new technical school that had opened that taught unit record wiring equipment and computer programming. And one of the first in the country. So my mother took me to that. Of course, my mother really never accepted that I was autistic because she didn't want to face that. And autism back in the 50s and 60s, late 40s and all through the 50s and 60s, no one really had any understanding about it. It was just beginning to be explored at some universities. So I went to this technical school, and they gave a test. Had nothing to do with language. It was only patterns and math. And I had an aptitude for math. Anybody see Rain Man? Okay. Well, I could do that. They give me a problem. I didn't have to work out the solution, the formula, just write the answer. So I got accused of cheating a lot for that, and that's the only thing I never had to cheat on because I got perfect scores. Well, when they took me to this particular university, this new school, that's all they gave was patterns, math, and system patterns. So I got the top grades they'd ever seen. So they interviewed me. They realized everybody there was anywhere from 34. Well, there was one professor who was 27, and she taught keyboard operations with the computers. But everybody else was 34 to 54. That was the oldest person in the school. And so they were younger and more inquisitive and explorative than Maine University. So they interviewed me, realized that I had a learning disorder, a very short memory span, but a heck of a talent for writing programs. I could write a program in 1 to 2 hours. It could take them 6 months to a year to write, and almost flawless. So what they did was they hired me They passed me, took me through the course, teach me different systems. And it was just showing me. It was showing me. They would show me the machines, show me the cards and the machines, show me their lines of program. Back then, you didn't understand, and the on-off switch. They just taught me the systems of how the flow of information went. It was very easy for me to just write the programs. How I did it, I don't know, but I did it. So I was making a lot of money as an idiot. I was making like 80 grand a year, and I was only 19 years old. So I moved from Cincinnati. I transferred out to Los Angeles because I had an uncle, my youngest uncle, was matriculating for his doctorate in psychology at UCLA. So he thought that they could help because they were doing all kinds of psychological experiments in the early 60s and mid-60s. And they gave me LSD, and I had 723 micrograms and didn't even leave my toes, with it. So they knocked me out of that one. They knocked me out of every one of their tests as non-responsive. So I still hadn't read a book in my whole life, so I hadn't read anything with a comprehension. When I was called on to read in class, I would just stand there and just look at the page and look at them and look dumbfounded. And the teachers just thought I was a smart ass, because I didn't look autistic.
You were described as a savant then? Idiot savant?
Well, I wasn't described as that because they didn't admit that I had a problem, until this particular group at the Cincinnati Institute of Technology. So they were the first ones to acknowledge it. There was a problem. And then my uncle invited me to come out to California, so I did. And, of course, none of the tests worked. By that time, I was drinking 11 cups of coffee a day, smoking 2 packs of non-filter Lucky Strike cigarettes, and Bennies, because I was working for a company. I worked for IBM. I freelanced for this group of professors for IBM, Time DC, the third largest trucking company in the world at the time, and the Carte Blanche Corporation. I was a systems analyst. So I was making a lot of money at that, and they realized there was a problem, and that's why they stayed with me. They always had somebody with me who could write English and who could spell and communicate. I didn't do that. I just worked with the systems and write the flow charts. And I mean, with a flow chart, it would take people days to write. I would get with the pencils and the graphical equipment and have one done in a couple of hours. So I remember one project. They put me on a Carte Blanche. They had worked 6.5 years with their top salespeople because they figured they were more creative. They could find an answer. So nobody worked it out. They put me on and figured it would take me 3 years to do it. I did it in 3 months, completely from top to bottom. Even the procedure manuals were written according to my flow chart of information and everything. And the whole company made an extra 380 grand that year, just from the new operation that I set in. So I was very good at what I was doing. But I was working at a trucking company as well. I was able to get bennies from the drivers who would take them so they could drive long hours without sleeping. So I was smoking the cigarettes, drinking the coffee, and taking Benzedrine. Unable to sleep at night without tremendous amounts of alcohol. I'd drink a fifth of gin or a bourbon at night to sleep. So by the time I hit 19 and a half years old, I had a hole in my stomach as big as my fist, and I was bleeding, a cup and a half at a time by vomiting. So I got treatment for an ulcer. That turned it into a tumor along with the ulcer. Then they went in to remedy that. They cut me open, did a vagotomy, pyloroplasty, which means they severed all the vagus nerve to my stomach and put me in the category of octogenarians, where I'd never secrete hydrochloric acid again and be a great risk. In fact, it was absolute to them absolute risk of getting parasitical, bacterial, or fungal disease from food, raw food, and I would die. It was absolute. So they told my uncle after the surgery, this is what you have to instruct him to do. So he took me in the kitchen, showed me an apple, banana, everything. Everything had to be cooked, steamed. Everything like apples and bananas, everything had to be steamed. And the bananas had to be peeled and steamed, the whole banana itself, not just the peel. So that's the way I was instructed to eat. Now, my normal diet at that time was a standard American diet. I eat powdered donuts and RC Cola together, and lots of potato chips with, processed hot dogs, and cereals. I would take, like Sugar Crisp, and how sweet they are with sugar already. I'd put 2 to 4 tablespoons of sugar on top of that, with, of course, which I was taught by my mother, skim milk, no fats. So, and that always made me bloated and fatter. So that was the diet I continued on afterward, but within a few months of, in fact, only 6 weeks of the surgery, the incision became tumorous. It got up to 1.5 inches wide, up to 3/4 of an inch high. And they said, now we're going to have to irradiate that. So they gave me 10 weeks of intense radiation therapy. And they put the beam like this, and they would just tilt it like this back and forth and run it back and forth for a full 2 or 3 minutes. It would go on for 15 seconds, off for 15 seconds, on for 15 seconds as it made these movements. So what they did was they cauterized my spine at that pinpoint spot. So, because this way was catching the whole area here, but the pinpoint was always the same place on my spine. So they cauterized this much of my spine. It's like taking malleable clay and firing it at cone 9. What you have then is a hard piece of pottery or sculpture. It is no longer a malleable living tissue. So just this little bit of movement would put me in excruciating pain. So I was rendered to the floor. I couldn't sit. I couldn't lie down on the couch or the bed or anything. It had to be a flat surface to reduce pain. And I would sleep 10 minutes at a time, wake in excruciating pain. There was no relief to it. So from that radiation therapy, 2 other things happened besides cauterizing damage in my spine. It deteriorated the bones in my body. All the bones around my teeth disintegrated, so my teeth dangled in my gums. No bone around the teeth. So if I bit on my own teeth, I would bleed. And I was losing up to 1/2 cup of blood a day sometimes. So I was getting 1 to 2 transfusions a week to replace the blood from my teeth. And they wanted to pull all of them. They told me I'm going to die. Now I understood death. Understood what that was because my mother's father had died pretty young, in his 60s. And I was at the funeral, and the word dead and deceased came up a lot. Feeling him, knowing he was gone from the body, I knew what the word death meant. So they're telling me I'm going to die, and I understand that it's soon, and they want to pull all of my teeth. How stupid can you be? I'm going to suffer the pulling of all my teeth for the few weeks that I have left to live? Are you insane? Yes, doctors are stupidly insane. So I kept my teeth in my gums and had to drink everything. Everything had to be blended. So I took the Rice Krispies and mixed it with RC Cola and blended that together. And that was my diet. It also gave me blood and bone cancer, multiple myeloma, the radiation therapy. Now, none of these things normally do that without extensive long-term therapy, but I had been so sickly in my life and weak from all the early poisons as an infant and all the medication that I received over those years and the very bad food. My mother loved it when I was born because there was canned food. She didn't have to take the vegetables or the food and wash them, chop them up. All she had to do was open a can and dump it into a pot and cook it, and that was it. So all that metal poisoning was all in all the food we ate. We rarely ate anything fresh. If we ate something fresh, it was a banana or an apple or a watermelon. That was it. Maybe some grapes once in a while. Otherwise, everything came from a can. Absolutely everything. Even meat came from a can. Everything came from a can. So, of course, the diet was very bad for all of us. So as I got into that stage of receiving those medical therapies, of course, the results were a lot more, I had a lot more side effects than the average person would have experienced. The blood and bone cancer was pretty severe, along with the radiation to that part of my spine. I had to live on the floor. They gave me chemotherapy at that point. I didn't understand it at the time, but they told my uncle I had 1% chance of living and that I should do the chemotherapy for that 1% chance. Hello? Chemotherapy is a poison. They had AZT at that time. AZT is antifreeze. They had an overproduction of antifreeze and needed to get rid of it. And the chemical companies owned a lot of the drug companies, and they still are tightly connected financially. So they decided to get rid of antifreeze by making it into a medication. So that's what AZT was. So that's what I got. I was all my hair fell out, all my flesh hung. I developed a lymphoma from that. I was rooted to the ground. I could not, without severe pain, I couldn't use a pot or a pan or a bowl or a jar to pee or urinate in or defecate in. And so I would just have to go on myself, and I stopped wearing clothes and just crawl around on a wood floor like this one around my house. I had a small 2-bedroom house in Beverly Hills. That was pretty good for a 19-year-old, 20-year-old. So I just picked different spots. I would crawl on my elbows all around the room. As I soiled a spot, I would move. And they took me to a hospice once in a wheelchair with a back brace to leave me there to die. And I was still autistic. There was no way I was going to be around people, who didn't understand. They were dying, and, they'd make it more miserable for them to deal with me. So I did not go to the hospice, but 2 volunteers from the hospice agreed to come to my home to help me. So they would come in 2 to 3 days weekly. They would clean up the floor, clean me up, make my food, blend my powdered donuts and RC Cola together, and have little coolers all along the floor, different parts of the room, so I could get them as I moved around. And that's the way I lived till I was going to die. And, of course, all my money was gone from medical therapy, all my savings, which was about $80,000. And that was pretty good for a 20-year-old boy, and I didn't own the house. I was buying it, and the bank came in and said, got evicted. My uncle said, he'll be dead in a few weeks. Just leave him alone. So they did. But I didn't die. So I got evicted eventually. But I call Steve, an 18-year-old African-American boy, was one of the volunteers from the hospice. How does an 18-year-old African-American boy who grew up in Watts know anything about diet and nutrition? And he had a great voice. He was working for the Ford Motor Company as a singer for the Going Thing group, who were going around singing and promoting the new Mach 1 Mustang that was out. So he took his private time and helped me and helped other people. So he said, drink this carrot juice and this raw milk. I think it'll help. I didn't understand, but I tasted them. And if anybody's had chemo and radiation therapy, everything tastes like postage stamps, glue, or cardboard. No variation, and those are the only flavors you got to experience from then on. Well, that carrot juice tasted rich and vibrant, and the milk rich and delicious. So I was drinking them. Within 10 days, I woke one morning and the autism had switched off. The brain had opened. And all of a sudden I could communicate. I went back to those times in my high school when they did diagramming. I don't know if other people have done diagramming. We had a teacher taught us, you have a straight line, the subject, the verb, and the object are all on a complete line. Then you have prepositions and everything, adverbs that go off of those, shoot off of those, and they angle down. Well, because it was a system pattern, I always got them 100% right. I couldn't read a drop, but I could do these diagrams perfectly. So again, the teachers would even get more angry at me because I could do things like this with language, but it wasn't really language. It was the patterns that I went for. But my mind went back to that time, and I said, verb, action, preposition defines, adverbs define that, and adjectives. I understood it all in that. And I said, this is cool. This is what communication is. So I called my uncle, and it was me, and we were having a conversation, and he thought it was his friend who was a comedian who did voices very well. So we had a half an hour conversation. He says, okay, the jig's up. Yeah. I said, no, this is really me. And he says, come on. Yeah. So I told him about an event that only he and I had experienced together. So he said, oh, really? And I said, yeah. I didn't even read. I tried reading, and I got an idea of it for the first time. I got the phonetics to it, and I'm starting to realize what words meet with what hieroglyphs, because that's all it was to me, was a pattern of design that matched a pattern of sound. So I started putting all that together, and I decided, and I told my uncle, I said, it's the raw milk and the raw carrot juice, I'm sure. And he said, psychologists and doctors, it's all in your mind. You just went through a chemical change. All that stuff we did for UCLA finally worked. Nothing to do with the carrot juice and raw milk. They cannot do that. Only medical chemicals can do that, see. So I said, I think it was that. I'm sure it was that. It makes me feel different. It makes me feel more alive. It doesn't stop my pain, but I still feel better. And my mind is clearer than I've ever been before. So I called Steve, the African-American boy, and I said, Steve, would you take me to a bookstore so I can buy a lot of books on nutrition? And he said, yeah, I'll take you. But it's going to be a lot. I have to get you a brace. I have to get you a catheter, a bag, everything. So he spent about 3-4 days preparing to take me to a bookstore, to let me have the choice of what I wanted to buy, the books I wanted to buy. So he had to loan me the money, too, because I had no money, and I couldn't work at that time. And I spent $127 in 1968. That was a lot of books, because you could buy a softback book, even if it were 200 pages, for 25 cents. And a hardback book for $2 or $1.95 with pictures in it, colored pictures in it. So I bought $127 worth of books, and I just began reading and reading and reading. Now, the first week, I read one book that my uncle suggested that I get, and it was called Siddhartha. Very short book, probably, 80 pages, 90 pages. And it was about this fellow who was raised in an affluent family, runs away, does everything bad, becomes a whoremonger, a murderer, a thief, everything that's wrong, that is considered wrong for a person to do, he did. And then as he goes through his trials and tribulations in life, he learns what he wants and doesn't want, and learns love and all of this, and becomes a sage in his older years. And I thought, God, somebody can make all those changes and choices in their own behavior. And that's what my uncle wanted me to realize, because he called me a diehard Republican asshole who believed in survival of the fittest and didn't consider people. So not that what Republicans all do, because true Republicans are for the Republic and for people. So, but most of your Republicans from my side of the family were all survival of the fittest. And, anybody who's weak, they deserve to die or get disease. They get what they deserve. And there's no compassion in it. I had smoked to have energy. So he caught me smoking and popped my eardrums, so broke both of them. So I lost 60% of hearing in one ear and 40% in the other. They're restored to about 80-80 each, so I still have 20% lost in each. But that started when I started eating a good diet. My hearing started returning to a great extent. Another communication problem of not hearing sounds properly. So it was even more difficult when I couldn't hear the sound patterns properly. So I began reading about nutrition, continued my eating the carrot juice and raw milk. After about a year, my uncle kept saying, it's not the carrot juice and raw milk. It's not the raw cottage cheese and all that stuff. He says, it's all in your mind. So I picked up another book that was about mind over matter. So I figured, I'm feeling better and better. Pain was mitigating like 1% a month. So within 12 months, I had reduced the pain by 12%. And if, pain is from 1 to 100%, 100% is what I had. 88% was what I had after a year with drinking carrot juice and raw milk and some raw cottage cheese and some raw eggs. So I started saying, okay, I've got this under control. Now I've got it under control. I can do this. I can go back to eating my powdered donuts and RC Cola and Sprite and stuff like that. So I did. Within 10 days, I was back in autism again. So I said, well, I'm not ready yet. So I went back to the diet, the raw diet, and did that and started getting better, of course. And about 2 years after that, I tried it again, and autism switched on again within a couple of weeks. So I was pretty determined after that. And then after 7 years, I tried it again. And of course, I had trouble remembering. So I didn't go into full autism, but the whole mind patterns stopped moving properly again. So after the third time, I wasn't stupid. I said, okay, this is the result, period. This is the way it is. So diet has more influence than anything else. Medication's always made me sick. This food makes me feel better, makes me think better, everything. So I stuck with it. So in 1972, when a girlfriend of mine got peritonitis, and they told her she was going to die if she didn't take the antibiotics and all of that stuff. And I said, wait a minute, you take the antibiotics, it destroys digestion, you can't get well, doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense to you, Monica. And no, it didn't make any sense to her, so we refused. They said for sure she would die, and it would take her, if she did survive, it would take her a year and a half to get back into ballet and all the stuff that she did before. So I just put her on a raw food diet, and she got through it in 6 weeks and was back to ballet classes in 10 weeks. That is when I swore I'm only going to eat raw foods the rest of my life, and that was in February of 72. So then I got progressively better. By December of 73, I decided I was not going to find the answers to optimal health in our society because we train people to be stupid. We send them to universities. We give them a bunch of bullcrap knowledge. They have no apprenticeship to go find out if what they're being told is true or not. They're just spit out with a degree, and they go right into telling people what they've been told, and nobody has any wisdom. Nobody has any direct experience. And then they try to defend themselves when they're wrong. And they do everything to try to contort reality to meet what they've been told is reality. So our universes produce nothing but stupid people. We need apprenticeships, and we need people to experiment and explore and find out why this works, why it doesn't work, and to find out what does work. So that's what I did. I said, I'm not going to learn in this society. Nobody's smart, nobody's wise that I've met. So I went to live off of a bicycle in the wild, went to live with tribes, and I lived with 4 tribes in a 2.5-year period. And with lots of animals, alligators, chipmunks, you name it, I observed them and their habits. None of them ate cooked foods. None of them had disease, unless they were around a farming community or a factory which was spewing out poisons. They were always healthy. You couldn't tell the young ones from the old ones, except the young ones had too much spirit and were always doing things stupid and clumsy and stuff like that with their vivacity. So other than that, you couldn't tell the old from the young, after they got over to maturity. So that's what I wanted. So I lived with an Indian tribe down in the Yucatan for a little while, a few months. And no, that was a little less than 2 months. And they were still from the Yucatan tribes from way back, and they lived in the forests out of the normal population in tribes. And because I had been autistic, I didn't have to speak Spanish, although I did speak Spanish. They spoke a little Spanish, so we could get through on that level a little bit. But mostly because I was autistic, I was able to communicate without words, sign languages, emotion. It conveys a lot. And they told me raw meat was what I need. And I thought, they want to kill the white boy, get him back for taking over the land, Because, I got into raw foods, but raw meat, no. You've got brain flukes, you get brain flukes and be an idiot and all of that again. So no way I was going to go that way with the raw food. So then I visited the next tribe, which were the Yaqui Indians in northern Mexico. And they're way off in the mountains, and very hard to get to them. You have to either hop a freight train, which I did, or you have to hike, of miles and thousands of feet up into these mountains to get to them. They told me the same thing after living with them a while. Raw meat is what you need. And they ate it. Both tribes ate raw meat. And I thought, no, I had a vagotomy, get a parasite, from that and I'll die. And it didn't make sense to me that parasites were in any other raw food, so I never worried about it, other foods. And then I lived with the Sioux Indian tribes in the Dakotas, and my great-great-grandmother was a Sioux Indian, so they took me in, and I lived with them for a while. They also told me raw meat, although they didn't eat a lot of raw meat, they ate some raw meat. They said raw meat would heal my problems. Or the chief and his assistant and the medicine man. So, of course, I said, it must be a smoke signal. They're following this white boy, and they really want to kill him quickly. So they're all telling me to eat. So I went to Alaska and lived with the Inuit, the Eskimos, that still lived in the wild, didn't live with in the colonies there. And that's all they ate was raw meat. I never saw them cook a thing. And mostly raw fish and seal. Seal meat is black, and it tastes like cooked sirloin. And a little handful like this is worth like a whole 1.5 to 2 pounds of beef. On that little bit of black meat, you can just so much energy. It's phenomenal. Incredible. And then the lard is, I just couldn't stop eating it. I think I ate 4 pounds in one sitting of the blubber from the seal. Delicious. So, but I didn't eat the meat at that time. This was later on when I ate it. But they said the same thing, raw meat is what you need. So I said, okay, everybody's going to kill this white boy. There's no doubt about it. I kept going to the chief. And then when I left, I was leaving that day, they dug out of the ground this hide. They unrolled the hide, and there was this substance in there that was patina colored and black mold, white mold, gray mold. Every color under the spectrum was in this mold, this moldy substance. Now, I had studied, physiology, anatomy, and biochemistry. I knew that gangrene was a fungus that, body and animals, but I realized that all these molds could work and break down tissue. So I was a little befuddled when they told me it was raw meat. I thought they were lying, killing the white boy again. And I thought it was surely some kind of herbal formula was in decay, because I had seen that kind of fungus, those kind of fungi in compost piles. So they wouldn't tell me the secret. They just kept telling me it was that. And this stuff stunk, reeked. And there was a bird call from downwind, and they wrapped it and buried it again. And I said, what's going on? They said, well, it didn't stink a half mile downwind, so it's not ready. So I said, I unpacked my sleeping bag, put up my little campsite again, and I'm going to stick around to watch this. So after about 5 days, they dug it up again, and it reeked so badly that if I got within 5 feet of it, I got a headache and I started dry heaving. And the children are dancing around like it's cotton candy. Everybody's excited about eating this stuff. And they dug up more than 100 bundles of this stuff in an area as big as this room, maybe a little bit larger. And they were eating it. Even infants that were under a year old were eating a pound within 36 hours. And some adults were eating 3 pounds and more. They were big people. And they got me to eat a ping pong ball-sized amount. And the only way they could do it, I had cotton balls because I would put them in my gums because I was still bleeding profusely. The bone had restored after drinking milk for a year, but the gums still bled from the multiple myeloma, cancer of the blood and bones. So I hadn't really completely stopped it, but had reversed it well enough. So I used cotton in there with some clay packs to help prevent bleeding. So I took a couple of cotton balls, put musk oil on them, stuffed them up my nose, and then I ate the little ping pong ball-sized amount of this decaying matter. Again, I thought it was just herbs. So I ate it, and it was like melted like candy or braised in brandy lamb. Just melted in the mouth. So it was easy to eat, stunk terribly. So I went back to my campsite. I decided I was going to leave the next day, and woke the next morning. Now, normally at this time, I lived outdoors for 2.5 years. I had become a fruitarian, so I stopped eating dairy, and I was just deteriorating. I was down to about 118 pounds. By the time I got to Alaska, and at this time I was probably 113 pounds when I ate that stuff. And I would have to get into the sleeping bag, at least an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours before the sun went down. And this was early September, first week in September of 1976. And it was already getting cold. In Alaska you have 1 month of summer, and that's August. Then that's it. And it's daylight all day long. So at nighttime, there's no real nighttime, but there is the sun very low on the horizon. And at one point of the day, so that's when you try to sleep. And I would have to let the sun bake full strong on my sleeping bag before I get out of the sleeping bag to be able to move, because every joint in my body, the multiple myeloma, was resurging. And if the temperature dropped below 50 degrees Fahrenheit, I was immobile in pain. So after eating that stuff the next morning, I was out of the sleeping bag in 45 minutes. Then I'd bake in the sun normally for 35, 45 minutes naked in the bright, hot sun for my body to lower the pain level enough to where I could function. So at that time, I only had to spend 10, 15 minutes in the sun naked, and I was functional. So I went back to the chief and the medicine man and asked them what the herbal formula was, and they said, no, it's caribou and lard. I don't know if it was whale or seal blubber, and whale and blubber. Thought they were lying to me. A few more days, I tried to drum this herbal formula out of them. They wouldn't give it to me. So I was starting to get painful again, as I was before I ate that little substance. And I started hopping freight trains back to California. I decided I was just going to go to an old Indian burial ground and die. So I wasn't going to suffer it anymore. So I hopped freight trains to go down. I was too weak to bicycle all the way. I had my bicycle across the United States 5 times, all the way down to Yucatan, Mexico, and back through sandstorms and everything. And through a few snow blizzards even. And slept in the snow and 2-3 feet of snow. Just dig it out till you get ground and put a mat down. Sometimes just cover myself with snow, a snow barrier to keep the wind from chilling me, like the Eskimos do with an igloo. So I had a very rough time, and I was not going to suffer it anymore. So I was going to get back and fast myself to death. So I got to this old Indian burial ground near the Salton Sea, close to Palm Springs, California, and began fasting. Den of coyotes lived up in the canyon, and they used to come down every night, midnight, wake me, play this little game. One would stand there and bark and howl and distract me while the others went down the sides of the wash, because I was up in the foothills of a canyon. And it was a little game they played. After about 10, 12 nights of this, I was to the point where I was getting more diabetic-like, less energy. If I stood, even if I stood this fast, I could go into low blood sugar and pass out. So I had to really move in slow motion. It was that point where I was able to perceive everywhere where they were without having to see them in the darkness. So the next night, I figured there were 11 of them. The next night, they brought me a jackrabbit. They had killed it. They ripped it open in the neck, all the way to the stomach, put it on my feet, and gave it to me. And my immediate thought was, I'm not going to eat this, guys. I'm a vegetarian. One of the reasons I stopped eating meat is because I loved animals. Except for the human animal, I loved other animals. So I certainly didn't want to hurt the Easter bunny that was now on my feet, bleeding and warm. And then this dialogue that my uncle had with my brothers and cousins before they went rabbit hunting went through my head. I was probably 9 years old now. I wasn't allowed to play. I was too sickly. I was in too much pain, had no energy. So I didn't play sports like my brothers and cousins, male cousins or even female cousins. I stayed in the kitchen, learned to cook and sew. That's what I did, or did art. So this dialogue from my uncle went through my head. Shoot a rabbit because it's hunting. If you shoot a rabbit and eat it, you have to brown all the way, everywhere, every part of it. Because rabbits have a microbe in your intestines. Be dead in once it sets in. So that went through my head. So I thought, help me die. depression, I can do that. I can deal with 2 days of excruciating pain. I dealt with 2.5 years of pain, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year from the back and all the medical crap that was done to me. I can suffer intestinal pain for 48 hours, no problem. So I began eating it. Every bite it again. I couldn't keep it down. It was raw and squishy and rabbit, So I psyched myself up to going back to when I was at home, and I was forced to sit and eat cooked vegetables anywhere from 1.5 to 2 hours every night of my life, unless it was corn on the cob. If it were peas, Brussels sprouts, broccoli, carrots, no matter what it was, I would vomit. Projectile vomit. If I had Brussels sprouts, I could hit that wall. Or broccoli, I could hit that wall. There's nothing I could do to control it, but my parents forced me to eat vegetables. And I would have to sit there all night if I had to get them down. And if I vomited them, my mother would put that, or my father would put that much back on my plate, and I'd have to eat it. So what I learned to do was cut off my taste buds and mash, and then take a teaspoon to a tablespoon of milk. I was only allowed 1 of milk at dinner time, and I used that to wash down the vegetables. I tried spitting them into my milk, but that didn't work. It's always visible down there. So I would just swallow it down. And then the hard part was keeping it from coming back up, because I had no control over it. And it would take 3, sometimes 5 minutes to keep myself from heaving. So then I would, rest a little bit, another minute. So that's why it took me 1.5 to 2 hours to eat 1 or 2 vegetables at each dinner. And they all watched the brand new TV that came out in the 50s, early 50s. The little bitty black and white screen that always had fuzz and stuff in it. Never had good picture. And they all watched TV while I sat at the dinner table. So I at this rabbit, and I said, okay, I can do this. So I just did the same kind of process down in my stomach so I wouldn't vomit. But I wasn't having all the strain of keeping it down. It was the initial swallowing that would bring it back up. So once I got easy with swallowing it, there was no big problem. So then I began eating that rabbit. I ate about 3.5 pounds in about 50 minutes. And I felt pretty good. So I went back to my campsite to die. And as I was walking, I was feeling less and less pain. And I knew I was dying because I felt good. And the only other times I had felt painless and good in my life was in my near-death experiences, where I was revived on the operating table twice and in a drug experience once. And when I died in those times, I had left the body. So when I left the body, there was no connection with that pain anymore. And that's what I felt as I was walking back to my campsite. So I figured I'd go through the tunnel of light. I'd meet Jesus, Buddha, Moses, or somebody. And they'd take me out of this world. I woke the next morning. I'm still in my sleeping bag with some discomfort. The sun beat down on my sleeping bag for only about 45 minutes, and I was out of it. Only had to lie in the sun naked for about 10 minutes. And I felt pretty good, and I felt better and better as the distance went by after eating the rabbit. After 3 days, not one cramp, no diarrhea, nothing, no problems, and feeling better than I had my entire life, I decided that the Indians were right. Raw meat's what I needed. So I started eating snakes and scorpions and everything, just took off their poison gland and ate and started getting better. But in a desert, there's just not enough food. So I got on my bike, went around to the different farms, made deals to shovel manure, milk goats, cows, whatever I could do to make earn my food. So I ate raw chicken, pork, you name it, I ate. If it were good and healthy off the farm and they weren't using chemicals, I ate it. And I limited myself to eggs, meats, and dairy. And that was it. And within 2.5 months, now I had never been able to work physically except for bicycling in all those years. And here I was physically working my upper body, which I'd never done before. Of course, the first few days were rough, painful, and a lot of soreness after. In fact, the second day I wasn't able to work. And then the third day I went back, and the fourth day, and the fifth day I couldn't work. So it was a rotation to build up. Within 2.5 months, I looked like a scaled-down Arnold Schwarzenegger. So I said, this is it. Indians tried to tell me, and I was just so closed-minded. I was taught to be stupid by our medical profession, by our media, by those in charge of academia. So I went back to Los Angeles, spread the word, and say, raw meat is the answer. And they had the same response I did. But you'll get a brain fluke and be an idiot. I said, well, I've been there and done that. And this is the only thing that's ever really made me feel good. So I continued for many years eating 3 meat meals a week only and getting better and stronger. But my rest of my diet consisted all of raw dairy and raw eggs. And some fruit. I wasn't into eating as much fruit as I was when living as a fruitarian, which deteriorated my bones and took me down to 98 pounds. I'm 170 right now, so you can imagine what I was at 98 pounds. So, and normally with this frame, I was about 147 before, but on this diet, the muscles, everything get very dense and heavy. So I got better and better and better, and then I ate a poison mushroom by accident, the death cap. Made me very sick. Took me many years to recover from that. And after a year and a half of very slow recovery of eating meat 2-3 times a week, meals a week, I decided to start eating meat on a daily basis, twice daily. My recovery really skyrocketed at that point. So I eat meat twice daily now, and it really works. Here I am, I'm 43 years beyond my death sentence. I'm working on my 65th year, and I think I found the answers. And they're consistent. There's no brick wall like on every other diet that I tried. So I'm here to give you that information. So that's how I discovered what I know, how I know what I know. And then the next many years I spent experimenting with different animals, including the human animal, and different diets and techniques. And I'll explain some of those to you in the workshop. So here I am to give that information. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to start the workshop. It'll be somewhere around 6 hours. So gear up. Your work, it's called a workshop because you have to work to stay awake and to remember and to think. My work is to give you the information. Now we'll take a break about every hour and 45 minutes. So there'll be 2 breaks within that time following this break. So you can recover and eat something. We're not at Whole Foods this time, so you just can't go buy it. But I don't know, do you have any food to share or to feed them or sell them, or do they just have to?
You got any donuts? Okay, but not here. Then we'll just have to do it later. Wrong information. It's all dictated by the pharmaceutical industry. Everybody knows that the pharmaceutical industry runs the medical industry, don't you? All of the medical books are written by pharmaceutical companies. Merck's is this thick. And does it have any cures in it? Zero. Zero, not one cure in it. It's all to live on medication so they can profit heavily. So
They teach you to be stupid in terror and fear, like they told him. Now, this isn't curable. You know, you're going to die probably within 5 years, but absolutely within 10 years. And really, if you go to a cardiologist nowadays, they won't tell you that. You'll be dead in 2 years without our treatment, and you'll be definitely, if you don't do something about it, you will be dead in 2.5 years by the average person, but absolutely within 4 years. So they've trimmed it down now. So, and that's all to get you to take more and more medication. It's like tetanus shot. It was supposed to last a year when I was a kid, but yet they were giving me them every 6 months. Now they say they live 3 to 5 years, that the tetanus shot worked for 3 to 5 years. When they want more money, they just lower the standards. You know, treatable cancer was if you have 50 cancer cells per million cells, you don't have treatable cancer. You don't have treatable cancer. It had to be 500. 80 years ago, it had to be 500 cancer cells per million. Now it's 50. 100% less. Why? Money. They make $180,000 minimum per patient. Average is $260,000 per cancer patient. That's big bucks. So there's no cure in medical profession for cancer. There is attacking the body and making it weaker and making lots of money. So I will teach you how not to be afraid of your body, to know what's going on, so you know what to do about it. And in my book, We Want to Live, I've got, for the last 200 pages, I've got over 200 diseases named in there and thousands of raw foods to remedy the situation, where there's a cure in everything. Okay? So take a break and come back after that. We'll see you then. Per tape or whole recording? Per set. $10 per set. That's very cheap. Yeah. And everybody know how to suck an egg? Anybody not know? Okay. You've got a fatter end and you've got a narrower end. And the idea is to fracture the shell at the fat end without making a hole. So you hit it on an eye tooth on the side. So it's this way. So we've got a fracture without a hole. You can see that? Fracture without a hole. Okay? No, you don't break the film inside. But you do when you hit this end, and you hit it down on that eye tooth. And there we have a hole. And then I suck the egg white out first because it goes right to the liver, strengthens the liver, so that it can digest, it can make the bile to digest the yolk quicker. And the way I do that is by holding it down like this, and just the egg white, because it's lighter than the egg yolk, will come out first. Sometimes the egg yolk is a little solidly placed with the egg white, so if you shake it like this gently and then suck upward, just the egg white comes. Now, sometimes if you accidentally make a hole in the bottom, there it does get fractured, just put your finger over the bottom. And then when you go to suck, then just let it off. I make the slimy egg white into a liquid by mixing it with my saliva. The saliva has more bacteria than dogs and cats, so don't bite anybody. And that the bacteria getting into the egg white and into the egg yolk begins digestion. 80% of digestion, 80 to 90% of digestion is bacterial. And then when I get to the egg yolk, that was a big egg yolk. You didn't hear that. Usually this will collapse, but you can see the membrane's gone. It's sucked down in. So I got everything out of it. So there's no egg left in it. If you don't, that membrane, you won't get all the. Some will remain.
Hey, Aajonus, I wanted to ask a question. Lately, over the months, I've been wanting to eat the eggshell.
That's fine as long as they're not washed. Yeah, that's fine. Now, what I suggested people do, if they're going to eat the eggshell, they grind it into as much of a powder as possible. It'll be more like sand. Mix it with, like, if you have an ounce of eggshell, make 3 ounces of milk, 4 ounces of milk to that. And then I like to rub it into my hands. I don't waste any food. I don't want it on that. I'm not going to feed that washcloth. Then let it ferment in there, and it will start softening the eggshell so you can digest more of it. Now, if you have questions, you write them down, because if I stop and answer every question, it's going to take till midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning to get out of here. So if I don't answer the question by the time we get to Q&A, then ask it. Okay? All right. So first we're going to talk about the human body. Now we have 3 circulatory systems. We have the blood, the neurological, and the lymphatic. Now the blood is very specific. We have red blood cells and white blood cells. And then we have the serum that feeds the red and white blood cells. Now the red blood cells have one job to do, and that's to deliver oxygen to cells in the body. White cells are supposed to absorb carbon dioxide and release it into the lungs for expulsion. And the white blood cells will eat any decaying red blood cells. So there's not a decaying reaction going on in the blood. The white blood cells are mainly fat cells. They're 60 to 80% fat, and more often 80%. They are called phagocytes because they eat organic tissue, mainly discarded or decaying dead red blood cells that start breaking down. The phagocytes eat them. That's what keeps the blood clean. Then we have the neurological system, that fluid system. It's just as complex as a bloodstream. And the lymphatic system also just as complex, if not more, than both neurological and blood put together. The neurological system mainly is full of metals and fluids that transport metals. The nervous system works off of electricity and light reflection. So it takes metals, but when the metals are free radical, they do damage. A lot of your academic professors theorize that our brain has gotten big because we're so smart and we cook food and we can get more nutrients. Absolute hogwash. Our brains have developed because we pollute ourselves with heavy metals. Ever since we started smelting metal to make tools, our brains started developing into large forms. The more we smelt and put pollution, heavy metals in our systems, the larger the brain gets. Pure and simple toxicity that causes our brain to get larger. And there's plenty of proof that we're not smarter. We kill for profit. We promote disease for profit. We do everything for profit. That's not a wise animal. So having a big brain is no benefit for us if our brain is the biggest one on the planet, like 5 times bigger than any other, and then we don't make any logical, rational choices and decisions. So all of that academic theory is just about as wasteful as all the theories about the Paleolithics who say, we ate this way 100,000, a million years ago. I have never read one theorist who's ever lived outdoors, in the wild, scraping for his living, off the planet. I did for almost 3 years, and I tell you, it's not easy. These theorists think that you found fruit everywhere. Out in nature, there's very little fruit, and it's ultra-seasonal. So all these Paleolithic ideologies about what the body does out there in the wild is all theory and has nothing to do with reality. So the neurological system is mainly functions with light and electricity with the help of metallic minerals. Then the lymphatic system is geared to cleanse the body. Now, it is connected directly, the only network that is so directly connected with the intestinal tract that there is a system connected with there's a web connection that bridges the intestines with the lymphatic system. It's called the lacteal system. And it's a very fine major network like a spider web that goes into the lymphatic system. It's called the lacteal system because all nutrients that are absorbed in the intestines are a milky looking substance, just raw milk. When the lymphatic system takes the lacteal and breaks it down further, it becomes a milky, translucent substance. Now, that normally feeds every cell in the body. But the lymphatic system is so jammed that it does its secondary job, which is cleansing the body. So the lymphatic system was originally geared, and it does in healthy animals. It feeds every cell in the body, except for the red and white blood cells. They get their nutrition directly from the intestinal tract as it weaves its way through the intestines. But every other cell is supposed to get fed by the lymphatic system. And the lymphatic system is supposed to clean all from the body. It's supposed to take dead cells that are not in the blood, take those cells and dissolve them in nodes and lymph glands. Now, the blood and the neurological system don't have nodes and glands all over the system like the lymphatic has. So the lymphatic is almost twice the size of each of the blood and neurological system. The lymphatic system is, in this present day, the most important system to generate health. It is the immune system, if there is such a thing. Now, the medical profession, the pharmaceutical community, put out this immune system as this vague, mysterious, intelligent network that goes on in the body that, according to them, is pretty stupid. Because the body attacks itself, and it does this, and it does that. It does all this B-movie type, horror fiction stuff. And that isn't the way the body works. The body is always working congruously. If you believe the medical profession, you will always attack the body, and you will never help the body. You will always harm it. The medical profession, everything they do, from tests to treatments, are all harmful. There's not one that is not harmful. All are harmful. And the whole Hippocratic Oath is, let's do no harm. First, do no harm. Of course, they shattered that. I confronted one doctor about that, and he said, oh, well, we don't swear by it when we take that oath. Yeah, so, which means they don't have to keep that. But the whole ideology that he's been programmed to be stupid. And that's stupidity. Real stupidity. So, our lymphatic systems are not working. So what happens? It sticks to mainly cleansing the body, if it can do it. And then what feeds the rest of the body now? We find all of this lymph in the blood. So now we have the blood, other part of the body. The blood is just supposed to deliver oxygen, so we have energy. So people are running around living on coffee, cocaine, uppers, downers, you name it, to have energy. That's not the way it was meant to be. 100 years ago, 150 years ago, if you had coffee in your household, you were very rich. If you had sugar in your household, you were rich. If you had refrigeration in your household, you were very rich. You could afford an ice block every day. People didn't have to function. They didn't have to derive their energy from chemicals, stimulants, like everybody does today. And 99.9% of the people out there are living on chemical stimulation, not healthy food diets. So, lymph system is blocked. The blood is overloaded, so it can't deliver all the oxygen, remove all the carbon dioxide easily. So people just don't have the energy they're supposed to have. We have fewer people working hard labor in this country. So we have to have another race come in, or another culture from Mexico come into this to work the hard jobs. Because we're getting fewer and fewer people here able to do the work, the heavy work. They aren't so corrupted yet, but it's getting that way down there, terribly. And another 20 years with the infiltration of the food industry in Mexico, then Mexico's going to be like that too. And then we won't have a good, strong body of humans anywhere, except in poor Asian countries, poor African countries, where they haven't created problems and disease. So, the lymphatic system is blocked. Why? Mainly because of vegetable oils. Now, vegetable oils in the human body crystallize. In an herbivore that is meant to eat vegetable oil, the body temperature is 101 to 105 degrees. In our bodies at 98.6, vegetable oils, the way we digest them, will crystallize if they're made a part of a cell. They cause hardening of the arteries, cause hardening of the heart, cause MS. All the diseases that man is blaming on animal fats. But if you look at the tribes in the world that live only on animal fats and animal products, and not even raw but cooked, they have no heart disease and arteriosclerosis. They have no MS. Only in people who eat vegetable oils. Hydrogenated vegetable oils are the worst, because those are trans fatty acids that are the same molecular structure as plastic. In fact, that's how you make plastic. You take petroleum oil or vegetable oil and you expose it to certain industrial chemical reactions, and you have plastic. Well, that's what hydrogenated vegetable oil is, a plastic fat. So it crystallizes very quickly in the human body, solidifies. And then you have a blocked lymphatic system. Now the lymphatic system, as I said, has lots of little tiny nodes. They're anywhere from the size of a pinhead to the size of a pellet. And then lymph glands are anywhere size of a pea to a large bean. And when they are swollen, like if you don't have tonsils, like when my tonsils were removed at 3 years old, my tonsils have been enlarged ever since because they supplement for the tonsils and protecting the brain. So the lymphatic glands can get quite large, can get as large marbles. Or in a case of cancer where dead cells are collecting and forming, they can get as large as a fist. The lymphatic system is responsible for dissolving dead cells and dead waste products that bacteria and parasites and fungus can't dissolve, and then put them in connective tissue to be perspired through the skin. That's how the body works. So when you see acne, when you see rashes, when you see a skin condition, that's a good sign that the body has taken something very caustic internally and is throwing it out of the skin. Not pleasant to look at, not pleasant to feel and experience, but the body's doing what it's supposed to do. 90% of toxins are supposed to leave through the lymphatic system, through the skin. 90% of toxins are supposed to be perspired through the skin. The lymphatic system is so blocked, people's skin is so blocked, that now they're discarding a lot of the waste out to feces and urine. Nothing is working right. Disease is compounding. Children are born with diseases. It used to be, 200 years ago, very few children were ever born with any kind of a disease, like 1 in 10,000. Now it's 1 out of 10. That's a huge difference. 1 in 10 children are born with a disease. That's not a good sign. Yet the medical profession has it all under control. They've got the answers, but no cure. To what? Medication. Everything's to be medicated for the rest of your life. Remember that gentleman? Where did he go? Right here. Well, supposed to be on medication all of his life. Not taking any medication. So the lymphatic system, how do we get it moving when it's jammed like that? Hot baths. Hot tub is the best, where you can get the same degree. Temperatures above 110 degrees destroy vitamins and enzymes in your skin, in your lungs, in your sinuses, in your ears, in your eyes, in your brain. Saunas are not good. Steam baths are not good. Taking a hot tub bath or a hot bath between 102 and 108 degrees is the most beneficial for long periods. Just to get the melted out of the connective tissue, it takes about 40 minutes at 105 degrees. Between 103 and 105. To get it melted deep into the lymphatic glands and nodes and circulatory system of the lymph, it takes 90 minutes. Imagine you have a stick of cold butter right out of the refrigerator in a 2-cup glass jar. And you've got 108 degrees heat outside. How long is it going to take to heat the air up inside the glass around the butter to get it to slightly melt? Because that coolness of the butter is going to keep throwing off the coolness until the temperatures meet. How long will that take? 40 minutes. 40 minutes to an hour. 40 to 60 minutes. Then if you can melt that at that point, and the reason I say cold butter is because we have a radiator system. We have a cooling system within our bodies. And it'll radiate coolness, trying to cool the body. At what point does the heat outside overwhelm the inside? 40 to 60 minutes. So then you have another, if you go 90 minutes, you've got 30 minutes in there to allow melting slight bit of melting of that cold stick of butter. And that's what happens in the system. So, no. I recommend that people take a hot bath every day, 40 minutes, 35, 40 minutes. 2 baths, 90-minute baths weekly. If you can do a 90-minute bath daily and have that kind of time and you're retired, do it. You will get well so much faster. I have many retired people who were vegetables, who were couch potatoes, who did that, and now they're working again. They've got so much energy, they feel so good, they don't want to retire anymore. One started an international stem cell company, and he's 79 now, and he works 14 hours a day. You better save your questions until the end. Write them down. Okay, so, got to get the poisons moving out of the body. Bath heat is the only way to do it, and water is the only way to truly do it. Water connecting. Now, you'll notice that if you're in any kind of a heat spot, your body has a cooling radius around it that blocks that heat from coming in. When you're in water, that space is reduced to this much. If you're in hot water and you're comfortable and you move around, all of a sudden it gets hot again against your skin. That's because that area of space is very small. When you're in a space like for steam or sauna, a huge area, almost 12 inches, 10 to 12 inches. Never heat the inside of the body properly enough to dissolve, to melt that lymphatic toxicity, to get it flowing and removed from the body. Now, we want to live under health modalities. I talk about baths, and I give a pineapple formula that should be consumed right before you get into the bath or as soon as you get in the bath. So that is circulating and in the digestive tract and into the body, so that when you start melting it, it won't re-harden. Those substances won't re-harden. That is for the 90-minute bath. That isn't for the 40-minute bath. You don't need it for the 40-minute bath because it's right under the skin. And it will just perspire out. People who don't normally perspire, when you get into a hot bath, you will perspire. Whether you know it or not, you will perspire. If you exercise, your body's only going to get up to about 99.9. Occasionally I've seen some people who exercise hard, like marathon runners, reach 100.1. That's not enough to melt that lymphatic toxicity. It takes 102 to 108 degrees. And I prefer 103 to 105. A lot of people will be in there for 10 or 15 minutes, and then they can't take it anymore. They cannot stand to remain in that water. That's because the brain starts getting hot. And the brain does not like to get hot. So what you can do is you take a bowl of cold water with you, with ice cubes floating in it, and a washcloth, and don't wring it out completely, and put it on top of your head. Let it sit there for a minute. Flip it over, let it sit for another minute. The head and the brain will start getting cold, and the body will love the heat. Very simple. If your head is really hot, then you may have to wring it out every minute, put new, very, very cold water on there, but it will work if you do that. Now, the digestive tract, let's go start with that. We have the mouth with teeth. That is the beginning of digestion. Now, our teeth are that of a carnivore. Not a dog or a cat, but other carnivores on the planet. We have cutting teeth, we have 4 canine teeth, and we have a few molars to grind up meat, to chew it up. so that we can digest it better. Now, we have carnivores has 15 times more hydrochloric acid in the stomach than we do. But they don't chew their food, they rip and swallow. They don't masticate it into small particles. Sometimes cats will, but most often not. And they chew big chunks, swallow big chunks. Hydrochloric acid and other digestive enzymes not directly for digestion. We do not get any benefit from our digestive juices directly. Our digestive juices, like hydrochloric acid, break down larger particles of food into smaller food molecules so that bacteria and parasites can eat that. Their waste is our food. In other words, we eat their urine, their sweat, and their feces. That's our food. Now, take a look at the medical profession who's blaming disease on bacteria. Pretty nonsensical, pretty stupid. We have 150 bacterial genes to every one human gene. We're not even 1% human. Think about that. Then why are we destroying bacteria? Why do we take antibiotics to destroy all bacteria? It doesn't isolate any particular bacteria. It destroys all bacteria. The whole ideology that causes disease, no support except in Petri dishes. Sure, you take cells out of their natural environment and you put them in a Petri dish, and what's going to happen? They're going to start decaying. You put them in a fluid that makes it think and that will feed it somewhat like the bloodstream, and you will get it to maintain a life, but of what quality and what degree? What is that cell going to be able to do? It still will degenerate if you put something foreign in it. So the whole ideology that bacteria causes disease is nonsensical. Who has pets? Raise your hands. Who has pets? Who has people who know who has pets? Who knows people who have pets? Everybody, okay. How many of them go around licking each other's butts? And genitals? All the time, all day long. Do they get disease? Then why do people believe that you get disease from and urine and body waste? It is nonsensical. Yet the media up what the pharmaceutical industry says and the medical industry. Why? Because who owns those industries now? The same people who own the pharmaceutical industries. So they just advertise each other. And it's all panic, and it's all about non-truth, about what goes on in the human body. So, your feces is not supposed to be toxic. Your urine is not supposed to be toxic. It's supposed to feed soil organisms and other creatures. Insects, dogs. Dogs go around eating feces all the time. Because everything's pre-digested, and everything that they can digest, which is the final stage of digestion, for them is like icing on the cake, because it's so easy to digest, pre-digested. Amazing. Cats have a higher bacteria level than dogs, so they can eat fresher foods and have as good as digestion. Cats are one of the healthiest creatures in the world. And they're pretty friendly too. But they can be bitches too. So, the cat can pretty well take care of itself even around big dogs. Dogs don't have the same equilibrium. And they need to eat fecal matter to raise their bacteria levels. That's why you see dogs eating fecal matter. So we cannot be squeamish about waste products of the human body. The waste products that are going to be toxic are when you take drugs, when you take foods that have been highly processed with their 60,000 chemicals, and there are 60,000 chemicals that are now used in food processing. King and Queen of England, the Windsor family, which are not Windsors, don't call themselves Windsors anymore, own 70% of all the world food production. They are the biggest culprits on this planet. They also own 90% of all coal manufacturing and burning on the planet. Richest family and most powerful, ugliest family in the world. Why do you think the pound pardon? Euro descends. Euro goes down. The pound never goes down. The pound, pence, and what is it called? Sterling. They never decrease. That is the dollar, that money form that never lowers. Never has ever lowered in our recorded history. Yet all other monetary values decrease every year. Why is that? Because the king and queen run the world. That family run the world with 12, but they are the top of the line. They want you ill. And if you don't believe that, you don't believe it's a conspiracy, go back to the early 1300s when they started using coal. They convinced everybody to use coal for cooking and for heating their homes in London and Paris and everywhere. It was 1310. What happened within a few decades after that? Several decades after that? The Black Plague. What did they blame it on? Rats. Rats don't carry disease no more than any other wild animal. What caused the Black Plague was burning coal in the home. What is the problem with using coal to create energy? It releases mercury and thallium in the atmosphere. So you're cooking in your home, you're heating your house with coal. What are you releasing in your home? Mercury and thallium. Breaks down the lungs. And the Black Plague was a lung condition. Black lung, it was called. Does that sound like it comes from rats to you? No. So what did the king and queen? They knew what was happening. What did that family do? They ruled everybody had to have a chimney. Not go back to burning wood, but to keep burning coal but have a chimney. But they never admitted to their fault of the Black Plague. They still blame it on the rats. I'm going to get into that when we get into bacteria and all of that. Like I say, if you have questions or comments, save them for Q&A time. Okay. So, when we take food into the mouth, we have bacteria. We have more bacteria in the mouth than dogs and cats. We infiltrate, like I sucked the egg and then moved it around in my mouth to get the saliva, all that bacteria in there to begin the digestion. No hydrochloric acid necessary with an egg because it's already in a liquid form. Bacteria can infiltrate easily. I manipulated the slimy egg white into a thin liquid so that it would all be dispersed and free to be invaded by the digested bacteria, which again is 80 to 90% of digestion. So, the food normally goes down into the stomach after it leaves the mouth, and the hydrochloric acid is what we find in the stomach, with Campylobacter and other normal bacteria, which the pharmaceutical industry tells the health department industry, which works for those chemical industries, that Campylobacter is a disease, is a bad thing in digestion. Campylobacter is part of the stomach. Bacteria, it's a good thing. It helps digest food. So, but mainly we have hydrochloric acid, so it breaks down larger particles of what? Meat. Our hydrochloric acid is putrefactive. Putrefactive bacteria works on animal products, not on vegetables, not on fruits, not on nuts, not on grains. It can work on it, but it doesn't work on it properly or well. That hydrochloric acid, herbivores and other animals like squirrels and birds that break down grains and vegetable matter. Ours is putrefactive in nature. So we're supposed to be eating mainly animal products. Then it goes further over into the duodenum, and what do we have there? Bile digest. Fat. What kind of bile does our liver make? It makes bile to break down animal matter. Not vegetation, not vegetable oils. If it did, we could live on vegetables. But it doesn't. That's why your vegetarians are the unhealthiest people in the world. Long-term ones. And I've known only 8 people out of 2,300 who could live on a long-term vegetable diet. Vegetarian or vegan diet. And none of them did well later in their lives. One's spinal cord just started deteriorating. And at 79 years old, guess whose diet he went on? After ridiculing my diet for 12 years. He went on my diet. Cleared up his spine in a year. Now he's back to his fruitarianism. Anybody know who Wolf is? Okay. He's the raw food guru, vegan guru, right? 3 years ago, he started drinking raw milk. I told him 9 years ago, I said, hey, you're going to hit the rock wall. You don't have a system like I've seen those 8 people have. You have a system that's going to break down in 7 years. You're going to hit the wall. And you're going to be eating these foods, if you have any sense. Oh, no. You don't know what you're talking about. I've been a fruitarian. I've been a vegan. I've done all of it. And I'd worked with many people who had been vegan and vegetarians who were doing the letter of the law to make a balanced vegetarian diet. And they were all deteriorated. Their bodies were going from putrefactive to anaerobic bacteria, trying to become vegetarians. It does not happen, except on rare occasions. 8 out of 2,300 is not a good model to say, yeah, we can be vegetarians. In fact, it tells just the opposite. Pardon? Like I said, keep your questions for later, but I'll go ahead and answer that one now. They had high adrenal, thyroid, and what's the other one? Testosterone levels. Extremely high. So they could handle the toxicity that resulted from it and the damage done by a vegan diet. Also gave them a lot of energy, so they could work without having to rely upon their food as a source of energy. So they were drugged all the time with their hormones, overactive hormones. And they were all 8 of them athletes. When the food moves from the duodenum into the digestive tract, the small intestines, what is there? 10% digestive enzymes for breaking down larger particles of food to become smaller. So the 80 to 90% of digestion that is bacterial or parasitical can take place. And you have these villi, like you see in the ocean, like urchins, and these food particles pass through. They register the size and shape, how much digestive enzymes are necessary, and if they're necessary. How much bacteria, how much fluid that will incite bacterial growth to increase those populations to improve digestion. If there's anything toxic, what lymphatic or fats can they use to neutralize that? That's all registered in the small intestines. Very complex, very intelligent, natured system, as long as we follow the rules it makes. And the rules it makes, according to chemical analysis, is that we should live on animal matter 90. However, that isn't possible because we're too toxic. We need maybe 90% animal matter and some cleansing substances from fruits and vegetable juices. So all the way through the digestive tract, we secrete small amounts of hydrochloric acid and bile to make the food available for the bacteria to digest, and then we eat their waste. And if you eat blackberries, blueberries, no matter what, when the bacteria has digested it, it's milk. It's a milky substance. It's all done by the bacteria and parasites. Now, the human, like the pig, has had a long history of utilizing trichinosis as a digestive aid. How many of you heard trichinosis is a bad thing? Half, you haven't heard trichinosis? Almost everybody. She has not, fortunately. In this country, they tell you, cook your pork until it's very burned, or you'll get trichinosis and it'll kill you, or make you very sick. Years ago, Dr. Joel Weinstock of the University of Iowa, who was brought up on a farm, became a gastroenterologist and became a professor at this university, a full professor, finally started questioning medical protocol and information. And because he grew up on a farm, he looked at the pigs that were out in the slop, in all the disease and all the bacteria, eating their fecal matter and urine, getting their food in it and eating it, thriving and healthy. And yet these pigs that were in the university were sterile environment, got the most sterile, cleanest food according to science. They were sick. So being a gastroenterologist, he looked at the digestive tract and found that the only difference between them was the pigs on the farm had trichinosis. So whipworm, it's a parasite in the intestine. Finite, you can't see it unless you've got a magnifying glass. Then trichinosis from the farm animals and introduced it into the digestive tract of the animals at the university in the sterile environment. And they got well in 5 days. 5 days. So he thought, wow, this is amazing. The humans used to have, all humans, in fact, many tribes in Thailand, Cambodia, that still live in the mountains, the Chinese, all have trichinosis still. And they thrive on it well. So he got a license from the FDA to give that, to experiment with 6 people who had IBS, inflammatory bowel disease. They had to have suffered anywhere from years or beyond with failure with the medical profession's treatments and protocol for intestinal problems. They had to have failed to be a part of this, because it is a law that no doctor can recommend any alternative other than the pharmaceutical methods unless they have failed for 10 years. So you are doomed for 10 years before any medical doctor will tell you anything other than the pharmaceutical way to handle your problem. So right away, you should never, ever trust a doctor or go to seek help from a doctor. They will not help you. So this doctor, Weinstock, took 6 people who had suffered from 10 to 32 years. People who couldn't even drink water without stomach cramps, diarrhea, vomit, headaches. All suffered terribly for all these years. No matter what they ate, even water. Gave them the whipworm, the trichinosis. 6 of the 5 were well in 5 days. 5 days. They could eat everything and anything. No vomit, no diarrhea, no pain. But the trichinosis, dangerous and it's going to kill you. No, the medical profession doesn't want you to have it because it is an incredible digester of food. It can digest 100 times its weight in 24 hours. Bacteria can only do 50 times its weight in 24 hours. So you've got parasite digesting your food for you. Wow. So much quicker, so much better. One person was not affected, good or bad, he says. But he still was able to eat better. So, you've got to get rid of all of the garbage that you hear from the medical profession, distributed through all the media, no matter where it comes from. Health departments, they're all part of the medical model, which starts with the pinnacle of the pharmaceutical industry. Forget them. Don't be afraid. We need parasites. We need bacteria. A lot of the parasites they are blaming for disease and problems are eating dead tissue or damaged tissue or nearly dead tissue. So if they put in a petri dish human cells or animal cells, they're out of their proper environment. Where are they likely to go? Into decay. You put parasites in there, that's their job. To eat decaying tissue that is not where it belongs. And they say, oh, see, the parasites have taken over. And they make an animal very, very sick with all their chemicals, introduce the parasite, and of course the parasite's going to eat up this animal tissue because of animal tissue. And that's the model they show you. And they say, see, it deteriorated this person and gave him a kidney disease. But they didn't say that the chemical that they gave them caused kidney damage, cellular destruction in the kidney, that would cause these to eat away the kidney because it was all damaged tissue. If they were to feed the animal raw foods and all of that, the kidney would be restored along with the parasites eating the damaged kidney cells. But see, they never take it in that area, because they don't profit by it. There is no profit in telling you the truth, because you wouldn't be using any medical therapies. They would be obsolete. And what was that one Star Trek? Said, you guys are so barbaric, That was so true. But they go around using, ray guns to heal people. Absolute bullshit too. Everybody thinks the magic bullet. But even that keeps you in the mind that we can do it electronically. We can make people well electronically. And it is not the truth. We can help sometimes with these mechanical aids, but they will not restore tissue. They will not bring health and vitality to the cells naturally. That takes food. That's what the whole planet is about. Food. We eat on this planet. We digest things to make our bodies full and complete and energetic. So we get down to the bowel. And then what do we have? We have a different form of bacteria, but it's the same thing. We have very little hydrochloric acid in the bowel and some bile. But different bacteria is mainly what it is. Now, what do these bacteria do differently than the small intestinal bacteria? They break down the finite forms of protein and fats to feed the nervous system. So what happens with people who have bowel syndrome? Most of them are depressed, have a lot of psychological issues and problems. Anybody see me on the episode of Ripley's Believe It or Not? Eating the rotten meat?
No, I saw your doctors. When was it last year?
Yeah, well, this one was in 2001. You can find it if you go for go YouTube, Rotten Meat Eater. You'll come up with my episode. And patients on there who had suffered mass depression for years and years. The woman on there had suffered for 20 of her 47 years. 37 years. 37 years old. So she had been depressed since she was 10 years old. On 27 medications a day. 27 pills a day, 7 different psychotropic drugs daily. Couldn't get well. There is no cure with medication. Got her to eat the high meat after a year and a half on the diet, going on and off and all the psychological problems. I said, you've got to eat the high meat, just try it once. So, she called me very depressed and angry and full of anxiety this one day. And anxiety is not low bacteria. Anxiety is not exercising when you need to exercise. If you have anxiety, exercise is your tool out of it. If you have depression, psychological problems, that's low bacterial. So she called me and said, what can I do? I'm going off this diet, all of this. And I said, well, you have to try and eat the high meat. Just once, try it. Doesn't work, we'll work, keep working at the other. But I'm tired of working with you, and you keep going on and off the diet. I know it's hard for you because of your problems, but you're low in bacteria and you need to eat high meat. I'm already on this diet, so I can't eat raw meat with my friends. They think it's crazy. They think a brain fluke and be an idiot. And maybe I already am. Boom! Hung up the phone. Called a couple of hours later, saying maybe 45 minutes later, and said, okay, how do I make this high meat? And I said, well, you have to cut it up, put it in a jar, let it sit for a couple of weeks outside the refrigerator, and open it every day or two, or in the refrigerator 6 weeks. I don't have 6 weeks. I don't have 2 days to kill myself tonight. Boom. Called me back 10 minutes later. Said, do you have any? I said, no, but I have another patient who was the fellow who was on Ripley's with us. He had batches because it worked so well for him. Happy and giggling in 10 minutes. So I said, I'll have him call you. You buy some from him. So she did. So I get a call about 9:30, 10 o'clock. I ate the high meat. I'm really concerned. You need to get in touch with me right away. Every 45 minutes to an hour, she called all the way through the night. I'm not answering the phone. I listen for the changes in her voice. About 4 o'clock in the morning, 4:30 in the morning, it's, if you don't answer this phone, I'm just going to use up all of your on the phone, on your answering machine, until you answer, and then she wishes us a happy tune. I said, okay, it's time for me to answer. I said, hi. She said, hi, why didn't you answer? And I said, because you needed to get through this on your own to see that it had nothing to do with me. If I babysat you through it, you're going to depend upon me to get you through in other things. You did it on your own. You're happy. It was a happy tune. You want me to play it back? I played it back for her. And I said, when was the last time you whistled? I don't think I ever have. Whistle. There you go. It worked. She says, yeah, it does work. Okay. Well, why did it take only 10, 20 minutes for James? And I said, it didn't take you all night. You were nervous. was working right away, but you weren't going to because you were in fear. So she eats like a marble-sized amount as her medicine. And she has no side effects. She has a normal life. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay? That bacteria, so when you let meat digest on its own bacteria, or its parasites, worms, whatever, like you see me eating on Ripley's Believe It or Not, I've got parasites so you can see them, I've got maggots, I've got fungus, I've got stinky, moldy bacterial fluid, and even up to 1 year and 3 months old. And you see me eating it all.
You don't want us to do that, do you?
No, unless you're depressed. If you go around depressed, then you need some kind of meat because your intestines are not digesting it. So this way is a way to have it pre-digested for you, like yogurt or kefir. It's pre-digested meat, or rotten eggs. They stink a lot worse, though. And just remember, you always and always air the stuff outside because it will hang in your drapes, in your carpet, clothes everywhere. So eat it outside. So don't be afraid of bacteria. Don't be afraid of parasites. They are not our problem. We've been living with them for millions and millions of years. Lucy's 4 million years old. We just found some, last year they found some more human remains that were 5 million years old. So we know the humanoid's been around for years. And we all started from bacteria. Like I said, we are 2 years ago, it was we had 100 bacterial genes to every 1 human gene. Just 6 months ago, they came out with the biological evidence that there are 150 bacterial genes to every 1 human gene. Think about that. They are not our problem. They are our pet. Bacteria, nothing would happen. Digestion, it is in the body, we have to do it. What causes problems in the human body and in nature? Not in biological form on this planet. The industrial does make some industrial chemicals. Volcanoes. Volcanoes are so hot, they burn away all the alkalinizing minerals and you're left with molten metals. That's what lava is, molten potassium, magnesium, on into it, evaporated. Molten metals is what volcanoes are. So, in those environments, you will find very little life, even insect life. Plants digest rock, even ones, but there are only certain ones. If you find volcanic ash down into a powder, to most garden plants, they will die. Or and many insects will eat them. This whole about 100 years after a volcano, green life forestry thrives. I've been to over 100 locations of molten lava destruction, and let me tell you, that soil is never good. Thousands of years old, still never good plant. So it's all propaganda to accept the heat and the production of chemicals in our planet. Our body. There's no exception. Cooking your foods is an industrial process that produces toxins in the last 50 pages of my recipe book. Those create toxins that can create diseases, but they are small. There's about 5 main diseases that cooking foods without chemicals will cause. And they're mainly bone problems, some gout, especially when you're cooking meats, some joint problems, arthritis and rheumatism, and some goiter. But that's about it. 5 main diseases that humans, when they eat only meat, cooked meats, get. And that's still their normal diet. Diet is meats, animal foods. But when they cook it, they still get 5. And they're diseases. They're debilitating. How easy to walk around when you've got joint problems? How easy is it to lift or move anything when you've got joint problems? So, no cooking is favorable, but the compound disease and the extreme chronic diseases that we have today are all the result of industrial pollution, chemicals that are not bound. So, this one that we're introduced to and forced to take, vaccines. And remember, like I said earlier, you've got 5 basic ingredients in a vaccine: liquid mercury, liquid aluminum, formaldehyde, ether, detergent. Then 41 to 63 other toxic vaccines cause % of all the disease today. And yet the pharmaceutical makes trillions of dollars a year. Trillions of dollars a year. At trillions of dollars a year on vaccines worldwide. $13 trillion a year on vaccines alone. Think about that. And it's all poison. And they talk you into giving it to your children. The day they're born, they're given hepatitis B vaccine. Frightful. This is not a sane community. Any doctor with any kind of common sense get the ingredients in a vaccine and say, of 1,000 disease cells in that vaccine. And that wouldn't even take up a whole pinhead. Minute amount. Now, let's say we had 100 white blood cells. How many white blood cells would it take of those 100 to eat up those 100,000 bacterial diseases that are injected to prevent disease? 5 to 10. The idea that any disease can be caused by a few 100,000 bacteria is absurd. The idea that people get malaria from mosquitoes is absurd. The filaria, it takes a electron microscope to see filaria. The filaria is so small, it's a parasite that's smaller than a mosquito. And the mosquito doesn't give us the filaria. We give the filaria to the mosquito when it sucks up the blood. We don't get it from the mosquito. The mosquito gets it from us. The filaria is a parasite of a cell. It is part of the digestive tract and at times can be a cleanser, a janitor for a cell. When the mosquito feeds, only the female mosquito bites. And like the black widow, she's 10 times larger than the male. She doesn't eat her male after sex like the black widow does, but she does go out and suck human or any animal's blood. Now, she doesn't drink it. She takes back to her colony of little tadpoles, and she feeds the blood to them. They live on the blood. Without the animal blood, they cannot survive. So, population of mosquitoes depends upon animal blood. Not insect blood, animal blood. Vegetarian, carnivore, doesn't matter, has to be animal blood. So, mosquito does not, when it bites us, it does not damage the blood. It has to feed her young. The filaria that they get in our blood is human cellular filaria, malaria. It is not theirs, and it does not affect them. It does help pre-digest the red blood cells so that their tadpoles can eat better and quicker. It helps pre-digest the filaria. So malaria is not a bad condition. Malaria is the cleaning process and the digestive process for a human cell, blood cell. So people get sick, and the medical profession says, oh, we see lots of freed up malaria, filaria. Filaria means very, very small thread-like parasites, filaria. And they call this a malaria. Why do they call it malaria? I don't remember. It doesn't make any difference. But it is a cellular parasite that promotes the health of a red blood cell. Not part of a white blood cell, red blood cells. So when the pharmaceutical industry, a laboratory, finds freed up filaria doing their job on a whole red blood cell, they say, oh, the malaria, this filaria is destroying red blood cells. It's making you sick. It's a disease. When some kind of chemical toxin has damaged the red blood cells and caused the filaria to become janitors instead of digestive parasites. So they're always blaming swine flu, avian flu, they blame birds, they blame monkeys for AIDS, they always blame the rats for the Black Plague. It was a lung disease from coal. You have to understand how they're programming you to think that nature causes your diseases when it is man who causes the diseases with chemical poisons.
So malaria is not a infestation?
It's a breaking down of the bloodstream because of whatever you've done. Now, there was an incident in Thailand about 4 years ago where this British citizen went to Thailand and he took the malaria medication to prevent malaria. Yet it broke down his red blood cells and caused malaria. But they said he died of malaria, even though he took all the anti-malaria drugs and then took the therapy for malaria in the hospital and died in the hospital. Does that make any sense? And they say, well, the malaria drug just didn't work on him. The malaria was stronger than he was. Hello? Your white blood cells could wipe out 100,000 of them. I mean, just 2 white blood could wipe out 100,000 filaria. Malaria, filaria. 2 white blood cells. Give me a frickin' break.
Look at all the guys in the Panama Canal that succumbed to malaria.
What were they doing?
Digging trench.
Digging trenches, and what were they using?
Shovels.
They were using kerosene, diesel fuel. It was getting mixed in their food. Everything was poisonous. There was no fresh food anywhere around the canal. They didn't even let the peasants come in with their local food. Everything was brought in from cans and everything else. Everything was a packaged food, all chemically bound. Plus they had the kerosene, the petroleum, the antifreeze. All of that was just everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Because those machines were working 24 hours a day. Breaking down, needing repairs. It was a pollution mess. You know how many people died building the canal? Panama Canal? 600,000 people. 600,000 people died building the canal, and 99% of them were natives from Panama. They were even trucking them in from Costa Rica and what was the state south of Panama? Colombia. They were farming them in from everywhere because they were dying left and right. You know how many years it took to build the canal? 15. 16 actually. That killed a lot of people. That's where they got the poison in the blood. They got blood poisoning. It wasn't malaria. And all these people that say, oh, we decimated the population in Hawaii because we brought them our flus and bacteria. No, that was germ warfare. Not germ warfare, chemical warfare. Even the Egyptians used poison to poison the water springs of their opponents when they wanted to take their land. It was recorded by a British journalist in Brazil, all through the 40s and 50s. He observed it. Coca-Cola and the diamond industry and the ruby industry and the emerald industry, the jewel industries, Coca-Cola all the jewel industries and Coca-Cola hired people out of bars, hired agents to go in, and back in this time, $1,500 a week was like $20,000 a week now. They would go into these bars with people unemployed and pay them, give them machine guns and give them poisons to go out and poison all the natives. Why did they do that? Because every time they built a road, the natives would tear up the road because they were destroying their forests and their livelihood. So they went in and slaughtered them, poisoned them and murdered them with bullets and poison. Happens all the time. It's happened even, in Shakespeare talks about all the times that poisons have been used to decimate and take over land and resources of land. So look at AIDS. AIDS was created in UCLA in 1961 and 62, supposedly to cause cancer in laboratory animals to study cancer. Yet, according to Freedom of Information Act documents gotten from the military, the research was funded by the military and given directly to the military for bacterial germ warfare. So, and the other documents that a senator from Wisconsin and a lawyer from, also I think he was Wisconsin, who wrote the book Bioattack Alert, which documents it, were dead 3 months after that book was published. Now, you can't find it anywhere unless you go to that attorney's brother, who's the endocrinologist and bacteriologist who discovered that AIDS was man-made at UCLA in 61 and 62. So they decided to put it in undesirables as an experiment, and they found homosexuals as undesirables. So they studied, okay, then what are homosexuals consuming or doing that the rest of the population is not? So the only thing they found with a great ratio of consumption was hepatitis B vaccine. Because of all the drug use in the 60s, 70s, and 80s of the homosexual community, a lot of them were getting hepatitis. So the doctors were talking them in to get a hepatitis B. So they put this chemical compound in the hepatitis B vaccine and distributed it in hospitals and pharmaceuticals in Los Angeles, Houston, New York City, and San Francisco. That's why 90% of the people were homosexuals that got the AIDS, and only 10% were heterosexuals, because only 10% were getting the hepatitis B vaccine that were heterosexuals. Then what did they do? According to another British journalist, they put it in the smallpox vaccine. And what two countries, governments, gave 125 million infested smallpox vaccines to Africa? U.S. and U.K. government. They funded it. When do these governments fund anything that isn't lucrative? So what happened as a result of that? It caused 27 African countries to become bankrupt because they came in with the cure and said, oh, you've got AIDS? We've got the cure for that. We've got treatment for it. Yet all those treatments were poisonous. We're decimating populations. The governments could never repay the bill. So now the World Bank runs 27 countries in Africa for U.S. and U.K. governments. So they absorb. Chemical warfare has been going on since recorded history. And this is just another one of them. And people who are in power like that, who do that, have no morals, no scruples. They don't believe in God. They may kneel down and pray as a fraud, but it isn't here. When they can murder people, and Bush and his kneeling and all that, and then going killing all of these women and children, bombing in Iraq and Kuwait and all those other people. These are not moral people that believe in Jesus of humanity and love. That's a fraud. It's an absolute fraud. So, chemical poisons cause disease. Bacteria does not cause disease. There are bacterial janitors, there are parasitical janitors, there are fungal janitors, but they do not cause disease. If they're breaking down a human cell or an animal cell, it is because that cell is problematic from some kind of chemical exposure or damage from injury that is so great the body can't deal with it on its own. It can't do it with its lymphatic system. It needs the help of janitors in the shape of bacteria, parasites, and fungus. Like I say, keep all of your comments and questions for the end, okay? Just write them down, because they could be helpful later.
Do you have more paper?
Pardon?
More paper. We need
Okay, so then when we go to the sigmoid colon, that's where food stays, hangs up as it's called. So the body can absorb everything that every bacteria has broken down and discharged into that fecal matter. Now for some people, they hold on to that fecal matter a long time and they call it constipation. True constipation is when you've got a block in the bowel and nothing's moving through. When your body's holding up fecal matter to get everything it can out of it is not constipation. That's nutrient deficiencies. That's malnutrition. Now, because the intestines and the rest of the body use up most of the good fats throughout the small intestine, there's very little non-contaminated waste or non-contaminated food passing in the colon. So those bacteria get a very deficient meal, get very deficient meals. So for those people who have a tendency to not have bowel movements, you need to feed those E. coli and other colon bacteria through the rectum directly. They may never get a good quality fat or a good quality protein, but fat is what they need most. So what you can do is take 3 tablespoons each of butter, dairy cream, and coconut cream, and a 1/4 teaspoon of honey. Put it in a 4-ounce jelly jar and shake it. Then immerse it in a bowl of hot water. You've got a lid on that, of course. Immerse in a bowl of hot water. Uncomfortable for the hand, but won't burn it. And you let it sit for 4 to 5 minutes. And you do this before you go to sleep at night. You take a bulb syringe, you suck it up into the syringe, you go down on all fours and you bark. Bark. It's a joke. Get down on all fours and you insert it through the legs or back here, whichever way is comfortable. And then you hold that. What I suggest you do is when you're in this position and you do it either this way or this way, once you get it in there, you go down like this and you roll your belly like a belly dancer and get it to move in the ascending colon. Then you lie on your right side and bring your right leg, left, roll your belly like a belly dancer again, so it goes over to the transverse colon, and it will go down into the ascending colon too. So then that E. coli and the other colon bacteria thrive with that fresh fat. Your body won't be holding up that fecal matter until it's used up all of that fat. And it takes anywhere from 2 to 5 days. Some people it takes 7 days if they've had chronic constipation. You feel better. You feel more positive. All of the changes that go on because that bacteria to digest something, to make it thrive, and make our nervous systems thrive. So what happens if you take a colonic or a suppository from a pharmaceutical? You wash out the bacteria, you make the condition worse, you move yourself into a position of dehydrating the colon and making it a very unfriendly environment for digestion, rooting yourself into relying upon colonics or these to move after that, and plus isolating yourself into possibly depression and other psychological problems. So, not a good thing to do. Feed your body food that it was meant to eat for millions and millions of years. Our bodies, all animal bodies, were meant to eat food. And as I talked about, our systems are built for animal products. All putrefactive bacteria. Now, putrefactive is sometimes a bad word, but when it's identifying bacteria, it just means that we eat animal tissue, and that's what we digest best. Also, take herbivores. They have those who live on vegetables. They have a digestive tract 2.5 times longer than ours. It takes them 48 hours to digest vegetation, and they only digest 47 to 67%. Some, like goats, may digest 72%. And then they pass it out. In our systems, we digest 1 or 2%. That's it. Vegetation. And they say, well, cook it. It'll free it up. But what toxins remain? And the vegetable oils crystallize in the human body and cause hardening of the arteries and heart. So that's no answer either. We are not vegetarians. We are not vegans. We are not herbivores. We have a system built for digestion of animal matter, animal tissue, whether it's milk or flesh or eggs, embryos. So, now let's take a look at the glandular system and then we'll take a break. Is it about time to take a break? Have we been going an hour and 45 minutes?
3:40.
No, we haven't gone that far yet then. Okay, so take the glandular system. Okay, the brain, we have the pituitary. Now the pharmaceutical industry, the medical industry tells us regulates growth. I will agree with that. Regulates growth. The pituitary, the pineal gland, which seats right at the bottom of it, is said to be the seat of consciousness. But I don't know anybody wise enough to prove it to me. So, don't know. Now, the thyroid gland, remember I said earlier, the regulated heart, if you have a heart attack, the thyroxine levels will go sky high if you have a healthy thyroid. It's the only gland that multiplies itself. That is desperately important. This isn't one gland, it is 6. Right, left thyroid, 4 parathyroids, 2 backups on each of those. That's 6 thyroid glands. What is so important in the body that it has to have 5 backups? The heart and the lungs. What happens if you fall out of a tree and knock the wind out of you? You stop breathing and your heart stops beating. If you didn't have those thyroid glands, you would never start breathing again. Your heart wouldn't start beating again. But it does. It dumps massive amounts and you're breathing within 15, 20, 30 seconds. You want to prove that? Get a football player. Test his blood before he goes on the field and then test him after he gets hit by 8 guys on the field. Knocks him out on the ground. Knocks the wind out of him. His heart stops beating. He stops breathing. Let's say he's out for 2 minutes. He stops breathing and his heart stops beating for a whole 2 minutes. All of a sudden he's back to life. You check his thyroid levels, they will be phenomenally high. Evidence. It does not rule your hair growth or your weight. That's the pharmaceuticals' way to get every woman and man who fear hair loss and weight gain to take it. Most people are overweight, and most people have hair loss, men and women, so they believe that bull crap, and then they start taking thyroid medication. Sometimes it helps, because what is a hormone? A hormone is 60 to 80% fat, 15% protein. 15 to 20% protein. So of course, they can help the body. They can bind with toxins that cause hair loss. They can bind with toxins that cause weight gain. And excrete them out of the body, or secrete them out of the body. So, it isn't really how the body works that they're telling you. And it doesn't really stop hair loss directly. It stops the poisons that cause the hair loss. But they don't want you to know it's industrial pollution that causes your hair loss. That it's mercury, that it's thallium, that it's lead. What turns your hair gray? Aluminum. It destroys the paraminobenzoic acid. The PABA B vitamin regulates pigmentation. Aluminum completely neutralizes it. So whenever I start going gray, I have my hair checked, high in aluminum. The highest thing will be aluminum. Sometimes mercury also. If I'm losing hair along the same time as turning gray. 7, 8, 9 months ago, my hair was as gray as his on the side. Now it's back, except for here and here. Pardon?
Because you did what?
Because I dumped the aluminum, it turned gray. Then when I stopped dumping all the aluminum, my hair went back to its natural color because I eat properly. So, the thyroid takes care of heart and lungs. And we also have the tonsils. They are glands, but they are part of the lymphatic system. They guard the brain. Whenever we ingest something through the mouth, the tonsils are there to absorb from the gums, from the tongue, any poisons, and will be sent directly to the tonsils to be neutralized and dumped into the mucus for secretion out the mucous membranes, whether it's sinuses or throat. It will be dumped there. Mucus is very important for ridding the body of poison. Now, let's take a look at tonsillitis. When did tonsillitis hit?
After med school.
1950s. Started in 1950. And what was also a big disease that happened at the same time? Polio. Now, what do they have in common? Canned food. You got it. That's it. Canned food was pushed. Part of the reason for starting World War II was to bring in new ways of processing food and storing and selling food. And the Windsor family was predominantly responsible. Of course, all the others who invested in it, knew that it would cause more disease, like the Rockefellers and Rothschilds who were in the medical industry knew that it would cause more poisoning and cause more disease and they'd make more money. So they were behind the Windsor family pushing canned foods. So you got all this acidic metal poisoning damaging the tonsils. The tonsils were overloaded now with chemicals that were concentrated from the metal poisoning of cans. Plus the preservatives that they were put along with it, like formaldehyde, that they called by three different names. Like aspartame, they have 11 different names for that sweetener, and it is poisonous as a food additive. So what happens remember, most of the metallic metals in the body go where? Brain and the nervous system. So they went into the spinal cord, caused polio, degenerated the tissue. Poliomyelitis, which is a virus, is not a bacterial agent. Virus happens when you've got so much chemical poisoning that the poisoning will kill any parasite, bacteria, or fungus that eats that tissue. So they don't eat it. So the cells have to make a solvent, a soap, to dissolve these compounds that these live agents will no longer eat, to remove it and reduce it. Now, bacteria, parasites, and fungus can eat a substance and reduce it to 1 to 5% of its pre-digested size and weight. That means if it's a parasite, it can eat 100 times its weight in a 24-hour period, and it's only 1 to 5% waste product. That's a janitor I want. I only have to take the garbage out of 1 to 5 pounds instead of 100 pounds. Bacteria's very efficient. To 5% waste. Great, efficient janitor. Half of what a parasite can do, but still a great janitor. Now, fungus can break down about 25% of its waste in 24 hours. Some can do more, but it does not neutralize the toxins like bacteria, like bacteria and parasites can do. That's why whenever you have a fungus, you have itching. And if it's, a yeast infection, a vaginal yeast infection, you know how itchy that can be and maddening that can be. Or a rectal, how itchy and maddening that fungus can be. Yeasts or fungus, fungi. So that is the difference. When the tissue is so toxic, like the nervous system, the spinal cord, from all the metal poisoning, the body couldn't use bacteria, parasites, or fungus to clear that spinal cord, so it developed a solvent, which are virus. Viruses are not alive, they are soaps, they are solvents. 30 years ago, everybody knew, doctors were trained, Viruses are not alive. You never give an antibiotic for a virus because it's useless. They're not alive. But they decided they weren't making enough money. Now they start freaking people out and saying, this virus is alive, that virus is alive, and so people will take antibiotics. They realized there was a whole market there they hadn't reached, that they were isolating themselves from. So all the old doctors never believed what the new doctors were being told, but the new doctors believed it. So now we are 30 years later, and every doctor gives antibiotics for a virus. It's nonsensical, completely insane. Giving any kind of antibiotics is insane anyway, because bacteria is not our problem. Parasites aren't our problem. Fungus aren't our problem. So antibiotics are ridiculous anyway. But then to give it to something that's not even alive is even stupider. So, so we move down to the thymus. Now the thymus regulates digestion. Any chemical poisoning in there. The thymus is the only gland that is entirely white in the human body. It is almost completely fat tissue, like 90%. So if there's poisonous gets into the digestive tract, of course those concentrated fatty hormones from the thymus go right to the digestive tract and try to block it. That was way back when people were eating, let's say they would eat an ant that had eaten a particular herb that was poisonous to the human. Ant is part of that food that they ate off the ground, the meat or whatever it was. That poison would get into the body and the thymus would handle it. Very simple. But now we are so toxic, what happens when we eat a cooked meal? 1/3 of the white blood cells leave the bloodstream and invade the intestinal tract to deal with the toxicity. It's called leukocytosis. Think about that. Your white blood cells that eat poisons in the bloodstream to keep it clean are leaving the bloodstream to go into the digestive tract. That is pretty bizarre. Yet, if you eat a cooked meal with even one raw food at that meal, leukocytosis doesn't happen. There's enough alkalinity to neutralize some of that toxicity. However, it's better not to eat any cooked food unless it's for a particular medicinal reason. So, then we go down to, I count the pancreas as a gland, and it is both a gland and an organ. It does secrete insulin right into the bloodstream, but it also does many, many other things. Since humans weren't normally grain eaters or any high starch eaters, even roots, we lived on meats and were just animal matter, we didn't have to make insulin. Insulin was a remote production of the pancreas. So what did the pancreas do? The pancreas analyzes all the food that goes into the mouth. Enzymes go down, juices go down to the pancreas. Pancreas registers them. Even if it's a tomato from the same vine, it will analyze each one differently because everything is different. You come from the same mother and father as your brother or sister, yet you're chemically different. Every food, even if it comes from the same tree or plant, is different. So it has to be figured differently how it's going to be formed and utilized in the human body. The pancreas is the architect for that. It decides how it's going to be used, how it's going to be reformed in the human body. Plus, when you eat cooked foods, it will send out a hormone that goes out like thugs, like mafia, and goes around saying to every cell, I need some of your enzymes, your vitamins, your proteins, your fats, everything that's pure. We need to take it into the intestines to handle this garbage that comes from a junk yard. And basically, you leach out nutrients out of every cell in your body to make use of this junkyard material. I mean, how many of you go to a junkyard to get your material for your car? But you do it for your human body every time you eat a cooked food. You're going into a junkyard because you burn those nutrients. And people say to me, oh, what if I just sear it for 30 seconds on each side? Give me your hand, let me sear it for 30 seconds on each side, and you tell me whether that's a good thing or not. Now think about the destruction of the tissue. We are meant to handle live substances easily. We have 32 toxins that form from cooked fats, from cooked carbohydrates, from cooked proteins. The main three are lipid peroxides with fat, heterocyclic amines with proteins, and acrylamides with high carbohydrate foods. Three main ones, and they are all three identified as carcinogens. Think about that. Shall we go out and stand in the rain? Yeah. I do in the tropics. I just go out and enjoy it, take a walk in it. But it dries quickly there. Then we have so the pancreas does all of that. Now, Lucy's pancreas 4 million years ago was 2.5 times smaller than ours. She didn't live on carbs. She didn't eat nuts and stuff like that. She lived on meat.
Who is Lucy?
Lucy was the old, up until 2 years ago, was the oldest living humanoid remains found. She was 3.9 million years old, 4 million. Now there have been some that are 5 million discovered 2 years ago. And they're just like Lucy. Mm-hmm. Animal, flesh eaters, raw flesh eaters. Pancreas is 2.5 times smaller. So our pancreases have gotten larger and larger and larger to deal with all this carbohydrate consumption of grains that started back in China and Egypt, thousands and thousands of years ago. In China for at least 8,000 years ago. In Egypt for at least 9,000 years ago. So our pancreas have grown 2.5 times that in that short period of time to try to adjust to a very foreign diet. And we have not done it well. All animals live 7 times the time that it takes them to complete maturation. For us, for a cow, that's 2 years. So they live 14 years or longer, just about. We should be living to 47 years or longer. Yet we're dying at 60 years old. Average is 60 years old. All the nonsense you hear that we've doubled that, the death rate, 50 and 100 years ago was 3742. Absolute malarkey. That was in cosmopolitan cities where there was heavy pollution. There was smog everywhere. People were making things. They were burning coal, doing all kinds of polluting things to cause problems. It wasn't because of diet. Diet would have helped them get through it with less disease. That's what they're saying, yes. And it's a complete lie. It's propaganda. Absolute fraudulent propaganda. So, then we have even though the liver does not secrete anything directly into the bloodstream, I still count it as a gland. It makes the bile with the gallbladder, delivers right into the bloodstream or digestive tract. That liver makes bile. That is its only job, is to make bile to digest fats. It can make 60 varieties of bile to make 60 varieties of cholesterol to handle 60 problems. A third of them will be energy, and we get our greatest energy from fats. Another to soothe and protect the body, and then another third for cleansing. And what are all soaps made of? Fats. Fats. Most soaps are made from petroleum fats. Used to be, 100 years ago, 99% of all soaps were made from coconut. Not coconut oil, but coconut cream. Because in a coconut, there are 92 to 93% of the fats in a coconut are water soluble. Only 7 to 8% of the fats in coconut are oil soluble. So that water soluble fat was a great cleanser. It fermented, so alcohols would naturally be produced in it. You can't get oils to ferment. So coconut was the greatest soap in the world. That's what I use. I use coconut cream as my soap. I don't use anything else.
What is coconut cream then?
Pardon?
What is coconut cream? Is that,
When you juice the meat of the coconut.
is that without the oil soluble portion?
No, the oil soluble's in it.
Yeah. You just
They're together. Yeah. So I let mine ferment, and then I use it to clean the body and my hair, everything.
15 minutes.
Okay. 15 more minutes? Okay. So, the liver is responsible for making the nutrients that digest fats, break them down so bacteria can eat them, and then their waste is our food. And those are fatty substances. Those are esters, as you would have them if you talked in chemistry language. So, they are the most important nutrients for the body because they do all of those myriad of things. Our greatest energy comes from fats. Fats give us 2.5 times more energy than carbohydrates and proteins. If you want to prove that, look at your weightlifters. You ever seen a skinny weightlifter? Ever seen a skinny wrestler? Nope. They have to have tremendous amounts of fat to be strong. Arnold Schwarzenegger, in between his when he exhibit as a bodybuilder, he sucked fat down all the time. Raw milk, raw cream, raw eggs, galore. That's normal for Austrian athletes. They eat raw meat. They eat raw dairy to build themselves. So he would do that, and then about 3 weeks before he would go into competition, he would stop eating fats and only eat proteins, lose all that outer fat, yet hold all that muscle. If he continued for another 2 months, he would start losing the muscle. So you knew just how to time it. But he went from lifting 470 pounds to lifting 270 pounds in that 3-week period. The amount of power that he lost with that loss of fat was tremendous. So, fat is your most important nutrient for your greatest amount of energy. Fat is so, so important. And it is so protective. Let me get back to the digestive tract. So, the glandular and organ system. So then we have the gallbladder, which holds the bile. Now, why do we need an excess of bile? Why can't we just let the liver manufacture it and dump it into the duodenum? Why do we need a storage of bile that can digest 50 pounds of fat in a couple, 10, 12 hours? Because when we used to be hunters, what did the hunters do? They always ate all the fat first, because it was nice and tasty, and it stops digesting well once it starts becoming air dried. It's very difficult. It creates a sealing on it, almost like plastic. Very hard for us to break down. It takes or like a dog or a cat to break it down with concentrations of hydrochloric acid. So they would eat 5-10 pounds of fat in a 24-hour period. With that gallbladder reserve of bile, easy to digest. If you didn't have that, what would happen if you ate all that fat? You'd have diarrhea and vomit, mostly diarrhea. If you have diarrhea after eating a lot of raw fat, you're not producing bile. And you have to start eating liver, lots of liver to help build the liver to start creating the proper bile. Okay, right next to the pancreas, we have the spleen. Now, what does the spleen do? Spleen merely holds excess red blood cells. Why do we have excess red blood cells? Well, let's say you fall out of a tree. On the way down, you hit a branch that's sharp and you cut your jugular vein. You lose 2 cups of blood. You will then be anemic for how long? 60 to 90 days to replace 2 cups of blood. 60 to 90 days. And that's manufactured in your bone marrow. Red and white blood cells breed, divide in your bone marrow. They mature in your bone marrow, and then when they're mature, they enter the bloodstream. Sometimes if you have a very toxic condition in the bone marrow, the red and white blood cells can be sent to the spleen for maturing. But normally, what the spleen does, it holds a reserve in case you get a cut and you bleed. If you're anemic, you're dinner for some wild cat or bear or something like that, or dinosaur. You're dinner. When the spleen, as soon as you clot, the spleen will start dumping the red blood cells into the bloodstream, and guess what? You're no longer anemic in hours. You can run, you can climb, you can do anything you could do before. Your body's going to spend another 40 to 60 days manufacturing a lot of red blood cells to replace those missing. And you may have trouble heating and cooling the body for 40 to 60 days, but you will survive and live. The spleen will help you cool and heat the body. If you get cold, the body can dump a whole cup and a half of red blood cells into the bloodstream. Thicken the blood and you're warm. It can also cool the body by pulling 2 cups of red blood cells out of the bloodstream, and your blood is cool. Your whole body's cooler. And it works in conjunction with the kidney. Kidney will get rid of a lot of excess water to thicken the blood. When you're cold, you notice that when you're cold, you pee a lot. When you're hot, you don't. Because your body will retain the water to cool the body, the fluids, and to warm it, it'll get rid of them. So that's the purpose of the kidneys, to help regulate body temperature. Now, why does it produce ammonia, the kidneys? Because ammonia isolates and filters out the red and white blood cells from being secreted with the urine. If you urinated your red and white blood cells out, your urine would be the color of blood, and you'd be anemic. So the job of the kidney is to remove the red and white blood cells from the blood serum and allow everything else to flow out. So your urine is nothing other than your blood fluid without the red and white blood cells. You may have a few red and white blood cells in there, but it removes most of it, 99% of it, with the ammonia in there. So the urine is a healthy thing. It's just blood with a little extra ammonia in it.
Where did the ammonia come from?
The kidney. Kidney makes it, produces it. Just like the liver produces bile, the kidneys make ammonia.
And that pushes the blood cells out of the...
No, it causes the red blood cells not to enter the red and white blood cells not to enter the kidney. Keeps them from entering. Only the rest of the fluid in the bloodstream enters the kidney. It's like a repulsion. It's like taking the negative part of a magnet and putting it against the negative part of a magnet. They repel each other. So that's what ammonia does. That's a property of ammonia. So it can isolate. They use ammonia to extract and isolate things in a chemistry lab.
Seems like a strange picture.
Pardon?
It seems like a strange picture. Where does it throw as the blood's ready to go into the kidney for splitting out the urea and
Yeah.
stuff?
The red and white blood cells don't pass in. It just keeps circulating with the blood. And only fluid leaves that bloodstream. Anyway, that's a heavy physiology course you want. Go take that. Then the bladder. We have a bladder. Now, why do we have a bladder? Pee on yourself. Constantly. All over yourself all day long, all night long. So you have a bladder to hold it, and when there's a cup up to a pint of urine, then you go to the toilet. If you've got a strong bladder, you go whole. If you don't have a strong bladder, you'll go with a half a cup or a whole cup. Depends upon the strength and health of your bladder. Then we have the adrenals on top of the kidneys. Those are adrenal glands. I should have talked about those when I was up with the endocrine glands. The adrenals are for fight and flight. Fight or flight. Or both. All endocrine gland activity is for emergency purposes. We should not register. If we were healthy, we wouldn't register all these hormones except for trace amounts. The pituitary is supposed to kick in when there's been a volcano, an earthquake, a fire, something like that has decimated the food source for a particular animal. So the offspring will not grow if they don't get their proper food. So what happens? The pituitary kicks in and secretes growth hormones in that emergency situation. So the offspring, at least for 2 generations, will still grow to the normal size. Not their normal strength, but to their normal size. The thyroid, when we have an injury to the lungs or heart, that kicks in. When we have an injury to the body, the adrenal glands kick in. Or a threat to the body, the adrenal glands kick in. Then the gonads. When we are so frustrated with our reality, we need a sexual release, we have the emergency of sex. I just made that up. So that's for pleasure. Always emergency for procreation or whatever, the gonads. And there's a backup for each one of those. The only other place we have backups. So basically the body functions very easily and very well when fed properly and it's healthy. Very simple. You will have myriads of energy. Everything will work fine. But since you're in the state that you are, of mostly toxic substances, processed cooked foods, 60,000 chemicals in your body, a lot of medical garbage injected into you, you are not a healthy creature. So how long does it take to clear all that out of the body? According to Dr. Howell and Pottinger's work, it takes 5 generations. With animals, 5 generations of animals. That means your offspring's 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 offspring will be optimally healthy. But if you look at it from the standpoint of cellular generations, it takes us 7 to 7.5 years to replace every cell in the body one time. To the bone. So that means almost 40 years to get rid of all the toxins in the body. I consider myself going on to the perfect diet in December of '82 when I started eating raw meats daily, twice daily. So I don't even have 40 years in yet. And I was getting healthier and healthier. And then 2 years ago I was abducted after speaking against the swine flu vaccine and causing a whole shattering of that marketing. And it went all over the world. That radio show that I did, and I said the only way you can get the swine flu is you to get the swine flu vaccine. And a rap group in England picked it up from that radio broadcast, and they made it into a $1 million video, 7.5 minutes long. And they've got my voice in there several times. And they've got children being injected and all this stuff. I mean, to put this movie together, the 7.5 minute movie, with their rap song, Just Say No to the Vaccine, was so I got enormous death threats for 4.5 weeks after that. I left the country. 6 weeks after that, I was abducted in a hotel room and given 3 injections in my arm. So, and I blistered out with sores like this all over the body. And that's cancer. Whatever they gave me produced cancer. So I had them for the first 10 weeks. This was one, all of these, all over the body. I've got them all over my back, everywhere. They injected me with the intent to give me so-called, swine flu. Say, see, he got the swine flu. But I woke up when they had abducted me. It was in the middle of the night in the Philippines in a hotel room, pretty good hotel too. And I woke up and I'm halfway sitting up, cloth is falling off my face, and 2 Anglo-Saxon, Caucasian idiots were standing up above, looked like bruisers, typical CIA-looking guys, as they were typecast by Oliver Stone. And they were shocked that I was sitting up. And I didn't know quite where I was at the moment, for the moment. And I felt something in my arm. I looked down, hypodermics hanging from my arm. And the guy had let go of it. And there were 2 other hypodermics on the bed. There were more, that they had too. But and they, with one guy to my right, grabbed the cloth, put it back over my face, pushed my body down, and I was out in split second and a half at the most. It had no odor. I know what ether smells like. I know what chloroform smells like. This was odorless, and it had me out 12 times faster than ether. Usually under ether, when I was a child and up until when I had my stomach surgery, it took 12 seconds for me to go under. With that, I was under in second and a half. So when I awakened, I thought it was a bad dream until I started to move. And then I was sore and achy all over. I had gone back and all the way back in time to when I was a sickly child again. And there were 3 big bumps. You can see the scar still from the injections. And they were bubbled up. So within about 10 hours, I had huge sores that were causing big. And these were huge like that, just oozing and popping out all over. So it looks like I came out of the war with shrapnel. So all over here, my neck, my arms, everywhere. And then it went down into my legs, mainly my right legs. And that went on for about 3 months. And I didn't know if I was going to live or die because all I had to do was stand and I would just almost pass out. So I went and I looked for shark or stingray, because as they get old, as they start decaying, there's a lot of ammonia. And ammonia can isolate chemical poisons and help free it from the body. So I found some stingray and ate it to the point of almost vomiting and getting sick, because you can die from ammonia poisoning even. So I was one or the other. I had to work to get it out of the system. But every April, this swine flu thing happened. So this came out that first week in April. It started again. This whole foot had these all over it. Then it went to this foot, up this leg, and down, and over to this foot again. It's the only one left. But it's taking, that's 3 weeks old right there.
If you had a normal diet, you would have died?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I caught them, so I let certain people know about it in case anything happened to me. They would know how to check my blood and the damage to the body to prove that I was injected, so they couldn't use it. I was very careful. Anytime I took a plane flight, nobody knew. Stop using my cell phone, stop using my credit card. Nobody knew where I was coming or going. So I figured they would, because in a lot of when you walk in the airport, they've got a camera there, and they just see any fever, and they'll quarantine you. Yep. Taiwan, Philippines, some areas in Thailand, Cambodia, all of those, Japan, all of them were like that. So, I had to make sure that I had no fever when I went through. So I carried an ice pack, and I would put it on my neck before I left, the airplane. So when I walked through, I didn't radiate heat, and I stayed away from it, because all they had to do was grab me and say, see, he's got the swine flu. He got swine flu. Out of the 225 million swine flu vaccines they produced, you know how many were purchased and used? 6 million. 6 million. Only 6 million were taken over the whole planet. And they created 225 million vaccines. So I destroyed their market. The reason that happens is because I went through the swine flu fiasco of 1976. I was with Ida Honoroff and Dr. McBean, who proved that the swine flu was a hoax, that the swine flu would create a lot of damage. Now, if you go to the CDC and ask them how many people died from the swine flu vaccine, they'll say 46. Absolute lie. Rewrote history. 2,300 people died in the first 6 weeks, documented by McBean and Ida Honoroff, the consumer advocate of the time. So again, they lied, preparing for it to come this time. What did the government pay? $8 billion this time. $8 billion for the swine flu. Our government paid to have that, to give that to you. And who was our vice president? Cheney. Invested in the pharmaceutical industry, the industry that made the swine flu. In 1976, who was our vice president? Rockefeller, owner of 5 pharmaceutical houses. So you see how it all works. These people want to make money and do harm. Period. Okay, so we're going to wind it up now. So the basic organs, of course, the penis or, clitoris is the channel for to stream out the waste, and the rectum is to channel the fecal matter out a certain shape and form. So that's the body. The bones, you know what they're for. They're so we can lift things, we can do acrobatics, we can do all kinds of things that other animals can't do. And of course the muscles on the bone allow us to have the power to do that. So that's the whole body, very simple, nothing to be afraid of. So when the medical terror strikes, don't fall for it. It is all fraud, propaganda. Fraudulent propaganda. Okay? So we're going to take a break now. About the body, you won't be afraid of it now. Except for one thing I forgot to talk about was the appendix. I don't have one, so I don't talk about it. Appendix is a very important organ and gland. What it does is it is a library for everything every foreign substance that has ever entered the body. And what to do with it. If you don't have a pancreas, it can take 36, 48 hours for your body to decide what to do about it after it reanalyzes everything. It has to analyze it every time it enters the body. If you have a pancreas, within 20, 40 minutes of that substance getting into the body, it can be neutralized depending upon the quantity. So, the appendix. So the appendix is a very important gland organ.
Substances like what, for example?
Anything. Let's say you took a poison mushroom. You ate a toxic food. Let's say you ate an oyster grown up around a nuclear plant. The contamination that came in with that oyster would have certain properties, and you would have to detoxify it in a certain way. The appendix would know how to address that if you ever ate it again. If you got a snake or an insect and you had an allergic reaction to it, and how the body addressed it over that time would be recorded in the appendix, so that the next time it happened, you would know how to react with it within 20, 40 minutes. Would be handled.
What does it do? Put out a messenger saying, does it?
Yeah, and it sends out different messengers to the pancreas and liver, other parts of the body.
Does this have anything to do with allergies, or is this a completely different subject?
Well, it depends. If the allergy, let's say you're inhaling something that causes a problem that gets into the blood, then of course it would have to be addressed in that way. But allergies are mainly from not producing proper mucus. See, mucus is like many layers of material overlapping each other. You can have 11 to 15 layers. If your protein if you're not getting the proper proteins or not assimilating, utilizing them properly, the weave can be very separated. So particles can pass through, and you may only have 3, 5 layers. So your own digestive acids and other particles will pass through the mucus and then enter your mucous membranes. Then you have allergic reaction. But that kind of allergy, particle allergy, is always related to poor mucus formation in the sinuses or in the throat or in the lungs or in the bronchioles.
The mucus, does that go back to the industrial poisons?
And diet. You can be on a poor diet. That, of course, that's industrial poison. Cooking is an industrial poison. So. But it's not necessarily one of the 60,000 chemicals. It does cause chemical reactions, and of course those chemicals are different than in raw food. So I would have to say yes, it's industrial chemical, but even though it's isolated to just cooked foods or a lack of proper foods to be able to produce mucus. And normally a person may be able to produce mucus even on a cooked diet, but then if they get exposed to a certain chemical, have a certain medication, it can break that down entirely, and then they will no longer make proper mucus. So there are many ways it can happen.
Making proper mucus and this matter of proper diet with a little bit of fat?
Fat and protein together. Milkshakes are the best way to produce good mucus. When anybody comes to me with allergies, I say eat 2 to 3 milkshakes a day. Egg, milk, cream, and honey.
And dry milk and vanilla flavor.
Okay, so I talked a little about fats and how important they are, and different fats have different functions. Avocado is a good fat, but it will be mainly used as a detoxifier, as a solvent to dissolve certain kinds of compounds in the body that bacteria and parasites and fungus can't handle. Or it will be used as a fuel to produce energy. It will never strengthen and soothe the body other than allaying poisons that may be irritating the body. But it cannot directly soothe the tissue, let's say like raw cream can. Now, raw cream soothes the body in all ways and more than any other fat. It is the only fat that can absolutely calm and sedate and nutrify the nervous system and brain. Butter is the best all-around fat on the planet for humans. It requires only about 2/3 of the types of bile to utilize it, whereas cream, you need all 60 varieties of bile to digest cream. The butter can be used for any part of the body and will soothe any part of the body, bones, organs, glands, muscles, cartilage, everything but the brain and nervous system, absolutely. It will help the brain and nervous system, but not like the cream will. And cream, raw cream, is the only one that can do it, whether it's in the milk or in addition to cream in addition to the milk. A lot of people who have a lot of nervous conditions should drink a lot of cream, sip on it constantly to fulfill their nutrient needs in the brain and nervous system. It even helps the myelin. Fish can build the myelin faster, but cream will sedate it and strengthen it and soothe it better than fish will. Now, cheese. Now, every form of dairy in any way is that Michael? Every type of dairy fat has a different medicinal property or a different health-giving property. Just remember, raw dairy never goes bad. It just turns into cheese the older it gets. When it's, kefir, yogurt, it's pre-digested. When it's rotting and stinking like German cheeses, it's ultra-digested. And it's funny, it doesn't produce the same kind of body odors that you would think that it might. It might create some bad breath for an hour or two, but it won't cause the body odor that you think it might, as stinky as it is. But it creates a lot of great health, because if you're eating something that is already pre-digested, your body has to do very little work to have its own bacteria go in and eat that bacteria, plus the waste of that bacteria, then to have it absorbed into our bodies is very rapid. It's like, taking the high meats and the high eggs and giving it to somebody who's depressed, and chronically depressed, and they'll be giggling in 10 to 20 minutes. You have to understand that there's a factual reality to that. It's not la-la land. These bacteria are preferable. Degenerated, decaying food is preferable to non, especially if you're not healthy. You need the help. Most people don't digest well. Most people, intestinal bacteria is poor because of sugar and all the other chemical additives that there are. So, rotten food, raw rotten food is good. Stinks like hell. It may not taste so good. Remember, keep your comments and everything for afterward. I let people do that in New York City once, and we didn't get out till 1 o'clock in the morning. So, better not. Okay? In an egg, if you want to make a rotten egg quickly rot. Just take the rounded edge of a spoon and keep tapping on it until you hear a very faint crack, like that. And then it's cracked, and you do it maybe on all sides, all portions of it. And then let it sit for 2 to 5 weeks outside in the sun, and you will have a rotten egg in 2 weeks very quickly. And it may even be black and stink terribly. But the high and the strength and the clarity that comes from it is outstanding. I can get that from a raw egg, within a few minutes. And it'll be long-lasting for me. But there was a time, years and years ago when it took a rotten egg pre-digestion because I didn't have the digestive tract to do it. It's poison mushroom. So for those who suffer any kind of psychological problem other than anxiety, that's lack of exercise, then, rotten raw food is a quick way out of your problem, and it only takes a little bit. However, I have one fellow who I saw, and he was like 38 years old. He became a landscape artist because he hated people. And he got on the diet, and like the woman, he was on and off it. And I said, listen, Seth, you've really got to try to eat the high meat. So he did. He ate the high meat. Now he only eats high meat. He eats 2 pounds a day. He's about 6'1". He's a bear of a guy, and probably the most, was the most cynical person I'd ever met. And after, a few months of eating that, he had 3 10 girlfriends, and he's about a 6, in the looks department. But he had 3 10-looking girlfriends at the next workshop, and he had them all 3 together. You have to, and he became funny, a great personality, and just a wonderful person. And that's what he does. He only eats rotten meat. And his breath is only bad for like 40 minutes after. And that's it. Pardon? This guy loves to comment. So, high meat, you can get beyond it. It really works if you need it. No matter what problem you have, it'll increase your health. But depression is the one I say you have to do it. It's a must if you want to get out of that state quickly. Pardon? It's up to you. You do it as you need it. I know some people that only eat it once a week, once a month, and that resolves their problem. Maybe at first they had, a marble sized every day for maybe 2 months, and then after that, once every 3 days, once a week, once a month, depending upon the person's need. As you get healthier and you eat better, of course you're going to start building that bacteria in your colon and intestines. So whenever I have marinated chicken, with olive oil, I start that little hiccup type of thing. So without that surgery, it just causes that problem. So if I do that once in a while, you understand what it is.
You're saying as much as you need. Can you do more than is beneficial?
Like I say, that guy eats 2 pounds a day, and let me tell you, he gets nothing but funnier and better. So I don't think there's any limit. And I've eaten tremendous amounts, and have never reached a toxic level. Never has caused me vomit or diarrhea.
More better.
I would say yes. Okay, so cheese. There are 2 ways that it can be very helpful. Unsalted raw cheese by itself will act as a vacuum and a sponge. It'll pull poisons out of the neurological blood and lymphatic system as those networks pass through the intestinal tract. The cheese will actually attract poisons out of those 3 fluid systems, hold on to them, and then pass them out in the feces without digestion. If you eat cooked cheese, pasteurized cheese from pasteurized dairy, or salted raw cheese, or pasteurized cheese with salt in it, you will redigest the poisons along with the cheese. I've only seen in my fecal analysis that raw no-salt cheese will pass through without absorption with tons of poisons. And I mean the amount of poisons that it can hold is substantial. Normally I expect about 200 fat molecules to bind with 1 molecule of mercury, 2 molecules of mercury. And that's how many fats I will find around. But in cheese, the raw no-salt cheese, I will find somewhere around 50 fat molecules, around 5 molecules of mercury. Big difference. You're not using so many fats and nutrients in the body to bind with these poisons. And normally in the blood, it takes 50 to 200 fat cells, or fatty molecules, to bind with 1 molecule of mercury. Mercury is that toxic. So cheese is a great benefit. Many poisons will store in the stomach lining. Now the stomach lining produces hydrochloric acid. And that hydrochloric acid can dissolve bone and hair. Yet it doesn't dissolve its own wall, intestinal wall. So that is our most resilient cellular cells, is the stomach lining. So the body will store intense poisons in that stomach lining, like vaccines. So people, almost 95% of the people that I see iridologically, those toxins from vaccines are stored in their stomach lining. Every time they eat, it dumps into their food. A little bit of poison at a time. Gets absorbed into the intestinal tract, tattoos it, poisons it, makes it difficult for the intestines to make hydrochloric acid and the other digestive enzymes, and it makes a bad environment for the bacteria to thrive. So eating cheese, some people are so toxic, like metal workers and chemists. I will have them eating a piece of cheese every 15 to 20 minutes just to have a train of it going through at all their waking hours, collecting poisons. And they have to eat that cheese 10 minutes before they eat anything. I recommend that everybody have at least half a teaspoon of cheese, which is the size of a sugar cube, every hour minimum. For years to get that stuff out of the body. The people who've done that and taking hot baths will increase your detoxification and healing up to 5 times faster. Now, I followed the slow road for a lot of years, but in the last 8 years, I've seen what I can to help speed it. And the people who will do the experiments that I say have incredible benefits. Phenomenal. And those two are the most marked therapies that you can do. Eating cheese frequently and taking those hot baths daily. And now, if you have a tendency toward constipation or dryness of fecal matter from eating that much cheese, you make sure you do that suppository that I said with the cream, the butter, and the coconut cream and the honey. Put it up in there, and then your body won't hold on to it. It'll be very hard for your body to get a lot of fats from the cheese when they've already bound with poison. Then those bacteria in the colon are going to have much more difficulty getting fats because that cheese is always going to be there, binding with other foods. So if you have that kind of difficulty with moving the bowels when you're eating a lot of cheese, you do that suppository, and that will take care of it. I can eat cheese all day long and it doesn't affect me now. Since I got a tapeworm, and it took me 30 years to produce a parasite. I've eaten parasites galore, food that was infested with parasites, salmon that had so many pinworms in it that, it was undulating. Still didn't get any. I had my feces and urine and blood checked for 10 weeks once a day, once a week for 10 weeks. Never got a parasite. And so I worked very hard to get that parasite, that tapeworm. And that was from eating a lot of sugars, and I knew that I had eaten a lot, and they were part of my intestinal walls. So I took the maca root from South America and fermented it in milk for 3 weeks. And let me tell you, when I popped it to smell it, I didn't even have to put my nose over it, but I did, and I whipped it. And I got so much alcohol from it, I had a headache for 8 hours from it. That's how fermented it got. So I knew this carbohydrate is really broken down. If anything's going to, invite a parasite, this will do it. So I drank 3 cups of the 4 cups, all in one day, which wasn't very wise, but I did. And I was getting on a plane to Vietnam a few days later, and it caused hives. I mean, I had hives this high all over my kidneys and my intestines and down my thighs and some up on my chest and breast area, my armpits. So I had taken a cooler with cold tomato slices and cold cucumber slices and rubbing those on every hour I go into the toilet in the plane and rub it on those. It would soothe it for an hour, and then I'd be back in there doing it again. Finally, we got to Vietnam. I got in a bathtub and, put all the tomato and the vinegar in there and had that, and that soothed it for 5 to 8 hours so I could sleep. But I had to deal with that for about 3 days. And within about 7 days of taking that, I saw a little noodle come, floating in the toilet. I said, I've got a tapeworm. Because a tapeworm is not one worm. It's these little, rectangular parasites that are just the shape of a, rectangular noodle. And they group together as a colony. So there are many organisms making up one particular, individual tapeworm. So I was so excited and happy. I thought, what is the result of this one going to be? And I know that tapeworms only exist in third world countries, mostly in children who are given care packages. Care packages when you donate to these people who feed these, children across the world. These companies are formed by cereal companies and other food companies as a way to buy their products that they can't sell, so lose money on them, pay for them. You buy them, you pay for them to be purchased from these companies like Purina and Kellogg's and all those, and you buy their discarded or poorly developed cereals and powdered milk, and that goes to these people, and they're fed these intense carbohydrate, and then powder, which has value. So that's what they feed these children, and they get tapeworms. Now, the tapeworm is not a bad guy. It's there eating up the excess carbohydrate so it doesn't overpower the system and create a coma, like insulin shock, or sugar shock to a diabetic. So that's what would happen if you didn't have the tapeworm. So I thought, oh man, I'm going to finally clean up my intestines. I suffered so-called constipation all of my life. I went every 5 to 7 days. And that started, I can't remember, 2 years old, 1.5, something like that. And every time I had a bowel movement, that fecal matter was bigger than my fist. It was just as rough as granite. And ripped my rectum every time I went to for hours. So by the time I was 20 years old, I was 1.5 inches scar tissue thick at the all the way around. So every time I moved, I bled, period, just ripped. There was no elasticity to it. So this continued, even though I was on a raw diet and everything, even though I may, have several bowel movements a day or just one. Come up with the suppository formula before that. And this after that tapeworm, I had it for about 6 weeks. I got and I ate it like an apple. Who eats onions like an apple? Eat any vomit to think about eating another bite. Area. The toilet. I was in a hotel room in Vietnam. $11 a day. Everything is gorgeous. Measured it, and it shrinks very quick. So it took me about 45 minutes to get it laid out, 30 minutes, and then or 10 minutes, so or 15 minutes, and it was about 47 feet. So it shrunk probably 3 feet in that time it took me to measure it. So it was about 50 feet. And I was so sad, I was so upset, I didn't know what the result was going to be, And then days later I saw another section, I said, I didn't evacuate it entirely. And then about 6 weeks later, I just had a poop, and there another 55 feet came out. I measured it. And then I never had constipation again. I can eat cheese all day long and still have a nice, clean, easy bowel. The tapeworm went in there and ate some kind of, probably ate my intestinal cells that were still made of high carbohydrates. Maybe just the scar tissue that prevented my body from having proper mucus. There could have been many things that it did, but it certainly relieved the problem. Yeah, that's it. Gone. And, people just cannot panic. That's it. They just have to eat properly, take care of their bodies, and everything will work out wonderfully. Or work in wonderfully. So, again, don't panic. So, there are different ways that the cheese, when you eat it by itself, as long as it's raw and no salt, it will move poisons out of your body.
I don't know if it's fresh or aged.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
If it's very hard cheese, like really dried hard cheese, too much of it, and it's not going to work very well, because then it's like a sealed cell. When you eat honey with cheese directly with it, then it becomes a mineral supplement. Mineral supplement. Now, you can't digest your minerals without proper fats. So the fats get digested also with the minerals. But the fats usually are utilized to digest and process the minerals. So the fats are utilized to process and digest and utilize the minerals. So when you eat cheese and honey together, it is a mineral supplement. Okay? So dairy, when it's spoiled, kefir, yogurt, no matter what it is, it digests better. Now, there's a problem if you get too clean. I was in Washington, D.C. in 2007 lobbying for raw milk. Ron Paul, raw milk bill, so we worked on it for several months and got the raw milk bill done. But then there was a change in offices, so he just wrote another raw milk bill, and it's out. So we want to vote for it. We want to call our senators and Congress people and get it moved through, approved, and then we'll shoot offices they want to veto it. That's what happened in California. We got all but 2 of the 300 senators and assembly of California to approve the raw milk bill. And then Schwarzenegger, who lived on raw milk when he was working out, vetoed it. So, he works for the big boys, and he's a Nazi. And he believes that, certain people should be exterminated. And just like his father. So, we have to push those things through when we can. Anyway, when I was in Washington, D.C., 2007 lobbying, one of the volunteers that came with us, Right to Choose Healthy Food, was a raw food chef who had been on the diet for several years, primal diet for several years. So he came and prepared our food, plus helped with, lobbying. Doing faxes and stuff like that to senators and House, getting interviews. And he always made kefir. We never had any fresh milk. Well, I started getting immense swelling in my ankles and feet. Because normally I'd eat kefir maybe 2-3 days a week, and the rest was room temperature milk that sat out for 24 hours, but not in kefir form. So I found that the high alcohol content in kefir can cause problems if you have too much and you're too clean. Alcohols are used with fats to make solvents to clean the body. I was too clean to have it every day, and that's the only milk that I had was kefir. So as soon as I started drinking maybe a cup of kefir daily, and the other quart and a half that I drink 2 quarts of milk daily. If I reduce it to only 1-2 cups of kefir, then I have no swelling and no problems. So if you find you're eating kefir for years and years and it's good for you, then if you start having excess swelling that's repeated in the feet, in the ankles, in the legs, calves, thighs, then stop the kefir for 4 or 5 days and see if the swelling disappears. Then resume the kefir and see if it begins within 10 days. If it does, you know that you're getting too much alcohol for your system at that time, so you need to reduce it. So level. It may be 1 to 3 cups a day, and then 1 to 3 cups of more fresh milk that still may be out and full of bacteria, but not broken down to the form of kefir. No, kefir is solid, is thick milk. Once it's clabbered and separated, it's gone beyond the kefir stage. Now, you can take that clabbered milk as long as it's young, usually within 24 hours, and blend it for 2 or 3 seconds, and it will be kefir again. But once it's separated for 2 days, even if you keep it in the refrigerator and it's been kefir and it's separated, the alcohol becomes too much too quickly. So if you get swelling in your ankles, calves, and feet, that is your main key symptom of that problem. And that's how you address it. Just reduce it. Eliminate it for a while and then reduce it.
Even if the kefir's made without grains, if it just sits in...
Even if it's made without grains. Remember, I don't have mine made with grains. Mine's made with my spit. Remember the bacteria? Here is the bacteria that's made perfectly for your digestion. So you use your saliva to start your kefir. I say that to people. Use your saliva to start the kefir, your own kefir, which would be perfect for your body. If you've got a baby, just stick your finger in his mouth until he drools all over and put it in his milk. At room temperature, let it work. And then feed that baby naturally cultured milk. Because most women, when they breastfeed, they have warm milk. So it's already bacterially rich and active. When it's clumps, it's called either squamous cell or tubular cancers. So tubular, even when they're round, they call them tubular for some reason. So cancer develops from not being able to get rid of dead cells. Your lymph system is blocked, not working, and or your liver is not producing the bile to digest the fats, for the fats to be able to utilize in the lymphatic system to dissolve dead cells. So, again, the lymph system is responsible for dissolving those. If the bacteria, the parasites, and the fungus are not vibrant and healthy, or the dead cells were destroyed by something very chemically caustic. So they will dissolve. Now that fluid is very caustic when that cell will finally dissolve. Now if you have a malignant tumor, you have blood circulation all the way through it, and you have cancer cells which are made up of a serum that is viral in nature. In other words, it's a solvent. So the body has placed these solvent cells all around, usually surrounded by 50 to 150, even 200 dead cells. So that cancer cells in the state, it lives around dead tissue. Still gets its nutrients from the bloodstream, but it survives pretty well, isolated. As soon as the body has the nutrients enough to begin dissolving that tumor and reversing cancer, either by the liver progressing or by the lymph system progressing or both, the body will start, the cancer cells will die, let off their solvent, dissolve all those dead cells, and then you have a very toxic waste substance that can start dissolving surrounding healthy tissue if you don't have the proper nutrients to do it. So, all depends upon the fats that you eat. I tell everybody, if you want to get well fast, get the fatter the better. I know you see me up here. I'm 18% body fat, but look 7 to 10% body fat. When fats are raw, they are tiny. When you cook a fat, it swells 5 to 50 times its normal size. Take flatback pork rinds, very thin. You boil them and puff up this big, and they're nice and crispy, right? You can't utilize those fats properly. If they bind with the poison, they're going to turn into hard cellulite crustaceans. And then they're going to get drier and drier and drier. And then when you have to break them down and get rid of them, there'll be massive swelling there, so that little cellulite turn into this big ball of cellulite during the detoxification process. So fats, I'm fat, 18% body fat for, considered, if I were to consider looking at an athlete, I'm fat for an athlete, but I'm not really. I have more body fat than they do, but I carry it well, and it works well in its raw form. Now, when I had 18% body fat before, I was bigger, puffier, because they were cooked fat cells. But you should not worry about your size if you have a serious disease. You should let yourself get very large. An example of that is, I had a fellow walk in one day who looked like he came right out of a motorcycle gang, hardened skin, eyes, looked like he'd been on a motorcycle a long time, irritation in the corners of the eyes, and the scarring there. And it looked like he'd been maybe an alcoholic and a drug user for 25 years. And he came in, he was in his early 50s. I think he was about 52, and he was only about 15 pounds overweight. So I took a photograph of his eyes, looked at it, and I said, "Are you from this planet?" And I was serious, because he looked like he was 30 years old inside. His glands were all protected, everything, and I knew with the skin, that he had done some serious damage, been some serious drugs. And he said, no, I'm from this planet. Why, you ask? I thought I was kidding. And I said, because, I can see from your skin the amount of damage you did with alcohol and drugs. 25 years? He said 30. And I said, well, so you start off at a very young age. And I said, your insides are so clean, like a 30-year-old, and you're only 15 pounds overweight. It doesn't make sense. You can't be from this planet. And he said, funny, 3 months ago before I started on your diet, I was 300 pounds and been that large all of my life, even in my teenage years. And he said, before I started on your diet, I was 300 pounds. So even bad fats will protect the body. So all of you women and men who worry about being fat, pray God, thank God you've been fat. In our polluted world, you are safer than those people who are skinny. And I'll show you the people who are ultra skinny. I mean bone thin with skin on bones. And those people are the sickest and take the longest to reverse and get well, and always have to become the fattest and stay the fattest the longest. So, even bad fat will protect you. So thank God you've been fat if you're so-called overweight. Now you want to get on better fats so you can trim off the fat so you can have a lot of fat like me but not look it if you're vain. So that's the way to do it. It takes years. Most women on this diet, it take about 12 years to be on the diet and they can never be fat again. It's impossible. I have women who have been on the diet, have had breast cancer, been on the diet since 1988. And, after 12 years, they'll eat all the fat in the world, even raw butter, all of that, and they just can no longer get fat. Impossible. It took me 30-some years. Of course, I did bad things along the way, ate a poison mushroom, got injected, so I was able to blow up and get fat for those times. But then when I cleansed most of it out, it was the weight again. Right now, I was 2 weeks ago, I was 10 pounds lighter than this. 3 weeks ago, I was 10 pounds lighter than this, coming out of Asia, where I can't get all the butter and cream. But when I get here, I start putting on the weight again. And it always makes me feel better. Always. I'm to a point of health now. I only sleep about 3.5, 4 hours a day. And I go since 3:30. Do I look like I've been up since 3:30? Yeah. And I'll go until 9 o'clock and then get up at midnight or 1 o'clock and work all night and all day. And I'll see patients from 8 o'clock to 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, 9:30. And I'll just go. That's what you can do. I'm working on my 65th year, folks. That's pretty good. So you can do a lot of things on this kind of a diet. And this particular kind of a diet. Not the paleo diet or the Instincto diet. Those are too high in carbohydrate. They'll cause a lot of sleepiness, irritability, getting too thin, not supplying the body with enough nutrients. The paleos like to eat a lot of glands and organs. They're hyperactive and intense. Intense people. I can't handle them. I don't want to handle them. It's too much nervous, chaotic energy for me. I'm a mellow guy. I like happy life. I like things easy. I'm not hyperactive. And I eat glands and organs, but not very often. When I feel a little weakened, I'll grind up a good buffalo heart or pig heart or, a beef heart and, grind it up into a ground meat and then mix it with half with other meats or chicken or whatever, fish, whatever it might be. And I'll get extra strength and extra energy and charge from it. But that's not what I want to react. If I were a hunter and living outdoors, it would be different. I'd want that kind of energy all the time. But not in our society. You know, all these paleos go around intense, you know. Go hunting, go ride a bicycle, go do some sport, go live in the mountains, you know. Behavior like that in a society is not real cool. And they're very judgmental with that excess energy. You know, they berate me for not eating only glands and organs. And I say, I don't want to be that way. You're happy being, you know, overly aggressive. That suits you, but it doesn't suit me. You know, so there are always ways you can get what you want, and even if it isn't approved by me or someone else, that's up to you. If you want to be hyperactive and intense, eat all glands and organs. Fine.
Are some of them contaminated with...
Those people, make sure they get organic. Yeah. Okay. So fats are so important in the body, especially in our toxic world. Then we have proteins. Now, the source of a protein, what is a good source for protein? Vegetarians and vegans say, oh, we get it from nuts, and we get it from grains, and we get it from algae. They don't consider that they're not pigs. I mean, they're not goats, or they're not cows, or not horses. They're not herbivores. Herbivores eat those foods. Squirrels eat those foods. Birds eat those foods. We do not have a digestive tract like that. When we eat nuts, we get about 5% of the protein only. We get a lot of starches from nuts. So nuts can be utilized in a certain way to bind with excessive hormones in the body, using my nut formula in the books. Nut formula is in both books. And that's taking nuts, grinding them till they are a flour, mixing egg and butter and honey with it. Makes it great nut butter, and it will bind with excess hormones. So, and I explain how to do that in both books. But it's always better, you know, to just eat fats and cheese. And if that doesn't work fully, then you try the nuts with the cheese and the butter. And then if that doesn't work, which I've found them to work 99.9% of the time, then you use a cooked starch like a cooked rice. I've tried potatoes and other, you know, pastas and stuff like that, and I find there's less toxicity formed in a whole grain rice. So brown, so-called brown rices, which are just off-color white, are called brown rices. True brown rice is wild rice, which is dark brown and black. And those are not easy to digest, and I don't suggest those rices, even cooked. But if you're going to cook a grain to help bind with toxins in the body, make it a whole grain rice. That is not wild rice. Proteins that I found in all the experiments, about 80 to 90% of the meats that people eat, as long as they have hydrochloric acid and don't eat too large of pieces, digest easily. Meats and dairy products. Protein digest 80 to 90%. That's miraculous. Nuts 5%, grains 1%, 2% maximum. That's nothing. We can't live on that. Most people can't. Like I said, there were 8 people I've seen who could, and not many others. Even David Wolf, highly energetic person, he's now eating raw meats, he's eating raw dairy, raw cheese, raw milk, everything. And if you look at him 3 years ago, very thin, very intense. Now he's sallow, he's got this puffy skin. You can see he's eating the dairy. You know. And he doesn't have that toned, sucked in, look of his superfoods anymore. So, and he doesn't tell people. He lies. Every day he lies. Every time he opens his mouth, he lies because he doesn't admit it. And a couple that worked with him for a year, I saw them at one of my potlucks in Orange County in January, and they said he's eating raw meat now, because I brought up that he drinks dairy, and I saw him in Hawaii when we did that raw Olympics together, raw games together. And I discovered then he was drinking the raw milk, and people who work for him said he was drinking the raw milk, but they're not allowed to say and tell. That's in their contract. And this couple said, and when I said that, they said, well, he's now eating raw meat. You know, he's been doing it for at least the last 4 months. We've seen him. So, yeah. But he doesn't tell anybody. Keeps pushing his superfood. Huh?
He's the big avocado guy, right?
Yeah. So, and coconut, you know, stuff like that. But he doesn't follow what he preaches. Because you know what? He won't make the $12 million a year that he's been making and selling his superfoods. Most of, like when we went to that Raw Games in Hawaii, 90% of the participants were vegan. And they got very upset about our raw meat table because they don't like kill animals. They think it's bad. They think it's spiritually, morally bad issue. So they were very discriminating against us. And I mean, they came up and opening, announcement was love everybody, accept everybody. Everybody's going to do their own journey. And then they were just hypocrites with us. And David Fox was even doing the same thing. If he told everybody that follows him that he was eating raw dairy and raw meats, he would lose 80%, 90% of his followers. And then he wouldn't be making the 12 to 20 million a year that he makes on his superfoods. So think about that. You know, that's his moral dilemma. You know, and his moral dilemma is, I'd rather lose money than being honest. You know. And these people would be floundering, and they would end up probably following. Oh, then he had to do that? Like the Dalai Lama, was vegan all of his life. We're talking vegan all of his life. Not vegetarian, vegan all of his life. And he got very sick about 10 years ago. And the famous and very rich Fred Siegel, who's on the diet, been on the diet about 3 years before the Dalai got sick. And he flew over to the Himalayas to meet the Dalai and to show him, what he could do to get on the primal diet, eat the raw meat and raw dairy and get well. And when Fred came to me, Fred was about 68, 69 years old, like this, very skinny. His wife was a vegan, turned him into a vegan, and he was just like this. Always irritable, always yelling. He communicated. A year on the diet, he was standing up straight, all this vitality. Even his vegan wife said, if you ever go after this diet, I'm leaving you. So he's still on the diet. So he flew over to see the Dalai, and the Dalai said, my gosh, what are you doing, Fred? You look great. And Fred says, I'm on this great primal diet. And he said, I flew over here just to share with you because I know you're sick. Dalai hadn't been able to go into meditation, hadn't been able to pray with anybody, was bedridden for almost, 6 months, 8 months, something like that. So the Dalai began eating raw meat. And the Dalai still does it. And the Dalai now says, it's medicine. Many people have to have it. He stood up, he went out and told everybody what he had to do, honest through and through. A good moral person. David Wolf and the others, they don't have it in here and here. And yet vegetarians claim to be more spiritual. And I see less spirituality in the vegans and vegetarians. They get heated, they foam at the mouth. They have good dialogue, but then when it comes to accepting their differences, they have a lot of difficulty in doing it. I remember my first exposure was around when David Wolf first got into it in San Diego, the Whole Life Expo. I'm sitting there talking about raw meat, and a whole group of vegetarians and vegans came up to me, crowded around me, and started ambushing me. And I'm sitting there calm, and I say, I tried veganism, vegetarian, 6.5 years. I ended up 98 pounds, dying, cancer of blood and bone again. It didn't work for me. I'm eating this way. I feel wonderful. I'm able to do anything that I want to do. It's great. And I'm not foaming at the mouth. And I picked up a mirror and I said, take a look at you guys. Take a look. How spiritual is that? Within 5 minutes, they all walked away with their heads down and didn't say anything more. And never confronted me again, no matter where I was. Only one hygienist, the one that went on the diet for the 6 months or a year until his spinal cord, until his spinal column regenerated, and then went back to his hygienism, which is just raw, mainly fruits. So, this diet produces, I think, a spiritual and more developed person all around. So, those are people who have moral dilemmas. Think about it. If we were not meant to eat meat and dairy and to kill for our food like every animal does. Every animal kills for their food. Whether they're killing a plant, a bush, or a fruit. Take a fruit. It's a whole being. Once you bite into it, what's the natural response? It'll decay fast. It'll turn brown, decay. It is then dead. So everything you do is killing to eat. So we just have to accept it. If we weren't meant to kill animals, would we have putrefactive bacteria in the mouth, stomach, intestines? No, we wouldn't. We would have anaerobic bacteria like the herbivores. And we'd be cows and we'd be donkeys and horses and goats and things like that. We wouldn't be humans. They say, well, monkeys are frugivores. Yeah, but do you want to be a monkey? Think about it. Do you want to be hyperactive, masturbating all day and nervous? I know many fruitarians who are that way. Hyperactive and nervous all day. They can't sit still. That's not the way I want to live. If you want that, I've got no judgment. You go ahead and do it. Be a monkey. And what about the monkeys, the killer monkeys? They eat fermented. They wait for the figs and bananas to highly ferment. And then they eat them and get all this alcohol. And they will do it for 48 hours straight. And they get so drunk with alcohol, they just go through the jungle and they kill everything in their sight. Elephants, insects, plants, everything, just in about a 200 meter radius. It's just like a road. They just will plow a road right into the jungle and kill everything. Everything. And that's all they do is kill that whole time. And they don't eat anything. They just kill it. That's what alcohol can do to the brain if you get too much in it at one time. Screw up the nervous system. Look at the Nords. They would go on their massacres. What did they do? They would let their cornbread mold, LSD. And what did they do? They ate it until they started vomiting, and then they would go out and pillage. Murder and pillage. Take everything. That's how they did it. They would just get their minds distorted with some kind of chemical, alcohol or LSD.
Talk about Vikings and Norsemen.
Yep. So, it all depends on what I'm giving you all the information so you can be a Nord and go around killing people, or you can be a monkey and kill everything, or, I'm giving you all the information, everything you want. If you want to do any of those, you've got the information. If you want to be healthy like me and calm and enjoy your life, have lots of energy, and supposed to be dead 43 years ago, eat like I do. Okay? So, protein from meats are the only thing that I found, when it's raw, will increase cellular division in humans. And in every case, not one, even in very severe Crohn's disease, where people can't digest much, raw meat still will increase cellular division and healing. Nuts don't, grains don't, cooked or raw, germinated or not, will not digest them. So raw meat is the way to get it, also raw dairy. Now a lot of the protein in raw dairy is not utilizable to increase cellular division because it's been refrigerated. Once the milk's below 76 degrees, it starts losing its growth factors. I love to get milk fresh out of the cow, warm, keep it warm. Don't refrigerate it, keep it above 76 degrees for as long as I can. If it goes into too heavy kefir, then I'll blend it and drink it or feed it to the pigs or somebody else because I don't want the swelling. But the more I can eat it fresh without refrigeration, the better. It still will help growth, but it doesn't increase cellular division. So the protein is still good in it, but not as good as if it were not refrigerated. Frozen is terrible. Now, when I took a group of animals and divided them, I fed one group the same meat frozen and the other group unfrozen, but the same meat. The group that got it frozen got both cats and dogs. They all got a skin. Looked like he got scabies. His skin was just peeling off, just coming out like. Now, the ones who ate it the raw unfrozen had no problems. All they had was a little bit of water and meat. And I mean a little bit of water. Let's say they had 2 ounces of water each daily, and that's it. Those animals who ate the raw meat and nothing else besides the 2 ounces of water daily had no problems. They were calm, relaxed, no skin disorder, anything. So there's a feud out there between me and a lot of other so-called raw fooders, like Sally Fallon and Mark McAfee, who say that freezing doesn't damage milk and doesn't damage butter and dairy and stuff like that. So what are you talking about? In my experiments, they do. Even one scientist wrote that when cream is frozen, it loses its healing properties. So the group that were all skin disordered, divided them into 2. I fed them the same butter, frozen to one group, unfrozen to the other group. The group that had the unfrozen butter healed 5 times faster than those who got the frozen butter. So that means that it degenerated the nutrients in the butter by 80%. That's remarkable. I mean, that's a remarkable loss. So, freezing is not a good thing. I don't worry about freezing fruit because fruit's going to be made into a fuel or a solvent to detox the body. So I don't care if fruit is frozen. It makes no difference. So frozen organic fruit is fine. Always eat it with fat, though. So, and then let's look at fruit. Fruit's high carbohydrate, most of it. There are some fruits that are low in carbohydrate. Berries, cherries. Those are all low in carbohydrate. Then we have the bland fruits, squashes, like cucumber, very low in carbohydrate. Those are fine on this diet, although they are very alkalinizing. You have to be careful. We have putrefactive bacteria. That means it's highly acidic. Herbivores have anaerobic bacteria, which are alkaline in nature. Their digestive juices are alkaline in nature. Ours are all acidic. So when we eat highly alkaline foods, we neutralize the acid bacteria in our intestines, in our mouth, in our stomach, everywhere. So we degenerate our digestion by eating a lot of alkalinizing foods. If you eat vegetation, leaf stalks and roots, you will over-alkalinize the body. The fiber will pass through the intestines and keep secreting alkaline fluids. And the body keeps looking for alkalinized bacteria to break it down. And we don't have much, maybe 10%. If we were on a pure diet like, let's say, the Maasai, the Samburu, and Fulani, and Eskimo, they don't even have 1% alkalinizing bacteria. They don't eat any alkalinizing anything. They eat no fruit, they eat no vegetables. It's meat and dairy, period. For the Eskimos, only meats. That's it. Maybe they'll have some berries in the summer. Their 1 month of summer. And they have to battle the grizzly bears for those blueberries. First time I was in Alaska, when I first got there in '76, I took a bus out there. I was still getting pretty weak. This was after 2.5 years of living outdoors. And I bungee corded the bicycle to the front of the bus. That was before they had bicycle racks now on the buses in '76. And went out to a remote area outside of Anchorage, like 60 miles out, way out in the tundra. And I put my bike up in a tree, so nobody would steal it. Nobody would see it or find it. And, there was foliage at that time of the year, actually leaves on things. So the bike was hidden in most of my stuff. And I hiked up this hillside over, and there was this whole field of blueberry bushes. And I thought, what a treat, because I was a fruitarian. So I thought I could spend the whole day here. So I'm there about an hour and a half eating all the blueberries, taking my time. All of a sudden I see this fuzzy thing coming up over one, and another fuzzy thing, and another fuzzy thing over there. And I sneezed, and all of these bears stood up. There must have been 25, 30 grizzly bears. We're not talking about little brown bears or black bears. Grizzly bears, big monsters. So I said, you guys can have the blueberries, and I backed out very slowly. None of them were probably within 30 feet of me. And at the most, they were probably, 100 yards away from me. So they didn't come after me. They were after their blueberries. So that was my blueberry trip with the grizzly bears. And the grizzly bears will eat those and eat those and eat those to fatten themselves up. And they'll eat a lot of fish and a lot of blubber, seal blubber, whale blubber, and just fatten themselves up for hibernation. Because they eat so much so quickly, somehow the blueberries aid digestion for them. So they won't eat blueberries with the fish or the meat or the other things. They'll save that for another day. And then they'll eat berries for days. And then when they're all gone, they'll just go hunt at something else to eat. They're just eating machines, like 24-hour eating machines with fur. So vegetables are for herbivores who can digest. And like I said earlier, an herbivore only digests 47 to 72% of what they eat. And they've got a digestive tract 2.5 times longer than ours, plus the 48 hours to digest. Ours passes through in 24. So when these alkalinizing fluids keep secreting from the vegetables, if we eat them, it neutralizes our digestibility of what we're supposed to be eating, the meats and proteins. So like you said, chopping up your vegetables and eating with your meat meal, I was going, too bad, not going to digest of it. Going to digest some.
Greens, I was talking about.
Yeah, greens. Yeah. So, and I say in my book, if you're going to use an herb, no more than 2 tablespoons of herbs of any kind of vegetable with your meat meal. So it's got to be a small amount. Just like she created a small amount. And you also created some of that, right? No? So there was just enough to flavor it without causing a digestive problem. And that's the way to do it. Okay? But what can we get and what do we get from vegetation? Lots of enzymes, vitamins, and minerals. But we have to get them in a way where we're not going to have the fiber continually neutralizing our acidic bacteria and digestive juices. So we juice it. We juice them. And so we don't have a high carbohydrate. At least a third of the juice, or 25%, a fourth of the juice, should be celery. Celery doesn't have enough carbohydrate to digest celery. It's a negative. So you can eat carrot juice with it. And it will still be a negative on the carbohydrate level. And it won't cause an over sugar reaction. Or you can just do entirely, non-carbohydrate at all. And just eat, celery, greens of all sorts with it. And then it might cause you to be too tired. I found that those juices cause a lot of lethargy, tiredness, weakness. So that's why I decided to change a little bit different from what's in the book, in the recipe book. So now I recommend people have anywhere from 30%, 30% of their juice carrot, 30% celery, 30% cucumber puree. Something different than in the recipe book also. Find that when people detox through the skin, as many toxins as we have, we break down a lot of collagen. So I found a lot of people developing lupus and MS, even though they were on the diet. Not really developing it, but symptoms toward it. So to nip that in the bud, what I did was incorporate the cucumber pulp, not the skin, but the pulp, collagen precursors. It's still a fruit, it's not a vegetable, highly alkalizing, but not like leaves and roots and stalks are. So you take the juice, you juice the celery, the carrot, the cilantro and parsley, beet if you're having that in it to increase hydrochloric acid digestion. And then you juice all those, then pour that into a jar with your peeled and sliced cucumber. Then you blend that and your juice together. Then you have a pulpy juice, which will help give you all the vitamins, enzymes, and minerals that you need to vitalize the system to get digestion going for the day and even midday or late day to neutralize some of the acidic toxicity, because everybody's over acidic if they've been on a cooked food with lots of toxic acidic food additives. 90% of those food additives are highly acidically toxic. So everybody's overly acidic. I can only eat one juice daily. Now, if I eat, no matter what kind of juice it is, if I eat more than one, I will get lethargic. I'm too clean, too balanced now to be eating 3 to 4 juices daily as I used during my detoxification years. Could you go ask them to keep it down? Thank you. So, vegetable juices is your way to have vegetation. But remember, your best concentrated mineral supplement is cheese and honey together. But that's not alkalinizing in the same way the vegetable juices are, and everybody needs some alkalinization because of the over-acidity throughout the system. But don't think for 1 minute that you should be like the other, like all of the other alternative therapists. Oh, you've got to be, 6.7 to 7%, alkalinity, acid-alkaline balance, pH balance. Wrong. All carnivores, including humans, are 5.5. 5.5 saliva, 5.5 blood, 5.5 fecal matter. And urine. All should be 5.5. Mine has been 5. People say, well, you'd be dead. And I said, well, look at my blood test. And this was from Washington Medical Center in St. Louis. They've asked me last week to get involved in another one of their experiments and tests because they, it's so phenomenal. There's a cardiologist, a famous sports cardiologist that handles all the athletic teams. He's the head, John something, I forgot his name. Anyway, when he heard, he was doing tests with raw fooders, on their cholesterol level and all that in the relationship of heart disease and hardening arteries. And then he heard about me in the primal diet eating all this butter and cream and milk and meat fat. And so he asked me to get 2 other people on the diet, long-term on the diet. He wanted people who've been on it 5 years. I brought him 3 people who've been on it 20 years. And we all had 5.5. Blood, urine, and everything. We all could do 20 times more than they expected. I don't exercise. This, Cary Grant's exercise, you remember? This is exercise and sex. That's what he said. The only exercise worth doing was sex. That was it. And I need a lot of practice. Anyway, they asked me to do other tests because, they put I didn't let them do x-rays with me. They had used any plaquing in the heart, carotid arteries, and they were on me for 20 minutes searching. Usually it takes them 5 minutes, 7 minutes to do it. They worked on me 20 minutes to find it, and they couldn't find it. So John, the fellow who was, what was his name? Italian name. I forgot his name. Anyway, he was in charge of the actual experiment, and John, the cardiologist, was the head of the experiment. So he called John. John had to come and see me personally to see this. He looks at me and says, can we do some more experiments? I said, as long as it doesn't involve anything, And, but I said I would do one thing invasive. I would do a honey glucose tolerance test to prove that even though I was juvenile diabetic, my pancreas is working. He said, we have no criteria for honey. We don't know its limits or anything. I said, okay, I'll do the sugar. But it's the only time I'm ever going to do it. So it's the first time I had sugar in that was 2002, I think it was. Something like that. First time I had sugar since 1972. So it's like buzzed. I was just shaking like I had a gallon of coffee from that sugar. And I wasn't going to eat anything until the test was over. Anything on the diet to calm it. So, it was 2.5 hours every 30 minutes taking. So I had 2.5 hours of this, So, but I only had to drink it once, and they come in and take the blood every 30 minutes for 2.5 hours. So it's 5 times they took blood. And I said, you can't take your normal 3 3 vials and 3 cc's or 2 cc's in each one. I know what it takes to take a test. You get a half a cc each time. That's all you get. Make the test work. I don't care. Your lab has to be extra particular, not making mistakes. They take all that extra blood just in case there's a mistake. So all this blood is really thrown away. 99.9%. So I know your game, how you work. So I came in, the glucose just kept descending every hour. Usually it'd stop around 110. Me, it went down to 54. That's how well my pancreas was working to get rid of that glucose. Down to 54.
Is that what your shaking was?
Pardon?
Was it low sugar making you shake?
No, because the lower my sugar level became, the calmer I got. By the time 2.5 hours was over, I stopped shaking without having anything else. And then I sucked my milk, to heal the body.
Right now.
Pardon?
What's your sugar right now?
Well, it's normally 104. And I don't eat fruit, but once a day, if that. And it's usually berries if I eat fruit. And it's just normal because your body will make glycogen from non-carbohydrates. It'll make it from protein. And it's called pyruvate. It's a protein sugar. It has no advanced glycation end product that is so great that your body will store it. Columbia University, University of New York City, found that a healthy body will store glycation end products. That means the byproduct of the body uses carbohydrates for glycogen. It will store in a healthy body 7 of the byproduct for your whole lifetime. Does that sound like we should be eating high carbs, grains, or any of them? Absolutely not. And in unhealthy bodies, up to 90% of them will store for a lifetime. And people wonder why they keep getting bigger and bloated and more bloated. Those toxins have to be buffered with fats and fluid. So, another reason that we shouldn't be eating high carbohydrate foods. So the body, we will get into that in a minute. We're going to get into what to eat when in the day. And I'll explain. So, the foods that we eat are all animal products for the best stabilization and best health. The fats, the proteins, and the carbohydrates. And there's carbohydrates in meat. There's carbohydrates in everything. Especially if an animal is an herbivore and has been eating carbohydrate. High carbohydrate, leaf, stalks, roots, high carbohydrate, grains, high carbohydrate. Of course, it's going to be part of their meat. Starch form, in sugar form, in all kinds of biological form for us. So we don't have to eat carbohydrates to have it. But like I say, I want people to have some fruit every day to help cleanse the body quicker. So it won't be so slow.
Any kinds of foods we can eat every day or just specific foods?
It's up to you. In the book, in the remedy section, I have the ailments that you have and the foods to eat to handle those ailments. If you've got an ailment, let's say you've got a digestive ailment, and you're not digesting well, then I suggest eating papaya. If you've got spinal problems, I suggest papaya. The 2 areas where it helps most. Okay? So, that's what you should eat. If you've got a problem with digestion, you eat papaya as one of your fruits. And it may be a fruit you eat every day, or it may be a fruit you eat 3 times a week. And then, if you've got another problem, let's say you have a high metal problem in your digestive tract or throughout the body, you'll need dark berries. or any kind of berries, light or dark. If it's hot, rusting iron and iodine, then red berries, raspberries, strawberries.
Raspberries, blueberries, blackberries.
That's to get rid of lead, mercury, and zinc, and any of those darker, blacker, heavier metals. Okay? So that you go into the remedy section, you read all through it. Oh, that applies to me, that applies to me. And then you put those foods on a piece of paper, foods you incorporate on your diet. Okay? Very easy. Unless you come to me and I do your irises, I will take you through the irises, tell you your weakest points, and those are the ones we work on first. Everybody's got multiple problems. There's always 2 or 3 things that are most grievous in the body. Correcting those will correct a lot of other problems. But no matter what, you eat the cheese and you take those hot baths, you're going to speed faster no matter what diet you're on or what I give you. The diet you choose to do on your own or with So, okay, so let's talk about eating schedule. To be productive in a day, to have the most alertness, to be most focused. But I found that you don't eat a high carbohydrate food until 6 hours after you've been awake. The body will make its glycogen to run the nervous system and brain in the first 6 hours. So whatever you feed it in that first 6 hours will determine how and what your brain utilizes as its glycogen. If you don't eat a high carbohydrate food, then your body will seek the protein to make the pyruvate. So there will be waste product, very little advanced glycation in product, and not enough to store. So be very clean. Also, if you're eating a high carbohydrate glycogen, what happens? It's very sticky. So the blood becomes sticky, the lymphatic fluid becomes sticky, the neurological fluid becomes very sticky. So you can have a synapse that sticks to the wall of your axon. Doesn't travel. All of a sudden, where did that thought go? What's that word? What's that name? You know, you go through all those gyrations because you've got sticky compounds in your fluids. When you make the glycogen from protein, the pyruvate, no stickiness. So everything is rapid. I stay focused up here. I'm just talking and talking, going through this subject and that subject, going through all the details. How do you think my brain does that when I was a child? No. Now I do it beautifully because it's the way I eat. I stay away from high carbohydrate foods for the first 6 hours. And when I do eat high carbohydrate foods, they're always with the fat to slow them down. So I'll use them as fuel in the muscles rather than in the brain and nervous system.
Are you including honey in that, or honey doesn't count?
Honey doesn't count.
Okay.
Okay. So, because honey, when the bee collects the nectar, the bee swallows it. It pre-digests it. It adds an insulin-like substance to the honey and converts most of that carbohydrate into enzymes for digesting proteins and fats. So, only 10% is like carbohydrate. So it's very little honey. That's sugar. Unless you heat it over 93 degrees, destroys the insulin-like substance, it's back to all sugar again. Then it will cause a problem. Carbohydrate problem. And a sticky problem. Okay? Now, you got that. You got what I just said. The bee swallows it. What happens when it gets back to the hive? It vomits. That's what honey is, bee vomit. Think about that. Now think about the medical profession. Oh, vomit's bad. Oh, feces is bad. Oh, urine is bad. None of these things are toxic. The Indians drink urine because they're vegetarian. They're lacto-vegetarians. They'll drink raw milk, but they won't eat meat. So they have a B vitamin problem, B12 problem, and other B vitamins. Plus, they don't get all the protein that they need from milk. So they drink their urine to recycle their protein. There's a drink that just came out that's made to counter Pepsi-Cola and Coca-Cola. And guess what it's made of? Bovine pea. Seriously.
That would be called BP then.
So think about that. Think about that.
What's it called?
BP.
I don't remember the name of it.
Oh,
So think about that. They're using cow urine because the mystics and the wise people in India say, this Coca-Cola is all chemical. There's no nutrient value. It's destroying the minds and body of our children. We will make a drink that's good. And their choice was bovine urine. Of course, full of all the nutrients that are in the cow's blood, except for red and white blood cells. What happens when you get urea in a bottle and feed it to your plants? It's cow urine. Only Monsanto or Dow or Gulf and Western has processed it and made it into a toxic nitrogen substance, when all they have to do is just spread it on there as is. And that's what it should be. Dilute it and spread it as is. But no, they don't do that, because it has no shelf life. And it would stink like hell after a few days. So they don't do that. And they make people more squeamish about odors. We shouldn't be afraid of odors. We should be afraid of the stinky stuff they put down in the toilets and the urinals, these mothball fragrance things that cause 30%, in the laboratory animals, 36% of them got brain tumors from just being exposed. Not eating, they're just being exposed into their air environment. They got brain tumors from them. And that's what people are doing. You know, antibacterial clothes, blankets for your baby, antibacterial everything. Those are chemicals which destroy bacteria, your whole body, your whole makeup. One round of 5 days of an antibiotic will destroy 1% of the function of your entire body. People who are on that 6 months destroys 40% of their bodies. My mother had a hearing problem. Her father didn't smack her in the ear. She just had bad ears. Why? All the medication she believed in, flu shots she got every year, damaged her ears every time. Her hearing went down and down. So she had one of those planted in her brain, on her skull, attached to her brain, came out, and she got infections. So nobody told me. She was on antibiotics for almost a year. All of a sudden, my younger brother calls and says, Mom's going to die in a few days. You should come. I said, what do you mean she's going to die? Well, she stopped eating. She won't eat anything. I said, is she on antibiotics? Yeah, for a year because of that implant, the hearing aid implant and all that. I said, that's the problem. Stop the antibiotics. We can't stop the antibiotics. My brothers are just as brainwashed, stupid as the average person out there. So I got back there, and I started feeding Mom my custard to get her digestion going. So it's papaya, butter, honey, and eggs. She ate a half a cup of it. She ate 4 meals that day. We're not talking 3 meals. She ate 4 meals that day. Next day, another half a cup of the custard. I eat the other half. And she ate 4 meals that day. The next day, she wouldn't touch the custard. Made her nauseous. So I just gave her a quarter cup of papaya, 2 ounces of papaya. First thing in the morning, ate 3 meals that day. Every day I fed her just the papaya after that. For 10 days, she ate 3 to 4 meals a day, every day. Gained 10 pounds in a week. That quickly. Just because she was taking antibiotics. Destroyed her digestion. Absolute function of her entire body. For a whole year. So I reamed the doctor out in front of everybody, the nurses and everybody. And I said, I would sue you if my mother would allow me, but she would counter it. Otherwise, you would never practice again. Your license would be taken away. So, and I just really let them have it. So I said to my dad, I said, now you have to feed her this papaya every day, or she may stop eating because she has no digestive bacteria because of all the antibiotics for so long. So I was home 10 days. My father says, she stopped eating again. I said, are you feeding her a papaya? No. What the hell's wrong with you? Are you brain dead? Feed her the papaya. So he started feeding the papaya. It only took her a month, and then her digestion was okay on her own. So she lived another 7 years. And she's supposed to have died. So antibiotics are never a choice, never a good choice. They will never help you. They may stop pain and a detoxification because they poison the body, and the body has to focus on that poison and stop the poison somewhere else it was trying to remove. Anytime you have pain, discomfort, you've got a toxic area in the body. It needs to be cleansed. Taking antibiotics will stop the cleansing, stop your symptoms, but it won't help you get well. It won't improve you at all. In fact, it will do just the opposite. It will do harm and make you worse.
What's so puzzling to me is
Don't. Okay? You can save it for later. That's a question. Write it down.
we're not
So,
going to get through all these questions, I can tell.
I bet you we do.
All right.
Okay? So, start the day off with something that will absorb all the poisons that you've dumped during the night. Cheese. If you're a big guy like this gentleman, 2.5 tablespoons of cheese first thing in the morning. If you're small like this young lady, a tablespoon of cheese will be enough. It goes through and rake up the poisons. Okay? Then wait about 10 minutes.
First in the morning?
First thing in the morning, the very first thing you eat, and you do it as soon as you wake. Don't wait, because those poisons are sitting in there, and they will interfere with digestion and everything once you get going. Have it immediately once you awaken, even if you have to have it in a jar by your bedside. Then 10 minutes later, if you want the body to be focused and more precise and productive, suck an egg. Now, egg is the easiest digested food in the world. It's already liquid. You don't have to have hydrochloric acid. You don't have digestive juices to break it down, as I said earlier. It is liquid.
Something and I swallow.
Pardon?
I break it and I put in something and I swallow the whole egg.
That's up to you. That's fine. I like to do the egg white first to digest better. Because of my surgery, it will cause cramping if I have, so I separate them. And when I've worked with very sick people, eating egg white first and then the egg yolk always improves them markedly better. You know, a third percent better. And that's, I mean, 33% better than people who eat the egg and the yolk all together. So, if you want to start the day off, clear, easy digestion, get all those nutrients, all the protein, all the fats. And remember, the yolk has every B vitamin there is. It's loaded with B12. It has vitamin E, vitamin D, vitamin A, water-soluble, fat-soluble fats, oil-soluble fats. All of it is in the egg yolk, and all the protein is in the egg white. Everything that we need, except it does not cause a increase in cellular division like the raw meats do. So egg will get into the system fast and make everything very clear and focused for you. Then if you're your size, stop asking questions. I'm answering them. If you're this size, you could do 3 in a row. Wait 5-10 minutes, have another. 5-10 minutes, have another. I start the day off with 2 eggs. cheese, 2 eggs. Then I'll have another piece of cheese about 20 minutes after that. And then 10 minutes after that, a vegetable juice. If I'm feeling thin like I am, I'll put an egg in it and a teaspoon of raw cream, break the egg yolk and whip it together. Do not blend it. The egg and the cream in right before you drink it. If you're feeling hyper anxiety, you put an egg and cream in it. If you're feeling low in energy and slow in digestion, you just have the juice by itself. Except the cheese 10 minutes prior to drinking it. Then wait about 30 minutes, have some cheese, 35 minutes, and then wait 10 minutes after that and have your first meat meal. And upon your size, anywhere from a half a pound to a whole pound at a time. If you're a bodybuilder, weightlifter, you need a pound twice daily. If you're just an average person, half a pound twice daily, pound a day. So cup and a quarter at this time. If you like 3 meat meals a day instead of 2, break it into 3/4 of a cup 3 times daily. That way you don't have to eat so much raw meat at one time. Of course, it was pretty easy to eat a meal like that, wasn't it, of meat? Could have wolfed down probably a whole pound each. It was so delicious. That's why I have those recipes in the recipe book. I've got 82 sauce recipes. Can be made into 3 to 5 different ways each. And they take 2 to 3 minutes, 5 minutes to make. And you can make a batch to last you weeks. So you don't have to make it every day. So that's like 400 sauces, 1 for every day of the year, plus. So think about that. Find the ones you like, make them. It makes eating the meat very, very easy. Very easy. Try it. You haven't done it, have you? Get my new recipe DVD. I show you how to make it so simple and in minutes. You have these luscious dishes that would take a chef hour and a half to make. You make them in 5-10 minutes. Very easy. When it's raw, there's no cooking, there's no simmering, there's no nothing. Except a little blending or a little chopping. So easy. Okay, so with the meat, I always recommend, so you don't turn that meat into all pyruvate, to utilize as energy, you eat butter with it. Always butter. Cream is very hard to digest. As I said, it takes 60 varieties of cholesterol to completely digest raw cream. Raw butter, it only takes 2/3 of that. So, butter is always better. So have, let's say for you, a tablespoon, for you, 2.5 tablespoons. Then let 35 minutes pass. We want our mineral supplement, concentrated mineral supplement. So you have 1 tablespoon of cheese, 1 teaspoon of honey or less honey. That's 1 tablespoon of cheese to 1 teaspoon of honey, or just a half a teaspoon of honey. You could have 2.5 tablespoons of cheese with 2 teaspoons of honey. Or you can cut it down to smaller portions. 1 tablespoon of honey, a half a teaspoon of, 1 tablespoon of cheese, a half a teaspoon of honey. The cheese and the honey have to be in the mouth together so they enter the stomach together to digest that cheese, to get all the minerals from them. You can mash it together or put them in your mouth together and chew them together and swallow them. Then for the next 2 to 3 hours, depends on what you want. If you want to stay very focused and clear and your mind really isn't that clear normally, each hour eat a sugar cube sized amount of cheese. 10 minutes after that, suck an egg. That'll keep your mind alert and focused and on point. You notice I suck eggs while I'm up here. I've already had 3. Not very many. Sometimes I go through more. But that keeps me alert and focused. You notice that I can divert subjects, go here and here, but I always get back to the same point. And I always make everything congruous. I do that because of the food that I eat, especially the raw eggs.
That's because you tell us to shut up a lot.
Yeah, I've got the balls to do it. Especially when people don't behave. You must have been a very bad boy in school.
No, I saved all my ammo for living.
You're giving it to me? Thanks. Okay, so then after that 2 to 3 hours, then if you're feeling like you need some calmness, maybe some toxins are rustling up in your system, have a milkshake. And recipes for milkshakes are in both books. Then let 2 hours pass. If you don't need the milkshake at that time, just drink some milk. Half a cup, a whole cup of milk. Sip it. Sip everything. Remember that when you drink fluids fast, most of that H2O goes to the kidneys, and discards. So what happens was all of the nutrients that were to carry water to the cells don't have the water. And that's the perfect water. Water in a bottle is wasted. It's not good. It dilutes the digestive juices. It thins the mucus. It does all kinds of bad things. I'm not a water drinker. I have not had water in 3 weeks. In summer, when I'm in the tropics, I will drink maybe a half a cup of water a day. But I only have a tablespoon at a time. I sip it. Just remember that all foods are mostly water. Meat is 55% water when it's raw. When you cook it, no water. It's all cooked out. So all those minerals and nutrients that are bound in fluid are no longer available. All raw foods are high in water. Milk, 86% water. Fruits, 92% water. Who the hell needs water if you're eating raw foods? You don't. You do not want it. It will only damage the body. If you look at an archaeological book, what is the first thing under solvent? Water. Rains, dissolves rock, plants eat. Are we plants? No. So when we put water in our body, we dilute our mucus in our throats, in our lungs, in the digestive tract. We dilute the hydrochloric acid. We neutralize acidic bacteria. We thin the mucus lining in the esophagus, throat, stomach, intestines, kidneys, bladder, urethra. All of it gets damaged from drinking water. Before 1961, nobody thought of drinking water. There was no blurb about drink 8 glasses of water a day. And you know how that came about? Coca-Cola's executives met and had this bet that they could sell water. Anybody see Trading Places? That's what it was about. Selling water. So what they said was, you watch, we'll be able to bottle water and sell it for as much as we're selling soda pop. And they've achieved it. They've actually achieved it. So what they've done, and soda pop is nothing but chemicals anyway. So look, they process water, nothing to it, and they make as much money as they make in their chemical combination to make Coca-Cola and their sodas. So they hired doctors to say that you need 8 glasses of water a day. Before 1961, we go to the fountain at school, and I'd have a sip a day, maybe an ounce of water a day. I drank milk, orange juice and things like that. That's what we had. Even though it was Minute Maid garbage, that's what we drank. It wasn't just pure water. Then this noise comes out. My mother never believed that one. She never encouraged us to drink water, which was amazing because she bought everything else from them, but not the water business. She was aware enough to know that that was nonsense. But It's a fact now, isn't it? You need 8 glasses of water a day. Absolute bullshit. Excuse my French. Mierda. No, that's Spanish. Merde is French. Water is not good. You drink very little. Everybody does need a little solvent in their body. Pure solvent. So water, but usually never more than a half a cup a day, a tablespoon at a time, a sip throughout the day. So that's like 8 to 16 sips a day. That's all you need. Otherwise, you're eating in everything you eat. I drink 2 quarts of milk a day. That means that's almost 2 quarts of water a day. But it is water with nutrients. There are lots of nutrients bound in that water. It's not sterile water. Nutrient deficient fluid. Do not gulp your water. Most of that water will go to the kidneys. Then you won't have the water to deliver with the nutrients. So sip everything. You see me sipping. I sip long. I don't guzzle. I don't drink. I never drink ounces at a time. Mainly an ounce at a time. I suck. When you suck, instead of drink, you get the bacteria in the mouth, just like a baby sucking a nipple. It draws the saliva, all the bacteria into the food, to the milk. So I suck. And that's the way to consume your fluids. Suck. Don't drink, suck. Also, if you gulp, because the fluids go to the kidneys, you will be thirsty if you gulp. The more water you take, the more you will want. It is an endless cycle. I don't touch it, don't want it. When I do have it, I sip it. And then sip milk on top of it. I will never drink water alone. Unless I were in the desert completely dehydrating to death, I might sip a tiny bit at a time. If I couldn't find a plant like the Aborigines do, they break the plant and get the juice from it. They can go 120 miles in a desert with only a half a cup of vegetable juice. Pretty amazing, isn't it? That's the way we have to take care of ourselves. They know you don't drink water in a desert. It will just cause you more dehydration. So they only eat plants, the juice of plants. Take it out and they'll wring it till they get enough juice. They'll either squeeze it like this to a cloth. They wring it, or they will break one with a shoot in it. Because sometimes those plants have water filled up on the inside. And it's vegetable pure water. So there are nutrients bound in it. So if you don't have, if you don't have the milkshake, you just have some milk at that point. Then 2-3 hours later, have a fruit meal. So you're well over 7 hours into your day. You've already generated and produced all the glycogen that's going to run the nervous system unless you eat a high carbohydrate meal, intense carbohydrate meal. Let's say you ate the heart of a whole watermelon. Let's say you ate 2 or a whole pound of watermelon, the heart of a watermelon with high sugar content. You might create some glycogen that's going to cause the brain and nervous system to get sticky, and you might even get irritable. So if you're going to do that, to make sure you're having whipped cream or butter or something to buffer it, to slow it down. You're still going to get some stickiness in the brain and nervous system, but it'll slow it down. Don't eat the heart of water, throw it away. I eat from the seeds down to the white. All through the white, I don't eat the green. Now, in the white, you've got citrulline, that is for men and women a Viagra. It causes sexual excitement, it causes hardness of the genitals, and it makes sex good. The University of Texas, what is it, A&M, Texas, are trying to produce watermelon that will have citrulline all throughout, concentrations of it to make it into a drug as a pharmaceutical, because most of it's in the white rind and the small pink area, But watermelon fluid is the only one that'll force people who can't perspire to perspire. So if you have problems in your lymphatic system, everybody does, when you can get watermelon, you eat that 3 days a week minimum. And don't eat the heart, the high sugar. You eat from the seeds down to the rind. Pardon?
The outside edge of the seeds? I mean, they run in the middle, so you're...
Well, they run around this way. You've got the heart, you've got the seeds around here, and then you've got the pink and then the white. So I eat from where the seeds are up to the heart, I don't eat. From where the seeds are down to the rind, I eat. Some people will eat, with where the seeds are and then spit out the seeds. Don't eat the seeds. All seeds, all nuts have phytic acid in them, which prevents the absorption of minerals. And those minerals, lack of mineral absorption, will prevent proteins from digesting properly. The proteins that are prevented from digesting help digest fats, so you've got a whole chain reaction. Of course, vegans and vegetarians will tell you if you germinate those grains or nuts, you get rid of the phytic acid. However, you create other enzymes which do the same thing as phytic acid, so you have 3 times more. If you feed sprouts or germinated grains to a bird, and that's the only thing you give it, the bird will be dead in 3 days. Even birds who are meant to eat grains can't eat germinated or sprouted grains. Can't live on it. It will kill them. It destroys digestion. So sprouts are not a good thing. All the crap about all that information is just partial laboratory observation, and they haven't looked at the other side of it.
Why does it destroy digestion?
It has enzymes which prevent digestion, utilization of minerals. Minerals that you don't digest don't allow for the utilization of proteins, certain proteins. Those proteins are necessary to digest fats. So it's a whole chain reaction. So, at this point you have a fruit meal, and I talked about what fruit to eat, find what your ailment is, and what part of the body you want to feed, what problem you have, and eat that with the fat. Now, I mentioned a little about coconut cream. Now, coconut is a good solvent that won't cause extreme reactions unless you eat too much of it. It isn't like a vegetable oil or a pressed oil, which is 90% solvent reactive, because it's a harsh oil. The water-soluble fats in the coconut cream will help cleanse everything evenly, as long as you don't have too much. Too much can be more than 2.5 ounces daily. 2.5 ounces, that's 5 tablespoons, is fine for most people beginning the diet. After you've been on the diet for a couple of years, 2 or 3 years, you might want to reduce it to 3 tablespoons a day. And then 5, 10 years later, 2 tablespoons a day. Depends upon your system and what you need. So always eat your coconut cream with that fruit meal and a little bit of animal fat to protect the nerves and brain. So we have a half to a whole tablespoon of dairy cream along with the cream and the fruit. If you're having pineapple, it's a good idea to have just a little bit of butter, like a half to a quarter to half a teaspoon of butter, as well as have the coconut cream, dairy cream with the pineapple. Pineapple is great to help move lymphatic toxicity, as I talked about earlier. That formula, pineapple, is in the book under BAS to help break down and keep the lymphatic hardening that's just melted from rehardening. So then after that meal, remember, eat cheese 10 minutes before you eat anything. The cycle is you eat. The body starts dumping the poisons from the stomach, little at a time. If you don't eat for 10 minutes, it stops. Creates a mucus lining over that food. And then it won't start dumping again unless you begin eating 25 minutes later. So, you have 25 minutes to eat your meal without being contaminated. If you're eating beyond that 25 minutes, it will start again. So you need to have your food eaten within 25 minutes. And if you eat beyond that, you better eat another piece of cheese and wait 10 minutes. Stop eating for 10 minutes. Let the cheese absorb the poisons, put another mucus layer over it. When you've gone 10, 20 minutes between eating, you will always have, like you're at dinner table, you eat everything, then you're goofing around, talking, and then dessert comes 20 minutes later. Your body has put a mucus coating over that and separates the two meals. If you're healthy. If you're not healthy, they'll combine, you have gas galore, and it'll be like Thanksgiving. Nothing feels good. All you can do is sleep for 2 days. On this diet, you go to one of, a Thanksgiving potluck, and you can eat everything all day long, and you'll never feel tired, and you'll never feel lethargic, and you don't have to go to sleep, and you have lots of energy, and you can party. No drinking, but you can party. So, you have about 2-3 hours after you have your fruit meal. You could do the cheese and the eggs in that time, every hour. And then have another vegetable juice if you feel you need it. If you have a vegetable juice at that time and get lethargic and tired, just want to go to sleep, vegetable juice at that time is not good for you. So the next week, don't do it. Then try it again and see how it works. If you find consistently that second vegetable juice, or it could be your third vegetable juice, doesn't work for you, don't have it. Then you just go right into your meat meal. So you have cheese, then your meat meal. Or if you have poor digestion, cheese, egg, 10 minutes later, 10 minutes after that, your meat meal. Get things going with an egg, a raw egg, easily digestible. So then you have your butter with your meat meal. 35 minutes after that, you have your cheese and honey again. Then in the evening, until you go to bed, you could have cheese and egg once or twice, depending upon if it's 2 hours before you go to bed. Some people will have their meat meal immediately, or their cheese and honey right before they go to sleep. That's okay. Raw food digests without help in sleep. Cooked food does not. Your body has to work. It has to work very hard to try to digest cooked food. When it's raw, your body just automatically does it. The bacteria works on it. Don't have to have much digestive fluid, enzymes. It's the bacteria that just works the whole night long for you. And it's easy. So before you go to bed, if you need to relax and want to sleep better, have a milkshake. Have a half of a milkshake. But make a whole milkshake. Have half of it before you go to sleep. The cheese, 10 minutes later, you have the half of the milkshake. During the night, you have cheese and a half a milkshake. What do you mean? Wait during the night and eat? Yes. If you go 5 hours without eating, your protein level drops to nothing. So the red blood cells will start dying if they don't eat. Red blood cells have to eat at least every 5 hours, or they die. So the red blood cells become cannibalistic and eat each other. So you wake after 10 hours of sleeping, and guess what? You're anemic. You sleep 8 to 10 hours and you wonder why you're tired. You're anemic. You've consumed 2 to even 4 tablespoons of red blood cells. So you wake anemic. Is nicotine or caffeine or theobromine from chocolate an answer to anemia? No. Eating protein is. So you wake in the night. You have, either milk or some milkshake and some cheese, and you go back to sleep. Or a little piece of meat, 2 ounces of meat, and you go back to sleep. Find which works best for you. If you are a high energy person, means you produce a lot of physical hormones for physical activity, then you're going to be hyperactive. A person who wakes after 5 hours and eats usually can't go back to sleep if they're of that ilk. So you set your alarm for 3 hours, eat, then go back to sleep for 5 hours. Very simple. The difference in people's energy levels is astounding. I was just in South Africa, and this 29-year-old boy that can get into yoga postures I've never seen anybody do, and I've been around a lot of yogas, is phenomenal. Yet he didn't have any energy till 10, 11, 12 o'clock in the day. And he gets up at 5 o'clock and does meditation at that hour in the morning. And he's just dragging himself. Used to take him 30 minutes just to get out of bed to go to meditation. So I said, didn't you read in the about the 5 hours eating, you wake in the night and eat something? He said, yeah, but it doesn't make that big a difference. I said, well, do it tonight and see. He was out of the bed in 5 minutes in the morning, had energy right away in the day. It works that easily and simply. I don't put these things out there to hear myself fart. These things work. I wouldn't be telling you them. And they work. Utilize them. Take advantage of this knowledge and utilize it. It only takes a minute to set an alarm clock. It only takes a second to turn it off. It only takes a minute to eat a piece of cheese and drink your milkshake or half a cup of milk or 2 ounces of meat, maybe 3 minutes at the most. Go back to sleep. Easy.
Can you put it right on the nightstand?
Right on the nightstand, absolutely. Not chilled or anything. It always digests better. I take my milk out at least 12 hours before I begin drinking it. Most often 24 hours. Milk isn't that tasty. It's slightly bitter, doesn't taste that good, but it's healthier. And that matters to me. Drinking a sip of milk doesn't taste as nice as it would chilled and sweet. It's a second, 2 seconds, 5, 10 seconds of my life. And if my life in hours by drinking it warm and having a not so good taste or not the best taste, you get used to it, so it becomes pretty good tasting. It's not worth it to me to give up a taste for an hour or two of energy. It doesn't make sense to me. There it is, folks. Now I have to talk about one more thing, salt. Salt is an explosive. It's more volatile than nitroglycerin when sodium is isolated. Do you know that they even use a salt solution to make airbags explode instantly? Sodium azide. They use a combination of 1 or 2 other chemicals with it, and that's all it takes. My father he was one of the workers on the project to make sodium into an explosive for the military, for General Electric. So they got paid $2 billion over a 60-year period, and they could never. It was too volatile. 1.5 degree temperature change could set it off. So they were never able to make it into a substance that they control it and control the damage done. If you isolated pure sodium into the size of football, it would take out New York City and all the buildings. in New York City, worth about 30 hydrogen bombs. That's how volatile it is. When it goes into the body, it does the same thing. The body, if you have sodium iodide, which most table salt is, or sodium chloride, or sodium potassium, it is all separated in the blood and in the digestive tract. So then you have these explosions going on. You have dehydration of the system. You have normally a cell will eat a smorgasbord of nutrients that is anywhere from 93 to 117 nutrients, all in one meal. Sodium goes in there and just starts exploding them. So cells get 23, 50 nutrients, and that's it. So they're malnourished. Every cell in your body, in your blood's malnourished. And that causes every cell in the body to become malnourished as well, with salt in the intestines. So salt is a bad thing, a very, very bad thing. The worst thing next to cooking. Now, Sherry, she used to eat, bread with salt in it all these years, give it to the kids. She had a lot more weight. Her hands were very... And then a few weeks ago, she decided to stop eating breads at all and stop eating anything that had salt in it. She lost 5 pounds almost instantly of water or retention and weight, and her skin and her hands became soft that quickly. Salt is not a good thing. If you want to understand how powerful salt is, even when it's iodide, it's still an explosive. Go on the internet and put in a search engine, YouTube, frog legs, salt video. You will see a video of these 3 guys making fun of me, though they never mention my name. Salt is an explosive, ha, 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 ha. So they take these frog legs that are skinned, cut off from the frog, dead. Dead, okay? Dead frog legs. Sprinkle them with salt. All of a sudden, these frog legs start spasming. These are dead. Start spasming. They spasm, they're shaking about 4 times, that's all. Not thick on there. You can barely see the salt on them. And those spasm for 2.5 minutes. They only let you see 20 seconds. But for 2.5 minutes, those frog legs jerk around. And I said to them also, I said, what do you think pepper would do? It's very caustic and hot, right? They said, oh, it'd probably be worse. I said, no, try it. So they practically pour the pepper on, and they get 1 spasm. Think about the chemistry. Here you have a hot, caustic compound called pepper, and it doesn't cause any explosion, no nerve tension in that dead tissue. You've got dead tissue going into high spasms just from... Salt is dangerous. Queen and King of England ruled when they marketed salt back in the 1100s. And they marketed it, they took over India, because India was the biggest producer of salt. They made it illegal for Indian citizens to make their own salt from the ocean. They had to buy it from the Windsor family, from the King and Queen of England, until Gandhi came around in 1947 and stopped it. That's what biggest thing Gandhi did was to free the people up so they could make their own salt. And a lot of natives, a lot of Indians were killed on the beaches during those demonstrations. But when the King and Queen of England realized what salt did, it made great servants. It disturbs thinking, it disturbs logic, it disturbs all kinds of calm feelings. It will create irritability. It creates headaches, including migraines. My father suffered until he was 65 years old with migraines. And I told him several times, stop the salt, you'll stop your migraines. So when he was 65, he got arrhythmia. And only one doctor I have ever heard that had any sense. He went to his cardiologist and said, my heart's beating irregularly. And the cardiologist gave him a thorough checkup and said, stop counting. Only intelligent thing I've ever heard come from a doctor. Stop counting, meaning ignore it. Ignore it. Perfect. That's what everybody should do. Ignore it and let their body heal by feeding it proper substance. But the doctor also said, stop eating salt. My father stopped eating salt. His migraines went away in 24 hours. Here he suffered 5 days a week with migraines that were excruciating for him, debilitating. He'd come home from work sometimes at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon with a migraine because he couldn't function. And it would last all the way to the next morning. He'd go to work tired. And it was all of his life. And I told him 20 years before, stop eating salt. Didn't listen to me. So he suffered for 20 more years with headaches until he stopped eating salt. Okay, let's get into questions. Yes? Doesn't matter. It's concentrated sodium. Yeah. Yes.
Usually go over to sport drink. I don't think you touched on sport drink.
Sport drink?
Yeah.
Yes. It's a good fluid if you're into sports and you're perspiring a lot and you need a lot more fluid. The sport drink is a very good thing to have to rehydrate.
Talking about electrolyte, or you're talking
Let me answer. Don't second guess me. I'm talking. Okay, so I have athletes who do this. Athletes who will drink just like tennis players who will only drink 1 liter, 1 quart of this. And their opponents will be drinking a gallon, 2 gallons in a 5-hour tennis match. Who do you think breaks down from water? Wear out, get weak, because there's no nutrients in water. But my athletes just stay on top. They don't get tired. Whole 5 hours. I had the #1 male tennis champion and #1 female tennis champion last year raised on the raw foods, on the raw diet. Well, from 8 years old. One was 9 and one was 8. And all they drank was the sport formula. Sport formula, I made it for them. It can vary in ingredients, but mainly it is a cup of tomato puree, a cup of cucumber puree, either whey, which is the liquid runoff from milk making cheese, or watermelon puree, or some water, maybe half a cup of water in there, sparkling mineral water, tablespoon of vinegar, tablespoon of lemon juice, 1 to teaspoons of lime juice, 2 to 3 tablespoons of honey, 2 to 3 tablespoons of coconut cream, and 1 to 2 tablespoons of dairy cream. 1 to 3 raw eggs. Some people don't like the tomato in it. It's highly acidic, and it works for athletes better. Acids, remember the citric acid cycle, uses vitamin C, which tomatoes have a lot of, and it helps utilize fat as energy better. If you're just trying to hydrate yourself, you're perspiring a lot but not physically active, very active, then you don't have to have the tomato. You could have watermelon and whey and cucumber pulp. So, of course, the cucumber and the cucumber would be peeled. If it's organic or not, we do not digest the peel. So waste will over-alkalinize the system, neutralizing the acidic bacteria in the body. And the watermelon, of course, should be pureed as well. So you blend it together and you sip on it all throughout the day. Sip on that and milk. When I do it, when I'm in the tropics, I'll make one of those, and I'll take a sip of the sport drink and a sip of the milk. Maybe every 20, 30 minutes. Maybe once every... Keeps me completely hydrated. I don't go for water. Keeps the energy level up. And, you know, I've got some property in the mountains, and it's very steep going. Property, it starts at 618 meters up, and my house is 700 meters up, and the back of my property is 800 meters up. And the whole is a kilometer long, and it's up in the mountains. So to get the property, we had to crawl up and hack through the jungle to get up there, and pretty steep stuff. Anybody who was, you know, over 45 years old was huffing and a puffing. Here I am, mid-60s, going right up there with the young people, you know, who are, you know, 20s and 30s, the natives, you know. And I don't eat water. And I don't eat salt. It ain't food. You know, think about that. And I even did it while suffering from those injections. Yes?
What would cause you to get sleepy after you eat? Like, do you get really tired or...
That means you've eaten something that causes the neutrality of your digestive abilities. That nations of whatever in your system. And don't drink a lot of milk with your meals. Don't do that. Don't eat cream with your mean meals, unless it's soured cream. Soured cream digests better. A lot of times people who have poor digestion when they first go on the diet will put cream with their meat and it tastes delicious. However, it coats the meat, and you'll see in your feces you've got pearlized meat in there undigested. So not a good idea. So you're eating some combinations that are wrong, or you're eating too much and too fast. Yes?
I had a question about the hot baths.
Uh-huh.
You know, I don't own a hot tub. Any recommendations on the logistics of taking a bath with that?
Well, what you have to do is, when I have that situation like I'm traveling, I have to use hotel bathtubs. I fill it up with the scalding water, only the hottest I can get it, and fill it halfway. I let it 10 minutes and heat up the whole tub. Then I put lukewarm water in to bring it up to a temperature that's about 110. Then I add vinegar, salt, or Epsom salt to the water. My body won't absorb it as long as it's in the milk. And then I'll add maybe 2 tablespoons, 3 tablespoons of coconut cream to soften my skin. Okay? So when I get out, most of the coconut cream stays on top of the water, so when you get out, it just makes a nice coat of fat on the body. And just helps and preserves it. Then what you do is, it takes about 20 minutes for the water to go below 102 degrees. Then I start letting 2 inches of the water out. And when I get down to that last, turn on the hot water only, funnel the water straight down into the drain, and then by the time the water gets completely scalding, hot water, the other inch of the water's down, so I've lost 2 inches of water. Put the stopper over it, or plug it, whatever it do, flip the switch, or whatever it is. Move the water up again to about 108 degrees.
You know, you have to use the thermometer. You kind of get a feel.
Yeah, I use the thermometer. Yeah, just use a mouth thermometer. Fine. And then you switch it around. It takes 20 minutes again for it to get down to about 102. So if you're in for 40 minutes, you only have to do it once. If you're into it for, you know, hour and a half, 90 minutes, you have to do it 3 times. You know, if you have a hot tub, you don't have to do that at all. It stays at constant temperature and works quite a bit better. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
I wanted to know, usually with my chicken meals, sometimes I eat cheese and honey. And I notice that if I eat cheese and honey, I get sleepy afterwards, versus when I don't eat it, I'm not sleepy. Why is that?
You're absorbing your digestive juices. into the cheese. Hydrochloric acid is being absorbed into the cheese. With the cheese is the hydrochloric acid and other digestive juices. So the meat's not getting broken down for the bacteria to get in and infiltrate it. So she has to go to sleep so her body can put all of its energy on digestion.
And I'll start picking out on some cheese and honey.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you'll sit there and
And I say eat the cheese and honey 30 minutes after your meat meal, not during the meat meal. 35 minutes after the meat, you finish the meat meal. You have your cheese and honey for your mineral supplement. Don't do it very often with any meat meal. Sometimes you can grate cheese, but don't have the honey and meat and honey and cheese together. Okay? Yes.
They routinely right now put children with autism on a casein-free and gluten-free and soy-free diet. Most mothers say that the children do improve after you remove casein, especially the first few days. Mm-hmm. They think clearer, they more aware of the surrounding.
Absolutely.
So I was wondering, because they explain that they have the leaky gut syndrome, and that's brain-gut connection, so the opioids from the casein of the milk get into the brain, and the kids, completely out of this world. That's what they say.
Well, that's not always true. That's not always how it works, because some kids will store the formaldehyde and mercury and aluminum and detergents and the ether in the nervous system. Does ingestion, it could have that reaction. But when they're eating the proper nutrients, it goes to the brain and protects the brain cells. Keeps them from being irritated by those compounds that are stored there and that will gas and leak out and constantly irritate the brain. So there are many ways that people become autistic. That is not a common one. Usually the autism comes from those poisons directly affecting the brain. Rarely does it come from a constant poisoning from the intestines. Just wouldn't happen that easily. Yeah.
To lessen the burden on the body that autistic children already experience from everything else.
Absolutely, yeah. So the nutrients can be used where they need to go instead of down here. Yeah. Yes?
Any soup or fish stocks, meat and fish stocks?
Well, anytime you cook something, no good. So if you take the fat and just eat them, great.
My understanding is that the stocks, where you boil, you heat the minerals out of the bones.
But you cauterize them at the same time. So let's say you create a bone that's hardened and will break and crack easily. That's not a good bone. We want a supple bone, like baby bones, that can take bruising and hardening without cracking and breaking. That used to be the way babies' bones were. Now every baby's bones are breaking and cracking and brittle. Mine were. I went to so many casts as a child. My brothers could fall off of bikes, could fall off ladders, could fall off the house, never break a bone. I broke everything. All I had to do was fall down the stairs, and I broke 3 bones. Yes.
What are cysts? How are they caused, and how can they be removed? Or
there are 2 kinds of cysts. There are hardened cysts and there are fluid cysts. They're always tumors. When you have a fluid cyst, that means there's some kind of fluid imbalance in that area of the body. So the body is taking in this little tumor, this little cyst tumor, and taking the fluid in it, readjusting it, putting different nutrients in it to change it, then sending the fluid back into the area. So a fluid cyst may last very short period of time. A hardened cyst is to change the actual solid structure of that tissue, and that can be a very hard, never-ending, futile process if you're not on a good diet, and that cyst like any tumor, like a mole or a wart, and they're all tumors, could become cancerous. Just keep collecting the dead cells there.
Or get rid of that cyst?
Well, sometimes your body is just overloaded with poisons. It's not going to get to that until very much later. Those things are inside. If it's an external cyst or even an internal cyst, I feel it, and it could be a long time. If it's a benign, like I said earlier, benign has no circulation into it. It could take your whole life to break down one tumor. If it's benign, if it's cancerous, you can get rid of it in days or years. Because you have circulation into it, you have those cancer cells that when they die, let off the serum to dissolve all the dead cells to make up the tumor. So I prefer cancer over benign tumors. Absolutely. Like this. This is a cancerous tumor. Very hard all the way around. And this thing was this big at its worst 2 weeks ago. And it's dissolving. That's the way I want it. If it were a benign tumor, that sucker would stay there for probably the rest of my life.
Unless it got operated and pulled out.
Yeah, but then what would I have? What does the tumor attach to? Attached to muscles, tendons, ligaments, skin, everything. So I'd have a big gap there and a weak ankle. So it's going to be gone in another 4 weeks. I'll live with the cancer, no problem. I'm not afraid. I've had them come and go. 10 years, that's your trip, you know. So I said, just replace this filling that popped out. That's all I want you to do. Drilling, you don't get to drill, you just scrape off the old epoxy and you put it in. So that's what he does. So I had three fillings pop out while I was in South Africa. So I went to him on Monday in Mexico, because that's the only way I can get them to do without x-rays, and they do anything I want. You know, here in this country, they have to follow the ADA's, which is the AMA's rules about what to do. ADA's, all this stuff that I don't want. So I go to Mexico to do it. And third generation, his mother and father. So, and he's very receptive to anything I ask. And, I forgot what I was going to say. I got to, folks. It certainly makes a dry mouth relaxed. Tumor many years ago, and he said, "My God, your tumor's gone. It's completely normal and natural. There's no scarring, there's no scar tissues, there's nothing there. It looks just as healthy, in fact, even healthier than the other side." I said, "That's what I've been trying to tell you all this time. Have you gotten my books and read them yet?" No.
You mentioned the example of the Dalai Lama eating raw meat. I just happened to read again about Gandhi, who after I believe it was one of his fasts, that he had digestive problems, and it was recommended that he drink cow's milk. He refused to drink cow's milk because the cow is sacred in India, but he agreed to drink goat milk, and he would bring a goat with him on his travels. And here's a man who was very much a vegetarian in his earlier years, but
he got very sick from all the fasting and everything, and vegetarian diet doesn't do. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, to the point where
it's funny because cows are sacred. They're not eaten in India, but their milk is consumed. That's why they're sacred, because they provide milk. And then Gandhi was taken way off the direction. So use the goat's milk. he shouldn't have been using, which is better because goat's milk has a lot of adrenal precursors. So skinny and hyperactive in when he, he was not a nice person. He would yell at them, berate them, downplay them, really was harsh on them. If he didn't have the goat milk, if he had the cow's milk, he would have been much calmer and nicer. I tell people who are skinny, do not eat goat's milk. If you're hyperactive, do not eat goat's milk. If you have a sugar problem, very overweight, there is no lactose tolerance. Yes?
Vegetables or kombucha, some fermented drinks too.
If you eat cooked foods, fermented to help turn out, it turns acidic. This high alcohol and its acids. If you're on this primal diet and doing that, you're going to be you have ankles swelling, you have all kinds of problems because that is alcohol and acidity you do not need. That's for people who eat a lot of cooked foods, not like this. Like Sally Fallon and Nourishing Traditions, they eat so much cooked food, they need those fermented vegetables to give them enzymes and acidic bacteria. But for us on this primal diet, not a good thing. Even if you're on a diet, 75%, having that maybe once every 2 weeks to a month might be okay. But more than that, it would be non-beneficial, would cause water retention and swelling.
As a follow-up question for the first question about the cysts, what would you recommend to somebody that is starting to get cysts around their, not breast cancer, but starting to develop cysts in their breast? Just a diet?
Well, that means that their lymph system is not moving and flowing. So they need to put hot water bottles at their breasts every night. Put some kind of silk cloth over that to keep the heat in, but let the moisture out, so that they can start moving that hardened stuff. The cysts are just acting as lymphatic glands. You've got your greatest concentration of lymphatic glands here, all around here. Your second biggest are here, under and here. Your are so anywhere you have cysts around there, you know that your lymphatic glands in that area and nodes are not working. So heat to melt down that lymphatic toxicity, baths will take care of the whole body, but if you need to focus on one area where cysts are developing, use hot water bottles all night.
Define hot water bottle.
And you take a rubber hot water bottle and you fill it with water, hot water. It's easy. If you get it too hot, you're going to warp the rubber. If it's a synthetic rubber hot water bottle, it's going to break on you if you get them too hot. And then you have a very wet bed for several weeks. So the rubber ones are better. They can take higher heats. If you have it too hot, then you need to wrap it in a pillowcase or something like that so it doesn't burn the skin. And when I had all of my back problems, I took one here, and put a belt and didn't fill them completely. Got all, and then was belt around. So I went around with a hot water bottle on my stomach, water bottle here. Sometimes I put one here and one here. That around, Sometimes I put two at my back and air belted around. So that was the way I could have 24 hours a day to get well faster. Is there anybody else out here? Yes.
You said before, and somebody I know that is a diabetic, and they do drink a lot of milk. You were saying regular milk, they're better off drinking goat milk then, if they're diabetic?
Well, like I say, diabetics do better with goat milk. It gives them more energy. Sugar just for energy.
Oh, I see. Okay, so really not that much difference. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, you had
Yeah, I had a question about, you mentioned about if you're having I'm not sure if I'm quoting you, but at the beginning you were talking about the eating liver for liver problems, eating a lot of liver.
Mm-hmm.
Then later you mentioned about organ meats can make you hyper if you eat too much of it.
Mm-hmm.
Could you kind of go into eating liver, like your philosophy on that?
Well, that's gland that if I eat too much of it, I get horny. So I'm thinking instead of my work. So I don't eat a lot. If I were physically active and didn't just, this was my exercise, besides carrying my groceries once a week or doing this, I would eat more liver. I would eat more heart. But I don't. I don't want that kind of energy. I don't have a girlfriend living with me.
But as far as healing, if you have a problem with the liver, eating the liver helps heal?
Absolutely, helps heal it. I have children. I have one child that he went on it at 3 months old, my liver milk baby food combination. He's 7 years old and that's still his main diet. And he's a genius. At 5 years old, he knew where 187 countries were in the world, what we're adjacent to, who ran the countries, what political system. Nobody taught him this stuff. He could say the alphabet backwards at 2.5 years old. At 3 years old, he was reading 4-year-old material to his preschool mates. You know, and I've got lots of children. I had a child that went on the diet at 1 year old, and he graduated from Yale at 17 years old. You know, that liver drink will make, if it's even with milk, and that is your main focus, won't make a hyper anxious person. But it has to be with milk. People who just eat liver and don't eat milk because their paleos say, we didn't eat milk. Well, look at the Maasai and the Samburu and the Fulani. That's, 65 to 90% of their diets is dairy. So these paleos go way out, and where they say that is impossible. So you're having the dairy with the liver hyperactive. But when I heart with a have the charge and energy. Yeah. Yes.
You talked earlier about malaria and mentioned hepatitis B, and I wasn't clear about the relationship there of the two.
Well, they had no connection together. Hepatitis, like I said, is when the liver breaks down with chemicals, industrial chemicals, where the normal processes of bacteria, parasite, and fungus cannot clean the liver. So it is a solvent made by cells, liver cells. Hepatitis is always the worst way of cleaning, but the only way of cleaning in that kind of a situation. So hepatitis is still a good thing, but not the best way to cleanse the liver.
Because my eyes all the time are red and hurt, but I don't know what caused the problem with that.
Well, you're having a lot of acidity to come from the brain, dumping out your tear ducts. So you can put butter in your eyes at night before you go to sleep. Just put it in your hand till it melts. Then put the little end of your pad of your little finger in there, look up and rub it along the white of the eye. Then take the eye and move it around. Let the butter coat it. Be a little cloudy, go to sleep. You wake in the morning, put egg white. Do the same thing with egg white and put it on. And within 2 minutes, the fogginess goes away, or 3 minutes. You can see better and the eyes are nutrified and strong. Okay? Very simple. It's in the book. Yeah, okay. Not the butter, but the egg white is. Yes?
It mentions that you do iridology, eye reading, and I wonder what you're looking for there.
I look at everything. I see the lymphatic, how jammed the lymphatic system is, any deformities, how toxic different parts of the body are, what's causing your health problems, all of that.
How do you read that, though?
Yeah, that's a whole science in itself. I photograph the eye and then blow it up on the screen. I can see a pinprick this big on the screen. So, body applied to different areas of the iris. Okay? Right. Yes?
I'm just working now with a very young child, my grandchild, starting on a raw diet. Grandchild's a year, but I did read about those drinks, the liver drink, but why would you want to give the liver drink? Is there a reason for the liver drink?
Well, the liver is very concentrated in protein. And it's a protein that is almost as vital as the heart. And it's easily digestible. And it breaks down, and it will help the body digest fats and utilize fats throughout the system better. Because bile is a natural part of the liver. Okay? So it helps fats being utilized all throughout the body. So it works on the brain, nervous system, and everything on a good balance. Now, I ask parents, I say, well, what do you want from your child? Do you want an athlete? Do you want a brain? Do you want a mix of the two? What do you want? And if they want a champion athlete, then I have them mix liver or heart with other meat instead of milk. If you want brains and body functions, you give them both the milk and the liver together. If you want an athlete who's superior in all kinds of ways, then you want mainly the liver with other meats. Yes?
To remove like metallic fillings for your teeth, what would be something to replace it with that's non-metallic for your teeth?
Composite is fine.
Yeah.
I found that I used to recommend people get inlays, porcelain inlays, but they usually will crack a tooth. They have to be, to 1/100th of a millimeter, a centimeter in thickness. So to fit, or else they'll crack the tooth. They have to snap in, and I found that they were cracking teeth too often. So I just say get amalgams. Composites. Hard plastic. Yeah.
So, vitamins and supplements, you basically suggest none of that?
Okay, like I said earlier, supplements are all processed. Even the ones from food, when you have to isolate a substance from other substances, you have to use heat, almost always, and always you have to use a solvent. If you get a natural vitamin or supplement of any kind, they use a natural solvent. And guess what that natural solvent is? Kerosene is natural. Kerosene derivative to isolate that substance. Soak in kerosene for 30 minutes, rinse it off for 30 seconds, and eat it. What do you think that kerosene does when it goes away certain that they're looking for? It's etching away even the supplement you want. Whether it's vitamin D, whether it's a vitamin B, no it is, it's etching into it, so you don't get the whole vitamin. It's like, give me your, I'm going to transplant your leg onto here, and half your leg's deteriorated away. Half the skin is gone. It doesn't function. It bleeds to death. That's what these vitamins and supplements are. They are not real vitamins. And most of your active material radiation, sunlight radiation makes vitamin D. So they say in oil, even if hydrogenated in plastic, exposing it to radioactive substances makes vitamin D. How stupid can anybody be to believe that? It is. Your vitamin E comes from food Kodak. It is developing fluid that they're still trying to get rid of. They have hundreds of thousands of gallons of it in vaults, in the ground, in 100 pounds of steel. Spend $100 billion of every year trying to figure out how to neutralize the waste product from developing fluid. They could never do it. It said, hey, de-alpha decopper vitamin E and sell it. We'll cut off the D from tocopherol. Chemistry. That was enough to convince everybody it's vitamin E. That is deadly. So they're selling it to you every year. They've got enough for 30. That's bullshit too. Do you know how much it would cost to isolate vitamin E from a corn kernel or soybean? It would cost you about $1,000 for one tablet. So what they do is they'll take 5 units that are from soy or corn, 95 units will be the Kodak stuff. And they say that's natural.
Or organic. Everything they label organic and natural.
And organic does, yeah, absolutely nothing. If you look at the organic standards on the USDA and FDA sites, they let over 300 chemicals they say are safe, including kerosene. Well, kerosine's natural, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it's all natural, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Look at gibberellic acid. It comes from rice bran. And what it causes, you put it with fruit, it'll swell it up. You can take a grape from this size and make it this size. You lose 90% of the flavor, but you got a big grape full of water, very little nutrients, high in sugar, yet it doesn't taste that sweet. And they say it's natural because it comes from rice. But they use the kerosene to break down the bran to get the gibberellic acid out of it. It's all a hype. All supplements are toxic. They are not real vitamins and minerals and enzymes. They are not. You can only get those from food. And the sunshine, when it meets good fats on the skin. Yes?
Like fruits, even at Whole Foods, hybrid seeds?
Whole Foods is a whole racket. Bush family and the Bass family of Texas own the trust that hold Whole Foods. They bought it because they are scammers. Whole Foods went around, even when it first came out, go organic. Yet you went in and counted all of the organic produce that was in the store, never more than 2%. It was all pitch. I don't trust any, I don't even shop at their stores anymore. I'll find individual health food stores.
Or was the best place to get some good fruit or vegetables?
I would not trust. I would go to a farmer's market. I would question the producers because most of your farmers are liars too. So it's very difficult. Very difficult. If you find fruit that doesn't look pretty, you'll know that you've got something working. Bugs eating it, something's wrong with it. That's organic fruit. You have any more questions?
Let's see.
The discs in the spine are herniated discs? That's what it is. Yeah, scoliosis of the spine and the lower spine. Any recommendations as far as foods that would help heal her? She's a raw foodist.
Yeah, well, she should be eating moisturizing lubrication formula and eating cheese and honey together 4 times a day.
How about milk? Would you recommend? Or
Absolutely.
No? Raw
But
milk?
the most important things for scoliosis are the lubrication, eating with a little cheese and honey. She's eating 4 times
She won't
daily.
eat meat, but she'll eat fish. Does she need to have
That's
meat? in order-
meat.
Okay.
When I say meat, I'm talking about any food. Yes.
That gets vertigo. What would you recommend eating for them?
Hot water bottles. Always heat, never cold. Never circulation to the injury and causes scarring. Why do you think all out in their 30s? Because they it. They the nutrients of the injury. So the cells don't get replaced, the bruised and damaged cells don't get replaced, and there is scarring and injury. Always put heat. The tendon, the so allow the nutrient flow, the increased circulation without painlessly or with very little pain. That takes heat. Yes.
I know a person who tries to eat raw food, but she has a damaged pancreas, so digestion is not tolerating like raw food. So what would you recommend?
Well, it just depends on what raw food she's eating. She should be eating mainly eggs if she has that kind of problem.
Yeah, she can tolerate eggs, but like me,
lots of raw eggs. She should be eating 30 a day, and then work in milk, cream, but mainly butter, milk and butter, and honey and eggs.
what about aged meat?
That's great. Fine. Yeah. Yep. That's fine.
Because if she eats meat, raw meat, it's no.
Yeah. Doesn't digest well. She doesn't have the system. So I mean, she should focus on things that are easy to digest. Butter, eggs, milk. It takes 19 hours. Eggs take 27 minutes. Milk takes 6 to 10 hours. High meat will break down much quicker. Like milk, 6 to 10 hours.
And we're going back to the baby, or 1-year-old.
Formula.
Is it the same way as I would eat? The baby would eat the same except lesser quantity. Is that accurate
Well,
thinking?
if you look on YouTube, put in Primal Diet, baby liver formula, you'll come up with a couple that are living in China. He's American, she's Chinese, and they...
In other words, I eat, let's say, a meat meal. I'm assuming the liver formula, they don't need the meat or eggs.
That's it.
Getting breast milk, cow's milk, and the formula.
What I tell people to is take the liver, you chop it up, and then put it in a food processor.
That thing you just did about that Chinese guy, you said YouTube on something?
Well, YouTube...
Test with treating lupus, helping people...
Yeah, lupus is one of the hardest.
Do you know anything about constrictive pericarditis? Do you know anything about constrictive pericarditis?
Pericarditis...